eyes flitted away, her energy focused on the bookshelves in her mind. "How was your birthday?" She knew her own lips had asked the question, but the voice was unfamiliar to her. "Were you able to enjoy it? Look at me." She felt the request in her bones. Turning her head to him, finding his gray eyes, she saw him twitch at the sight of her. He looked down at the book in her lap, then up at her. Brienne saw him through a haze, recognizing him, but also failing to place him. Her body filled with cotton, her head filled with dust. She blinked, and it was as if he swam back into focus. Tovin Hurst stood next to her, staring down with concern. Her bookshelf cracked, and the texts fell open at her feet. She sucked in a deep breath, and his bare chest, his broken ribs, his crumpled body, his cool eyes, all those carefully placed books fell off the shelf in her mind. Her eyes stung, as if she'd looked directly into the sun. She pinched them closed and pressed her hand over her forehead, blocking out the light. The Advanced Mind Barrier book slithered away from her lap, lifted away from her. "You're too expressive for this specific technique," he muttered. "It will be obvious that something is wrong with you." She listened to him turn the page and then close the book with a snap. "You skipped intermediate studies?" "Of course," she said, her lips pulling in the ghost of a smirk. Her head spun. She felt like she'd been awake for days. "Did you expect anything less of me?" Her eyes slipped open, staring at the pond through the window again. She tried to grasp onto the idea of still waters, calming her racing mind, but her energy was depleted. "It can be exhausting," he said, barely a whisper. She nodded, drowsiness in her veins. She wanted to close her eyes and sleep, but she had more pressing questions while she had him here. "How is Larissa?" She watched his eyes harden, like a swift close of a book. "She's dead." Brienne pressed her lips together. "How?" "She was killed for her disloyalty to Mistress Mallow." She frowned, watching him closely. Those were Finn's exact words as well. Curious. His eyes snapped to her. "When did you speak to Finn?" There was a bite in his words and ice in his eyes. "He stopped by, entered my room, and drank my tea without a care in the world." She shifted in her seat, lifting a brow at Tovin's dark expression. "He also mentioned some fascinating stories you've been spinning to the boys." Tovin's gaze flickered to her. "Is your confidence so low that you must describe your conquests in such detail to your friends, Tovin?" she asked. He swallowed. "When the conquest is the Princess of Evermore, yes." She curled her lip, annoyed. Deciding to push her luck, she tried a few questions. "What exactly goes into a heartspring bonding?" she asked. He looked away from her. "It's an exchange of jewelry imbued with a drop of the wearer's blood. It's different from boosting because the jewelry ties two people together over distance. You have to be physically next to someone to boost, but heartsprings don't even need to be in the same country to share magic with each other." He shifted his weight, leaning away from his weaker side. "When Bomardi adapted the heartspring bond for their own purposes, for the Eversun heartsprings, they developed the collar for a one-way taking of magic." He glanced at her neck. "The collar siphons all magic, heart, mind, and sacral, into another piece of jewelry or into a location, like the Trow Dungeon." "But you never bonded to me, despite Mallow demanding it," she said. "Does that mean you never took my magic?" He swallowed and answered carefully. "Heartspring magic cannot be taken if it's already freely given." She squinted up at him, trying to understand. "You started giving away your heart magic to your brother years ago," he said, boosting him. "My father doesn't quite understand it, but even in your brother's death, you give your magic to him. We think it has something to do with being twins. It created a heartspring bond without the ritual or the jewelry. That's why this collar doesn't work to take your heart magic." He traced his finger over the gold around her neck. Brienne thought that over. "So my heart magic couldn't be taken because I was already unknowingly," she choked, "bonded to Rory as his heartspring?" He nodded. A surge of sadness crested over her, thinking of Rory and the bond to him that she'd never understood. It was a heartspring bond. We kept you on the Gawarnis elixir to keep all of your magic subdued. It was in your tea, sometimes your food. Irritation flickered in her as she remembered how Serena and Tovin had been insistent that she eat. It was no wonder, they were dosing her. I requested that we stop the Gawarnis elixir so you could access your mind magic for your practice in mind barriers, he said. Her heart pounded. She wanted to ask why it was so important, but she needed to get all the facts straight first. She pressed her eyes closed, the headache becoming worse. So, in the Trow dungeon, the collar took my mind magic, but not my heart magic, because I was already giving it away. Then, after I got here, I was being given the Gawarnis elixir. She stared up at him and reached for the band around her neck. Does this collar even do anything? Not yours, not at this time. With us bonding, it's just for show. Her thoughts were becoming fuzzy. It was too much to work out for now. She moved to stand, and blood rushed to her head. The mind barrier had drained her far more than she thought, and she stumbled back against the arm of the chair. A hand on her elbow. Her head pounded as she squeezed her eyes shut, registering Tovin's touch, the warmth of his fingers on her skin through the thin cotton of her sleeve. When she opened her eyes and righted herself, he said, "You should be careful next time. It can be very draining." She blinked to find him staring down at her, body close and fingers still light on her arm. He wobbled on his feet, looking pale. "You're still injured," she said. "You should be careful as well." His eyes danced over her face, a hint of a smirk on his lips. "We're quite a pair, aren't we?" She had an image of another life, another reason for his hand to take her elbow, another use for the closeness of his body. Perhaps things could have been different. Perhaps the Hursts would have been the top contenders for the Rosewood daughter's hand. Tovin's smile dripped off his face, but he held her eyes. Perhaps she would have lived here after all, in some other life. The library doors creaked open, and he stepped back from her, dropping her elbow. "Tovin," a sharp voice called from the door, and Brienne turned with an aching head to see Serena, her mouth in a tense line. "You have guests." Tovin stepped in front of her as Brienne focused her mind on what the words meant. "Shall I send them to the drawing room?" Serena said firmly, but before Tovin could respond, a raucous voice called from the hallway. "A look at the old library wouldn't be bad, wouldn't it, Can?" Liam Quill pushed through the door with Canning Trow and Finn Rakeen behind him. Excitement, crushing doubt, fierce independence, vulnerable surrender, and joyful surrender. Chapter 24. "Well, well, well," Canning said with a slimy grin, "if it isn't the Eversun Princess." Brione watched in tense anticipation as Finn, Canning, and Liam entered the library, spreading out like a blockade across the only exit. "Gentlemen," Tovin said coolly, "to what do we owe the pleasure?" "It is your birthday, isn't it?" Liam said, flipping through an open book on the research table. "Last week, but I appreciate the care," Tovin said. Brione met Finn's eyes as he stood near Serena at the door. He looked nervous, and Brione immediately could tell that this wasn't his idea. "Shall I take the girl back to her quarters?" Serena asked. "Yes," Tovin said, turning to look at Brione. "I was having her refile all the books based on how many times the word 'the' appeared." He grinned at her coldly. "Oh, have her stay," Canning said, throwing himself down on an armchair. "We haven't gotten a chance to play." "You know I don't share," Tovin said dryly. "Mother," he nodded at her. Serena moved toward them, ready to collect Brione. "Have her stay," Canning said firmly, staring Tovin down. Serena paused. The room watched closely as Tovin and Canning studied each other. Aside from the state dinner, when they all stepped in front of one another to dance with her, Brioni had never seen how the rank in the line worked in casual social situations. If this could even be called casual, it felt very charged. Tovin nodded. "She'll stay, Mother." Serena hesitated before smiling. "Of course. You boys behave yourselves." "Wouldn't dream of it, Serena," Canning said, twisting his head on the arm of the chair to watch Tovin's mother glide out of the room. Once the door was closed, he turned to Liam. "Has Serena Hurst always had that rack?" Tovin tilted his head at him coldly. Liam snickered. "Whiskey, anyone?" Tovin said. "From Father's private collection." The house obeyed, and a tray with glasses and a crystal decanter of whiskey arrived on the table next to Finn. Finn began pouring. "So, Tovin," Finn said, "how are the ribs?" "Ribs?" Liam asked. "I thought you shattered your shoulder." "I did," Tovin said, plucking a book from the shelf and handing it to her absently. Brioni fumbled with it before deciding to reshelve it for him. But then I went and played dodge with Finn, and he slammed into me. Finn shrugged sheepishly. "What can I say? I have a competitive streak." "Why don't you bring the slut over here?" The room paused and turned to Canning. He beckoned her with a finger. Brioni froze. She was in danger, but she didn't know what Tovin could do for her. Tovin shifted to the side slowly, allowing her to move forward. Brioni stepped into the center of the room on shaking legs, feeling unwanted eyes dripping over her. She stopped in front of Canning. He was draped lazily over the arms, staring at her body. "She doesn't look like she has the pox to me." Brioni blinked. The pox was an infection primarily occurring in Evermore's humid climate, resulting in pustules and boils if not properly attended. Tovin's heavy footsteps came closer. "She's almost healed. It made taking her almost revolting some days, but that pulse of sacral magic is too good to pass up." She recalled Finn's quip about a sex dungeon. Tovin had implied to these men that he was having sex with her. A warm hand dropped on her hip, and Brioni tried not to jump. Tovin's crisp scent fluttered around her. "But you have taken her." Liam lifted a brow at Tovin from the catalogue. "Because there are rumors that you haven't." "And who might be the root of these rumors?" Tovin asked pointedly. "I might ask you the same question, but of course you couldn't snag yourself a woman, just a male Everson for a heartspring." Brioni remembered the list. The Quills had ended up with Simon, a young man a few years older than her, and Katrina. Bile crept up her throat as she guessed that Katrina belonged to Liam's father. Were many Eversons being abused in the name of sacral magic? "Not all of us like to drop 65,000 on our whores," Liam snipped. "Yes, only those who like the best," Tovin said. Finn hovered tumblers of whiskey over to them. "Well, cheers to your birthday, Tove," Canning said. Tovin lifted his glass, and the others followed. "To Mistress Mallow," Tovin offered. "May she reign forevermore." "Forevermore," they echoed, as if it was a common toast. After finishing his entire glass and handing it back to Tovin to fetch him another, Canning said, "So I suppose now that she's well, you'll be bringing her to the revels." He nodded at Brioni. There was a tense silence for only a moment before Tovin broke it. "I plan to, yes, as long as I'm not called in to service." He walked the glass back over to the whiskey decanter, and Brioni watched him meet Finn's eyes. "Of course, you could always let a friend borrow her," Canning said. "How? Haven't you heard?" Liam spoke from a shelf that he'd wandered to. "Tovin Hurst doesn't share." Canning grinned. "Is that right?" "That's right," Tovin said. "I paid too much to let anyone else take a dip." And then, changing the subject, "Liam, can I help you find the book you're looking for?" Liam turned around and hid his blush behind his whiskey glass. He smacked his lips and said, "My father was hoping to borrow something." "Strange," Tovin said coolly. "I received no letter of interest." Liam smiled thinly. "He sent me to ask." "Then ask." Brioni tried to focus on the conversation as Canning suddenly stood and stepped toward her. "It concerns the portal boundary line and the incident in Ashmont last week," Liam was saying. Brioni's ears perked up even as she kept her eyes on Canning, trying as subtly as she could to step back. The last time she'd heard of the portal boundary line, it had to do with Castle Javis, where people were trying to get out. "We're looking for texts on obscure wards, ones they're less likely to—" "Have you sampled my elixir with her yet?" Canning interrupted, as if the conversation bored him. "Jellica practically vibrates when she's on it." He lifted a hand and brushed his knuckle down the side of her jaw, drifting lower, lower. She stood her ground, unsure what she could do, but trembling in fear and fury as Canning's knuckles skimmed down her neck and over her clavicle, then caressed the side of her breast, and under. Her throat was tight as she choked on bile. "I can't say that I've had a need," Tovin replied. His voice came from behind her, and then one hand was pressing Canning's glass into his trailing fingers, and the other was pushing a glass into Brioni's sternum. Her hands came up to grab it in surprise. "We've been having plenty fun as it is." Tovin wrapped his arm around her stomach, pulling her inches backward from Canning. Canning sipped from his glass, watching the two of them as Tovin settled his fingers just beneath her breast, tugging her ever closer to him. She'd never been so aware of how special her circumstances were until that moment. It wasn't just that her friends were being drained of their magics, some of them being raped if Canning's elixir was being used, and all living in the waters only know what kinds of conditions. Were some also being flaunted or shared, possibly expected to entertain many? She looked down into the glass Tovin had given her, as Liam continued his description of the book he needed, and Canning glowered. She lifted it to her lips, and it jumped out of her hand, hitting her chest and spilling whiskey down the front of her dress. She gasped as Canning swiftly stepped back from the spray. She hadn't dropped it. Tovin tutted. "Do you have any idea how much this whiskey costs?" he snapped. "Go upstairs and clean up." Brioni turned to look at him. It was him. He'd spilled it on her, to give her a chance to leave. She looked to the ground and moved to the door. "Come on, Tovin," Canning said playfully, stepping into her path. "We can clean her up, can't we?" He leered, and then he swiped his finger over her clavicles, gathering drops of whiskey to bring to his mouth. "Get that dress off, though, so it doesn't stain," he said mockingly. Excitement, crushing doubt, fierce independence, vulnerable surrender, and joyful Liam laughed, and Briony saw Finn shift on the corner. Tovin stood very still while Briony's heart pounded. "I don't share, Tro," Tovin said. "We can look but not touch," Canning said innocently. "Can't we, lads?" "Absolutely, Tovin," said Liam, "unless you'd like to wait for Friday, when there's more of us." Tovin's unamused mask slipped into place, and then he looked down at her. "Off." Briony gaped in disbelief. Was she truly being forced to undress in front of Canning, Trow, and Liam Quill, not to mention Tovin and Finn? Hesitantly, eyes silently begging for intervention, she reached up for the sleeve at her right shoulder and pushed it down, then the left. Her skin didn't feel her own, and her stomach turned over. Tovin held her eyes while the fabric slipped down her arms, her breasts, her stomach. She pushed it off her hips, and then she was in only her bra and underwear. She thought of Raven watching her shower and closed her eyes to the mortification, the shame. At least it wasn't that. One of the young men whistled. "I always knew she had those tits," Canning said, sucking his teeth. She felt eyes on every inch of her skin and another set of eyes hard on her face. Tovin reached forward and curved his palm around the back of her head, threading his fingers through her hair and holding her firm. He pulled her forward slowly, and she was forced to step closer. He held her eyes as he whispered, "Don't ever spill a glass I give you again." She wondered how much he regretted trying the whiskey spill trick now. Do you understand? He said softly. Yes. Yes. What? Yes, Master Tovin. In his other hand, he held a whiskey glass. Open your mouth. Bryony could do nothing else but obey. She parted her lips, and Tovin tugged her head back by the hair. He poured the whiskey into her mouth, letting it splash over her lips and trail down her chin, dripping down her chest. She squeezed her eyes closed, trying not to cough against the burn of it. She heard the whiskey glass shatter as it was tossed away, and then his hand was low on her hip, his fingers curving around to press against her backside as he coaxed her against him. She grabbed for his shoulders as he tugged her head further back, exposing her chest and throat to him. She could only see the upside-down ceiling, but she nearly jumped out of her skin at the electric burn of Tovin's hot mouth on her chest. His tongue glided from the top of her bra up to the pulse in her neck. He was licking up the whiskey. A squeak popped from her throat, and her back ached at the position even as fire pooled under her skin. She could feel his teeth at her throat, and then he was peppering sucking kisses over her breasts, licking up any drops still left. Her chest heaved for air, and just before he pulled her up to stand tall, she felt his fingers release her backside before swiftly coming back to slap a cheek. She grunted, and his tongue slipped over her throat as he raised her up her chin, stopping before her mouth. When she was upright, she couldn't meet his eyes. Go, he said, throatily. Take your dress and wash it out. Bryony nodded, her heart thundering. She gathered her dress and ran to the door, not daring to look at any of the men in the room. Bryony turned the water to scalding for her bath. Her skin was electrified in every place Tobin's mouth and tongue had been, and she was mortified that in any other situation she would relish the memory of it. But now she wanted the water to burn the memory off her. To be so reminded that she was property in the same breath as feeling Tovin Hurst's mouth on her skin was a mess. And she cringed with the knowledge that this was surely just scratching the surface of what others were going through. Once she'd scrubbed every single inch of her body twice, she was better able to focus her mind, and after reheating the water, one thing came back to her. Liam needed a text on boundary lines. Specifically, his father did. And Liam had mentioned Ashmont too, an abandoned village in the west on the other side of Beaumart's dead tree forest. What could they be doing in the west? Was it another attempt at leaving Moorland? Not for the first time did she wonder how the countries across the sea felt about Mallow's seizure of Evermore. When Bryony saw she had burned off the feeling of Tovin's tongue and Canning's knuckles, she wrapped herself in her dressing gown and stood by the window. There was a quiet knock on her door, and even though she knew exactly who it was, she told him to come in, even in just her robe with wildly drying hair. The door opened quietly, and Bryony continued to stare out the window. When he didn't say anything, she finally turned to face him. Tovin stood in the doorway, not daring to enter. He leaned against the frame, affecting casualness, but his fingers were twisting his Beaumarty ring. She didn't know what to say, so she skipped it. "Why did I have the pox?" she said, tiredly. Tovin pressed his lips together in a fine line. "There is a party every weekend. You've had pox for 4 weeks, too ill to attend, and now you are no longer ill, clearly." "What kind of party?" Her voice cracked. "Is it anything like that?" she said, indicating what had happened downstairs. He looked past her shoulder, out the window. "It's a chance for Beaumard to mingle and gloat over their victories. Nothing like that happens in public, but behind locked doors. In many ways, it's worse." Trying to keep her breath steady under the weight of her ribs, she realized something. Are there other Eversons there, the Heartsprings? When he nodded, her heart skipped a beat, her mind running wild with the opportunities. "Cordelia Hardstark is no longer in attendance," he said, clearly reading her. A heavy silence. She doesn't tend to play nice with others. She stared up at him, feeling a familiar irritation surge through her. And will I be expected to play nice? His eyes flashed at her, and he said, "You're too smart not to." He was right. She'd been looking for a way out of Hurst Hall, and now that it was here, in front of her, she wouldn't spoil it. "So we'll go this Friday," he said. She turned back to the window. She felt him start to leave, and said, "It was a good try. The whiskey." He paused, and she didn't look at him. It's a shame Canning thinks he owns the line. Her mind twisted, and it felt like when she and Rory used to stay up all night trying to plan for every eventuality. "You'll have to get one over on him somehow." Her voice was cold. "No one should order a Hurst around like that." Tovin didn't say anything in response, and a few moments later, the door clicked closed. Friday evening arrived, and with it, a new dress in her wardrobe. Bryony stared at the green silk swinging innocently on the hanger, the finest fabric she'd been offered yet. It was draped like an Everson's dress, with thin straps and a drop back, but the silk would cling. She traced the long hem. It would trail past her ankles. A pair of black heels sat at the base of the wardrobe. There was no bra appropriate to wear with it. That was, of course, the point of it. What had Tovin said? A chance for Beaumard to gloat over their victories? Was she one such victory? At 10:15, he knocked on her door. He glanced over her once, his eyes not resting anywhere too long, and stepped inside to begin a portal. He was in relaxed Beaumardy clothes, trousers and waistcoat, with the sleeves of his black shirt loose. The portal yawned in the center of her room, and he reached his hand out for her tattoo. Bryony paused, wanting to ask a million questions before stepping into the unknown. "Will Mallow be there?" "No, my father is with her elsewhere." Bryony now had 2 million questions. She stepped forward, feeling the silk move against her skin like water. Her back was completely bare, and she wanted to ask if she'd worn the dress right, but he still hadn't really looked at it. Excitement, crushing doubt, fierce independence, vulnerable surrender, and joyful surrender, and joyful. As much as she had been violated the other day, hadn't he been as well? Forced to do something he didn't want to? Will something similar happen tonight? She asked, not elaborating. They both knew what she meant. His eyes were cold and dead as he looked at her. "No. You will stay close to me, and we will let everyone see you, so that we don't have to return for several weeks. That's all." She swallowed, shivering. "There will be minor contact," he said, clarifying her question. "Between us, no one else." His eyes were on the portal, and she wondered how much minor contact either of them could stand. She was about to ask him which estate the party was at when he reached for her again, grabbed her arm, and tugged them both through the portal. She wished she'd asked. She wished she'd prepared. The wind whipped her dress and her hair, and she heard the crash of the ocean. They were at Biltmore Palace. There were at her family home. Chapter 25. 6 years ago. Brioni's summer solstice was always spent at Biltmore Palace, on the hill overlooking the main ports of Evermore. The solstice divided the school year in half, allowing a week-long break from classes and a break from the Beaumardy students. While Briony usually opted to invite Cordelia to spend the week with her at Biltmore, Briony's father had decided that Rory and Cordelia couldn't share a roof while they were courting. So instead, "Stones, is it always this hot on the solstice?" a loud voice said from next to Briony, where she lay on the grass in the garden. Briony took a deep breath, channeling patience, before cracking her eyelids. Katrina sat fanning herself, looking not at all relaxed in the sunshine. "Would you like to retire to the courtyard? There's more shade there," Briony said as politely as she could. Katrina sipped her fairy wine and shook her head. "No. If this is what you do on the break, then I'll do it too." She twisted up her straw-colored hair and lay back onto the grass. "You'd think that, as a princess, you'd have someone fanning you with a large leaf at all times." Briony's face scrunched at the insinuation that she had servants dedicated solely to her comfort. She bit back her comment just as the boom of a cannon shook the garden. Katrina shrieked, and Brioni continued her sunbathing, unfazed. What the fuck was that? Katrina scrambled up, clutch in her chest. It's the summer cannon, Brioni said lazily. It happens every day at noon at Biltmore. Why? To mark the time for the ships just off port, she said. It's traditional. Katrina slowly lowered herself back down on the grass, breathing deeply in a way that Brioni found overdramatic. After a few blessed minutes of silence, Katrina spoke again. Did you hear that Tovin Hurst and Larissa Gaines will be formally betrothed when we return to school? Brioni snapped her head to Katrina. What? Katrina hummed, closing her eyes against the sun. She's spending the solstice at Hurst Hall. The talk is that they'll be engaged by the end of the week. There was a gnawing in Brioni's chest. She didn't trust herself to speak. It shouldn't have been surprising to her. She had run into Tovin and Larissa in the dark corridors several more times during the spring, always clutching at each other. They'd been assumed courting for most of school, so this was just the next natural step. But Brioni couldn't help the way her ribs seemed to stick together at the thought of Tovin engaged. They'd been partnered in elixirs class all spring, and she'd had the agonizing pleasure of watching his hands work through the ingredients every day for 2 months. Slicing roots, plucking plant leaves, roughly chopping insect wings. She hadn't known where else to look but at the veins in his forearms as he worked. And it wasn't just his appearance that was distracting. His crisp scent hung on to her clothing for the rest of each day. His voice teased her quietly, needling her about knowing all the right answers and refusing to share them with the tutor. His warm skin brushed against her fingers whenever they reached for the pestle at the same time. Brioni stared at the sky, letting the sun burn her eyes. She hadn't understood until that moment how inappropriate it all was. If Tovin was courting Larissa with the intention to marry her, then the small attentions he gave Brioni were childish games. Anger boiled in her suddenly, and every coy smile he'd given her, every whisper against her ear, every time he'd stolen her chopping knife at the end of class by mistake and made her chase him down in the hall to get it back from him, all of it felt tainted now. It's weird, right? I know people get engaged during school all the time, but I didn't expect it of anyone I know. Katrina rolled on her side to face Brioni. Will you and Didion be next? Brioni squinted at Katrina. What? Didion and me? She smiled. Yeah, he's very handsome. And kind. Sounds like you should marry him, Brioni said, turning back to the clouds. Katrina snorted in response. There was the sizzle of a portal opening in the far end of the garden, overlooking the sea. That was the only place you could portal into if you had high enough status. Brioni sat up and found General Mears and her cousin Finola marching quickly to the palace, their pace determined. Finola didn't spare her a glance. You go find shade, Brioni said to Katrina. I'll be back. She got to her feet and followed them inside the entry hall. General Mears was barking orders as if he were the king himself, and Finola was speaking quickly to her father's equerry. Brioni kept to the walls, stepping behind the pillars that held up the scalloped arches. I need the king now, General Mears demanded. Rory and Didion popped out of the far hall, watching the commotion. He's in his study, the housekeeper said, gesturing for them to continue upstairs. General Mears raced ahead, taking the stairs 2 at a time, with Finola close behind. Brioni darted for the stairs, just barely beating Rory to them, and both twins climbed quickly to the 2nd floor, where they followed the general down the open arcade. Their father's study overlooked a cloistered garden, and was lined with lattice windows that let air in but kept prying eyes out. General Mears was already talking by the time Rory and Brioni reached the door. Seat Polvey is dead. Brioni skidded to a halt in the doorway, watching as her father dropped his pen and steepled his fingers on the desk. Mallow? He asked. Brioni remembered that name, the woman with the shrewd eyes and pin-straight hair who'd talked of using children as collateral. General Mears nodded.
Scouts say that Veronica Mallow now holds the seat of Beaumard. Briony gasped, and the room looked at her and Rory in the arched doorway. Finola gave her a tight smile and hello. "Children, you'll excuse us," General Mears said. Briony glowered, and Rory said, "I'm 19. I'd like to know the political happenings in my future realm." King Jackwell nodded and gestured for Rory to sit in the chair in the corner. Rory waved his hand and conjured a second chair, twin to the first. He met his father's eyes as he pulled the chair for Briony. "My king," the general began, "I really must object to so many ears in a confidential meeting." "You're a fool if you think Briony's ears to be the least useful of the 5 of us here," Rory said, and Briony's chest warmed at the unexpected praise. Rory met her eye with a supportive smile. Her father cleared his throat. "Go on, General." Briony and Rory sat in the corner as General Mears pursed his lips in displeasure. Rory asked, "How did she supersede the line?" "She ascended properly," Finola said. "At the time of Ginpulvy's death, Veronica Mallow held the position of first in line." "How?" "Ryan Cole killed his brother last night," Finola said. "He then ascended to first in line, named Mallow his successor, and immediately abdicated. Before killing Ginpulvy, she named Ryan Cole her successor. They ascended together upon the death of Pulvy, her to the seat, him to first in line."
Excitement, crushing doubt, fierce independence, vulnerable surrender, and joyful delight. So there will be no changes to the line below them. Ryan Cole only needs to choose a successor. Briony's lips parted, shocked at the political maneuvering. General Mears paced to the desk. "We think she's seduced Ryan Cole." "There's no evidence of that," Finola objected. General Mears rolled his eyes. Regardless, she convinced Cole of this plot, and now she sits on the seat. "Has she made any manifesto?" King Jackal asked, staring out his lattice windows thoughtfully. "Not yet, my king," General Mears said. "Busamard woke to the news, and my sources are keeping a lookout for any objections from the line." "There won't be," her father said, rubbing his chin. "She's gotten to them all, I'm sure." "There is one thing," Finola said hesitantly, and they all looked at her. "There is a rumor that Mallow will order the end of mind magic in Busamard." Briony's face twisted. "How would she do that? We're halfway through a Beaumardy school year. How will the Everson students practice mind magic?" Finola nodded at her, as if Briony had answered her own question. The room was still for a moment, and then Rory said softly, "Well, I'll be interested to see how the Beaumardy return to school after the solstice." Chapter 26. Briony's gaze traveled up the tall cliffs on which Biltmore Palace was built. She knew those cliffs intimately. She'd scaled them as a child, hiding from guards and scurrying to catch up with Rory and Sammy. At night, it was beautiful, lit from within like fireflies caught in a jar. Tonight was no different, even though the Everson flag had been replaced with the Beaumardy crest. She could imagine for a moment that she was with her father, arriving for a long week of hosting dignitaries and deciding important world matters. Then Tovin took her elbow and encouraged her forward, and the memory film over reality broke away. Biltmore Palace was monstrous. She stumbled up the path next to him, staring up at the burning light coming from inside. It flickered up the walls as if a fire were devouring the hillside. Turning back over her shoulder, she looked down to the porcher, what was left of the port. Mallow had decimated the docks a year ago in an effort to cut off Rory and Evermore from the countries across the sea. Only one ship had made it out before the Beaumardy militia started burning all of them down, and the Beaumardy fleet hunted it down before it could travel across the sea for help. Phoebe and Finola's father had been on that ship. Now Mallow was rebuilding the docks, it seemed. Briony could see the flare of magic in the moonlight. "Focus," Tovin whispered under the wind. She turned back to the long walk up to the gates. She looked to the top of the portcullis and gasped. A gray wolf and a black bear prowled over the archway, staring down at the two of them. Inside the gate, two men in Bomardi blue cloaks were chatting casually. When the wolf snapped its jaws, the man on the left glanced out the gates at them. They were their familiars. The wolf's master stood up straight and said jovially, "Tovenhurst, what did you bring for us tonight?" "Ah, you couldn't handle her, Ruth," Tovin said smoothly, and the man laughed. Tovin reached down for the ink on her arm, covered his hand with it, and tugged her forward through the gates. Briani felt a burning under her skin. It was a magical barrier, just as at Hurst Hall. One of the men whistled at her as she passed, and Briani tried to keep her balance in her heels. The path was made of silt and dirt, eventually hardening into stone on top of the hill. They twisted up the path, and once they were out of earshot, Briani asked, "Am I locked in now?" "Do not speak unless you are spoken to." Tovin's voice was harsh and deep. "Not until we are upstairs." She glanced at him and found his expression impassive, but the skin above his right eye was twitching with tension. The path opened into the gardens, where she and Rory used to wait for her father to be done discussing matters with Sammy's father, anxious to get down to the docks and play with the sailors' children. A stone pathway wound through the grass, crossing over the water that trickled through the entire palace in tributaries. There were a handful of people walking in the garden, having private conversations, and Tovin slowed once they were under a lamp. He turned to face her under the pretense of checking her over. "Do not let your eyes linger too long on any one person. Do not try to interact with your friends." His fingers came up to the strap on her shoulder, and she felt the whisper of his touch across her collarbones. His gaze was following his fingertips. "Be smart. Be obedient. It will be over soon." She had the distinct impression that he was saying the last bit to himself. When he didn't say anything else, she became aware of eyes on them. The people in the garden had turned to look, speaking quickly to one another. Before she could wonder if he was waiting for her to respond, he turned them toward the entrance and slipped her hand into his elbow. As if they were courting, she glanced up at him, finding his gray eyes forward, the lamps lighting his hair in yellows and oranges. As they approached, the music grew louder. She wondered what kind of horrors she would find inside. Would her friends be in chains? Would she find them beaten and bloody? The doors opened, and a young woman in a scarlet dress smiled coyly at the two of them from in front of a heavy curtain. "Master Hurst, welcome." Her voice was silky, and her eyes danced over Briani for a second too long. "Miss Rosewood, what a pleasure." Briani blinked at her. She had luscious brown hair and olive skin, but Briani's gaze was concentrated on the collar around her neck that matched Briani's, only in silver. "Ilana," Tovin said in greeting, "enchanting as ever." Ilana pulled two champagne glasses from a side table, and Briani was shocked when one was handed to her. She held it close to her chest. "Tonight we have General Tremello in attendance," Ilana said, handing Tovin a piece of paper. Briani could just glimpse the sketch of a man and a few paragraphs. Tovin glanced it over. "Have you been introduced?" "Yes, my father has bought it with him before." Tovin handed the page back to her. "Anyone else?" "Just the usual riffraff," Ilana said playfully. Her eyes flicked to Briani faster than quicksilver. "Mistress Mallow does not be by." "Thank you," Ilana said. He ran a hand over his hair casually. "Can I ask if Lag Raven has made an appearance yet?" Briani felt her throat close. "No, Master Raven isn't on my list." She smiled and reached for the curtain. The sound slammed into Briani like running into a wall. Beyond the curtain in the large entry hall were at least 100 people. Their conversation, their laughter, the sound of their glasses clinking together, all of it burst through the curtain at once. Briani's eyes were drawn in every direction as Tovin led her inside. The entry hall was packed with people whom she'd once welcomed in a receiving line, next to her father and Rory. To the right, she spied Caspar Quill talking animatedly with a group, champagne sloshing as he gesticulated. Katrina was draped on his arm, wearing a tight dress, a gold collar, and a vacant stare. Briani stepped toward her without thinking, but Tovin steered her away. She spied a woman she'd been to school with, sipping from a glass and laughing heartily at everything her escort said.
Brianni did a double take when she saw dark hair and sun-kissed skin. Phoebe was less than 10 feet from her for the first time since the Trow Dungeon. Brianni's eyes dug into her, begging her to look over, but Phoebe was smiling up at Aaron Carvin, a short, red-faced man who was second in line for the seat. Phoebe's gold collar sparkled in the candlelight, and her nails were bright red on her glass of champagne. "Don't linger," Tovin hissed. Brianni snapped her gaze forward just as two young men stepped into their daath, one thin with golden brown skin and the other heavy-set and pink-cheeked.
Excitement, crushing doubt, fierce independence, vulnerable surrender, and joyful love. Lorne Volt and Colin Twindle, who had been a part of Tovin's gang in school, Colin's mother was 7th in line, and Lorne's aunt was somewhere behind Finn Rockin's father. But Lorne had been dogged in his attempts to barter his way to a better position as a successor. "Tovin," Lorne said, "cutting it close, aren't you? You're almost late." "Almost, but not." Tovin shook both of their hands. Brianni tore her eyes from them as they looked her over. Lorne Volt had been a close friend of Canning Trow's and had a reputation for making girls uncomfortable in the halls. Colin had been shy when he was younger, but had become crass and status-obsessed over the school years. He'd been one of the first boys to join his father in hunting down the Everson children on the day the Beaumarty school was attacked, the day her father was murdered. Colin's amber eyes dripped over her exposed skin. "So you've brought her," he said. "I have." Tovin sipped from his champagne. Her pox finally cleared. "Will you be sharing her?" Lorne asked, voice lilting. Brianni's eyes snapped to him, and he smiled at her. "Unfortunately, no, gentlemen. If you wanted a golden heartspring, you should have bought one yourself." "Not a heartspring I'd be using her for," Colin said, and Lorne laughed. Brianni glared at the larger man. Tovin checked his timepiece. "It's almost that time, gentlemen. Gather your heartsprings, and I'll see you in the suite." Before either of them could say another word, Tovin was guiding her to the left and away. Her mind stuck on the word "sweet," and she wondered what was ahead of her. Tovin steered them in a wide circle around the room, and every time they neared a door, she thought he would take her through it. He shook hands, but didn't stop. When they finally came back to where they'd started, Brianni realized he was showing her off, making sure as many eyes were on her as possible. Brianni looked for people she knew, finding familiar faces from the Trow's dungeon. She tried to keep track of the Beaumarty elites she was recognizing, but there were too many. Katrina had disappeared, but she found the back of Phoebe's head twice. Either her cousin was making it a point not to look at her, or she was truly clueless to Brianni's presence. When Tovin finally directed her toward the staircase that led to the second floor, she thought they'd be done with the whispers that followed them as they moved through the room. At the base of the stairs, Hap Gaines stood smoking a cigar and talking with the man from the sketch Ilana had showed them. Brianni steeled herself to be in Gaines' presence again, and she felt the smallest of pauses in Tovin's gait before he ushered her forward. "Hap, good to see you," Tovin said, reaching for Gaines' hand. "And General Tremello, what an honor it is to host you tonight." The general took Tovin's hand with a grin. "Orion's boy, your father owes me a game of cards." His accent was crisp and tight. Her mind twisted through what this could mean. Beaumard was entertaining a general from across the sea? Was Mallow's reach spreading? "Please accept my father's apologies that he couldn't be here to escort you himself," Tovin said, with a glance at Gaines. Gaines narrowed his eyes at him. "I know how he appreciates Dalward's business." Dalward was one of 8 magical countries in the East. They also practiced heart magic, but it had been centuries since they had abused heartspring bonds in the same ways that Beaumard currently was. Brianni had no idea what kind of business Orion Hurst had with Dalward and its general, but she could assume it would not be something her own father would have condoned. "Please send my regards to your father." General Tremello had a kind smile, but as he turned it on Brianni, she braced herself for another lecherous gaze. "And who is this?" "Brianni Rosewood," Tovin said with a hint of arrogance. His arm wrapped around her waist loosely, his hand landing over her hip. "My heartspring." Tremello's eyes blinked twice, very quickly. "Ah, Jaquel's daughter." What did that tone mean? Had he been friendly with her father?
Was he perhaps upset to see King Jockwell's offspring being treated like property by Beaumard? Briony couldn't decipher it. Young Hurst has been rather ungenerous with her, Gaines said, his smirk returning as he sucked on his cigar. This is Miss Rosewood's first visit to Biltmore. Briony bit down on her tongue, resisting the urge to correct him. Far from her first visit, Tremello said lightly. This was her father's house not too long ago, was it not? His words seemed to steal the air from the room. Gaines puffed on his cigar, and Tovin's lips lifted in a tight smile. Briony stared at the general, trying to figure out his intention in bringing up the real facts of the matter. Very true, Gaines said, covering. I only meant that Tovin has avoided bringing her to our weekly parties. Tovin's fingers tightened on her hip. Well, after what happened with Cole's heartspring last month, I wasn't in a hurry to bring her. Tovin looked to Gaines as the man's eyes hardened. Anxiety sparked in Briony's blood. Something had happened to Cordelia? But surely with a golden heartspring, there would be no danger in showing her off a bit, Gaines said. Ah, yes, I've heard much about golden heartsprings, Tremello said genially, and yet I still have no idea what it is that makes them so special. Briony wanted to know too. Gaines tapped the ashes off his cigar. The rosewood blood, said to be golden, creates a more powerful heartspring bond. Both golden heartsprings measured considerably high in magical ability on our scale. He nodded at Aaron Carvin and Phoebe across the room, and then grinned at Tovin. Which is why we're all so anxious to see Aaron and Tovin in the arena together. Briony's head was spinning with all the new information. An arena? Tovin's expression remained placid. I prefer to save my magic for whatever Mistress Mallow requests of me. Tremello laughed. Good soldier. My, I bet you're up to your ears in power. It's good to see Miss Rosewood looking no worse for wear because of it. There was something in the way Tremello spoke, in the way Gaines paused, in the way Tovin's fingers tightened on her hip, that made Briony wonder what was behind his words. Dawar didn't practice mind magic, so she didn't find any resistance when she extended her index finger in a penetrating gesture and grasped the thread between her eyes. Tremello's mind was a maze of strategy and tactics, but at the forefront she saw herself as Tremello saw her, healthy and unharmed. Briony slithered out of his thoughts and wondered what Tremello's true motivation was here tonight. Who was he to report back to, and why did she think it was important to him that the daughter of Mallow's enemy was safe, though captive? If Beaumard was extending its influence, was Dalward worried about their own futures? Quite a bit of power, Tovin said, agreeing. I'll leave you two to your evening. He shook both men's hands and steered her around them. No need to keep the woman wound so tightly, Gaines said to their backs. Bile curdled in Briony's stomach. That was one innuendo she didn't need unraveled. She'd learned too many things in too short a time. Something had happened to Cordelia, there was an arena of some sort, and General Tremello of Daward was not fully on board with Veronica Mallow's Beaumard. Tovin led her to the stairs that ran with the sacred waters. Railings splashed with flumes of trickling streams. She wanted to ask him what was going to happen in the suite, but before she could open her mouth, they'd arrived at the landing and were faced with a young guard in Beaumardy blue. Tovin, he nodded at them. Everyone's inside. Wonderful, Tovin said, raising his hand to present his black ring for inspection. I love to make an entrance. The guard unlocked the door behind him that led to her father's old open-air dining room. When the door opened, raucous laughter beat against her eardrums, and Briony found a table set for 8. Excitement, crushing doubt, fierce independence, vulnerable surrender, and joyful surrender. 7 young men were seated, drinking and smoking, and 7 young women in collars lined the walls, eyes cast down. The conversation came to an abrupt halt, and Briony finally focused her eyes on the men at the table as every gaze turned on their arrival. Finn Rackwin, Liam Quill, Lorne and Collid, 2 others she didn't recognize, and Canning Trow, standing from the head of the table. His smirk was wide, and his eyes were hungry as he lifted his glass. Miss Rosewood, it's our honor to host you tonight. In a disturbing show of chivalry, the other 6 men came to their feet, and Briony was abruptly reminded that she had no idea what the rules were in this new world. Canning Trow grinned at her, his eyes sliding down her body.
Gentlemen, the golden heartspring is here. Chapter 27. Sorry to keep you all waiting, Tovin said, stepping forward and shaking hands with Canning. General Tremello took an interest in my heartspring. Behind her, the door closed and the guard locked it. Brioni's eyes moved quickly over every woman in the room, standing behind an occupied chair like a serving maid. Every gaze was cast down, but she recognized several of them. Behind Canning's chair was Jellica Reeve, whom Canning had boasted only days ago about using his elixir on. A woman named Octavia, who had always been quiet and kind in school, stood next to Jellica, behind Lorne's chair. Where she had been full-figured in school, she was now skin and bones. Across the table from them, Cecily Weep, daughter of a high-ranking Everson, stood behind Colin's chair. Something in Briony broke when she remembered that Colin used to send her love notes at school. Other faces came and went in her memories, failing to attach to names. On the table were several opened bottles of wine, herbed vegetables, and a full roast pig complete with an apple in its mouth. She quickly adjusted to the idea of dinner and lifted her eyes to the men in the room. Well, the general has always been known for his exquisite taste, Canning said, eyeing her. Tovin quickly moved to the open chair, facing Canning at the other end of the table. Taking note that Tovin was one of 2 top dogs in this room, Briony followed behind him and quickly took her place against the wall, behind his chair. Tovin picked up his empty wineglass and extended it out to his side, waiting. Briony stared at it. "Do keep up, Rosewood," he said snidely. The men chuckled, watching her. Then a woman with strawberry blonde hair stepped forward from the wall behind Liam, reached for a wine bottle, and met Briony's eyes as she filled Liam's glass. Briony jerked forward, following her lead and filling Tovin's glass. The men's eyes glittered at her, while Tovin simply stared forward, away from her. Once his glass was full, she set down the bottle and stepped back, glancing at the blonde woman in thanks. When the woman smiled back at her, Briony's mind rearranged like tumblers in a lock. It was her maid from Claremore Castle, the one whom she had saved on the day of the attack, the day Rory died. The one who had led Cordelia and her down the stairs, and who had run when Cordelia stayed behind to find her. Briony swayed on her feet, her heels tilting under her ankles. The strawberry blonde woman looked down at the floor again. It was some comfort, Briony supposed, that there were no winners that day. If she'd hid like Anna wanted, she'd have been found. If she'd been a few steps faster down that passage and missed the cave-in, she'd still have been captured, like this young woman was. Briony glanced her over, finding a silver collar around her neck, instead of gold. There was obviously a difference there, but what did it mean? Tovin lifted his glass. "To Mistress Mallow, may she reign for evermore." The room chorused, "For evermore." "And may her enemies," Tovin continued, and turned his head to give her his profile, "be nevermore." The men laughed and sipped their russet-colored wine. And all Briony heard was the echo of her country's name in both statements. There was a window ledge behind her, and she leaned back on it, letting the breeze move her across her shoulders and taking the weight off her 2 tall heels. Conversation spun quickly after that. "Your father back yet from across the sea? Lorne, do you have that painting I was asking about? New batch of elixir soon? She was bagging for it, I tell you." Briony tried to follow the speakers with her gaze, but the men kept glancing at her. Across the table, Jellica Reeve shifted on her feet, swaying forward as if her body were tied by a string to Canning's chair. Her eyes were dilated, gaze hot on the back of Canning's head. Briony's brows drew together. "Her pox has cleared beautifully, Tovin." Lorne's voice rang out over the table, a sparkling smile on his face as he apprised Briony. "She hardly looks like she had it." "Well, of course," Tovin hummed. "I couldn't let my property look so tarnished. But I assure you, the boils and pus were disgusting." He glanced over his shoulder at her in distaste. "You tired? Can't stand straight?" Every eye turned on her. She pushed up from the windowsill, realizing that none of the other women were leaning. "No, sir, just not used to my shoes, sir," she mumbled. Tovin's eyes flashed at her while the table erupted into laughter.
"Oh, Rosewood," Liam said with a grin, "you can have a break from your footwear. Come sit on my lap." The men howled. Tovin sipped his wine, set the glass down, and cleared his throat. "She will do no such thing." The laughter dissipated at his tone. Liam rolled his eyes. "Stones, why even bring her if we can't have a little fun?" Tovin drummed his fingers on the tablecloth. "I'm having fun. That's all that matters. Lorne, will you do the honors?" He nodded to the pig in the middle of the table. "I'm starving." Lorne stood with a smirk and produced a carving knife. Brioni listened to the men chat while the women approached Lorne one at a time to take a plate to their escort. Cecily Weep retrieved Colin 2 servings, and he thanked her with a pinch to her backside. Jellica Reeve almost dropped Canning's plate, her hands were shaking so badly, but Brioni noticed that it didn't seem to be fear driving her. When she set the plate of food down in front of Canning, she hovered, her fingers curling, almost reaching him. He smirked up at her and said, "You may go." Jellica whimpered and stumbled back to her place behind his chair. Brioni moved around the table to Lorne's side when it was her turn. She could feel him watching her as the conversation continued, eyes raking her body. "She looks pampered, Tovin," Lorne said, twirling his knife. Brioni's heartbeat quickened as he began spinning the blade on his thumb. "My heart spring gets so weak after I drain her, dry skin and tired eyes." Lorne's gaze dropped over Brioni's neck and chest. "And no other kinds of marks either. You must not be having that much fun." The table laughed. Brioni glanced to Octavia, standing ghostly behind Lorne's chair, peeling an orange for him with her eyes glued to his knife as it spun. "You know how much I paid for her," Tovin drawled. "Of course I bathe her in milk and lavender every night." Canning laughed, but Lorne's eyes were darting across Brioni's skin. She drew in a slow breath, wishing she could go back to Tovin's side of the room. Quick as lightning, there was a glint of metal, and then Lorne was a breath away, his knife between her skin and the green strap of her dress. He tugged on it. "She's an Everson, Tovin. She only needs to lie on her back." His crisp white teeth flashed at her, his breath hot on her face. "Besides, I always heal them afterward." She froze in horror as the knife cut through the strap, her heart fluttering wildly and her eyes wide, her dress slipping down her chest. The knife zoomed away from her skin, spinning through the air to pierce the stone wall as Lorne jumped backward. Her strap repaired itself, and she turned to see Tovin's hand outstretched, hot rage simmering beneath his cool facade.
"I'm not sure how many more times I need to say it," he whispered, and the room was barely breathing. "That heartspring is mine. Her mouth is mine. Her magic is mine. Her skin is mine." His teeth bit through the words, and he met eyes with every person at the table before saying, "You will not touch her, under any circumstances. I purchased her. I do what I please with her." Her skin tingled where she could still feel the ghost of Lorne's knife. Her breath was shallow as she watched Tovin glare at them, still as a statue, until he was satisfied that he was heard. "Now bring me a plate." I said I was hungry. Briony took the plate and hurried to the other side of the room. As she set it before Tovin, she reached to refill his wineglass too. An arm snaked out around her waist, and she was suddenly tugged into Tovin's lap. She stifled a gasp and righted herself, sitting sideways across his thighs. His left arm slipped around her back, steadying her with his palm against her left hip. Tovin picked up his fork with his free hand and turned to the table. "Now, what were we talking about?" Brienne tried to concentrate on anything but the firmness of Tovin's thighs beneath her. She'd never sat in a man's lap before. It wasn't proper for any unmarried young woman to do so in public, much less the daughter of the king. She'd been close to a man's body like this when she was unchaperoned with Didion, but they'd only kiss and clutch at each other while standing. Now, it wasn't just the feeling of Tovin's thighs through the silk of her dress, but also his hand steadying her. The brush of air across her naked back. Conversation slowly flowed again, tension high in the air after Tovin's outburst. When Cecily refilled Colin's plate, he pulled her into his lap as well, nuzzling his face into her neck. When Brienne next glanced up, Octavia was in Lorne's lap, his fingers twirling her hair absently while he talked to Canning about betting scores. Guilt boiled in Brienne's gut at the thought that she and Tovin had changed the tone of the evening. Her gaze drifted to Jellica again. While Canning made no move to bring her into his lap, she stood barely a pace behind him, her body shifting and lip pulled between her teeth in what Brienne would call desire. She reached for Canning's shoulder and then dropped her hand, as if remembering herself. Finn was the first one to offer his heartspring a bite of cheese. Then, suddenly, the strawberry blonde woman had a glass of wine in her hand, laughing at everything Liam Quill said as she sat in his lap. To Tovin's right was a muscular Bamardi with rich bronze skin, whom Brienne Fab was called Cleve. He'd been in final year at school when she and Rory started, and had been kind as far as Brienne could remember. He looked rather displeased about the entire evening, sipping quietly from his wineglass, while his heartspring, a dark-skinned woman Brienne didn't recognize at all, stood still as stone, eyes 1,000 miles away. Then sat Colin, whom Brienne could hardly look at without feeling ill as he forced Cecily to kiss him at the dinner table. Between Colin and Canning sat a man whom Brienne thought was the successor to Gaines' place in the 10, though she didn't remember his name. From her left, Finn reached forward for his glass of wine, and a black gemstone ring caught the light. And like a bolt of lightning hitting the sky, she suddenly realized why these men had dining privileges like this. They weren't just old friends from school. They were the successors. Cole, Carvin, Trow, Gaines, Lachlan, Quill, Twindle, Hurst, Cleve, and Gidray. Those who stood in line to the seat passed their place in line to one person of their choosing on their death or abdication. She glanced at their right hands. Dark gemstones gleamed back at her from their middle fingers, like Tovin's. Even Finn, who had previously been successor to his father at 14th, was wearing a ring that symbolized the 10. He must have moved up. Lorne's ring had no gemstone encased in it. She itched to ask Tovin about that. These 8 men were all on the line, somehow. In fact, if she matched each known successor to a position on the line, she would probably find that the 2 other successors not here were women. She would have scoffed if she could, knowing how much Beaumards looked down on Evermore for relying on male-born primogeniture. Now look at them. Some of their mothers or aunts may be on the line, but the second generation was certainly a boys' club. Tovin, Canning called across the table, his cheeks flushed from the wine. Since we won't be getting a taste, tell us a bit about the princess in the bedroom. A guffaw burst from someone, and then the table went silent. Brienne's face grew hot, and Tovin's throat click as he swallowed. What do you want to know? He lifted his wineglass, draining it. Her heartbeat drummed against her ribs. Behind Canning, Jellica had tears rolling down her face that Brienne couldn't understand. Jellica's hands were squeezed tightly into fists, and her chest and neck were flushed. I seem to remember she was aloof in public, but fiery in private. Canning smirked at Brienne, and she remembered the way he'd stolen her for a dance at the state dinner. Is she just as blazing in bed? Laughter clattered against the spoons, and she lifted her head to find every eye on her, hungry with lust or cruel amusement. In the beginning, Tovin said finally, a low hum through her back. Now she knows how to relax. She felt a shiver at her shoulder blades, spreading outward and sinking into her skin. What's her cunt like? Lorne asked, biting back a smile. Delicious. There was stillness, and Brienne thought perhaps Tovin had said the wrong thing, because it wouldn't be necessary to. It wouldn't be something that they'd. You go down on her? Colin asked, voicing her concerns with a grimace. Well, if she's misbehaving, I don't bother, he said, as if he'd been asked about the weather. That's what the elixir is for, Tovin, Canning said with a laugh. Behind him, Jellica whined in her throat. Canning beckoned her forward and sat her across his lap. Brienne's stomach churned as Jellica finally calmed once she was touching him. Canning shushed her, almost kindly, and whispered, just a bit longer. Brienne hid her disgust as Jellica pressed her face into Canning's neck and began to kiss his skin desperately. Jellica was on the elixir at this very moment.
This is what it did, Brienne realized. We get on fine without the elixir, Tovin said. It's so much more satisfying to have them moaning and begging for it all by themselves, don't you think? Tovin's hand lifted off her hip and reached for a curl, twisting it lightly. That rush of sacral magic is so much sweeter that way. No offense, Canning. Canning's lips twitched without smiling. Jellica was writhing in his lap, pressing herself closer, kissing his skin, and trying to get her fingers under his collar. Almost lazily, Canning pulled her hands off his buttons and pushed them into her lap. "But you have used the elixir?" Canning asked. There was a challenge in his expression. Brienne felt every eye on them, the men and the women, all but Jellica, who sobbed against Canning's neck, as if she'd die if he didn't allow her to touch him. "No, Rosewood doesn't need it," Tovin said conversationally. Liam picked up his glass and said grandly, "Oh, that we might all be blessed with Tovin Hurst's sexual prowess." His eyes glinted. Tovin breathed deeply against Brianne's ribs. "The stones bless us all with different skills," he said dryly. "I'm sure you and your heartspring will find your rhythm, Liam." The table chuckled lightly, and Liam glared at him. Liam's heartspring was a man. Brienne had heard rumors in school that Liam preferred men, but he was always quick to deny it and quick to anger over it. Tovin sipped his wine as Liam opened his mouth. "We'd be honored to have Miss Rosewood partake next week," Canning said. The room went quiet. Excitement, crushing doubt, fierce independence, vulnerable surrender, and joyful seeing. "Seeing as you won't be sharing her, we'd love to have a glimpse at what she's like." Canning ran his tongue over his teeth. On the house, of course. There was a tense pause. Every eye flickered between Tovin and Canning. Tovin tilted his head, and she could feel the breath he drew before replying. "That's kind, but quite a waste. Like I've said, we get on fine without." Tovin ran his hand up her hip, over her ribcage, and Brianne's body froze at the sensation before she could mask it. She glanced up at Canning. A slow smirk was curling over his face. "No need to be shy, Tovin. You know what happens in this room stays in this room." "I want to see her gagging for it, like you've described in such detail to us," Canning said. It had an air of finality. He snapped suddenly with an idea. "And it doesn't need to be a waste. You could sign up for the arena next week." Brianne had no idea what that meant. Tovin set down his wine glass. "I assume that's why Miss Reeve is currently gnawing on your neck." With a laugh, Canning softly instructed Jellica to leave his lap and return to the wall behind him. She whined, pressing herself closer. He kissed her cheek and gave her a push. "Yes, you'll see me in the arena tonight," Canning said. "Jellica will give me a bit more strength, won't you, dear?" He turned over his shoulder and blew her a kiss. Jellica shivered, her hand running over her skin. The men started trading stories about the women in their laps or women in the past, as if they were all back in the boys' dormitories. The laughter started again. The man to Canning's left, Gaines' successor, told a particularly nasty story, and he bounced the woman on his lap in a crude imitation of it, jostling her until she spilled her glass. Brianne tried to focus on the women, the exits, the sharp cutlery, anything but the vileness happening in her father's old dining room. Or the way Tovin's hand stayed in her curls, threading and twisting softly. One of the women passing out fruit and sweets smiled demurely every time a wandering hand squeezed her backside or drifted up the side of her thigh. And Cecily looked as if she might be sick as Colin turned her to straddle him in the chair. Brianne felt acid in her throat, burning away at her lungs. Tovin had told her that behind locked doors, things were worse. She braced herself for the evening to spiral further. Not even the slow rub of Tovin's thumb behind her ear could distract her from the tightness in her chest. The men were talking over one another, louder and louder. She felt Tovin laugh when Liam made a joke, bellow when Finn dared Canning to chug the rest of his bottle, chuckle when Cleve left to grab more wine from the attached serving room.
As her eyes followed him out, they landed on Colin pushing on Cecily's shoulders, urging her down to her knees. She gasped, choking on the air. No one batted an eye. One more glance showed Cecily's shaking fingers unbuckling Colin's trousers. Her face was pale but resigned, as if she saw no other option. Briony couldn't breathe. "Who's against you in the arena tonight, Canning?" "Not Carvin, I hope," Finn said. "No, Carvin takes a break this week," Canning said. "After what happened to Hardstark last month, I'd be hesitant to get anywhere near Carvin," said Liam. Briony's ears pricked at the mention of Cordelia. She looked away as Cecily took Colin out of his trousers, bile rising in the back of her throat. "Cole was too ambitious," Canning said. "He should have known Hardstark would be husked." Her eye twitched. Her shallow breath felt like ice in her chest. Husked. Cordelia had been husked. All her magic taken, used up, with no promise it would ever return. Briony squeezed her hands into fists. A glass shattered, a spray of crystal shards across the dinner table, fruit and cheese exploding outward and bouncing away. The men scattered to their feet, and a pressure released in her chest as Tovin stood with her, spinning her body away, his hand outstretched to cast protections. Colin's fist was bloody where his glass had been just a second ago. Looking down at his hand in amazement, Colin flexed his fingers. Cecily crawled out from under the table. Briony breathed deep. Her magic. She'd just let her magic loose in front of the successors to the line. Chapter 28. Tovin was quick to begin. "Stones, Colin." "Too excited?" He bellowed a laugh, tucking Briony behind himself subtly. Slowly, the others caught on. Colin had squeezed his glass too hard. That's all it was. "You'd think he'd never been sucked off before," Canning barked, and Lorne snickered. Colin smiled down at his hand in confusion. The fear seeped out of her as those awful words came back to her. Cordelia had been husked, completely drained of her magic, her heart unable to produce more. She was alive, but barely. Tears gathered in her eyes, and she turned her face away to let them fall. She couldn't mourn Cordelia here, now. Cleve came back in from the other room, arms full of bottles, and took in the scene. "What's all this glass?" "Excellent point, Cleve." Canning turned malicious eyes on the women. "Ladies, on all fours. I want every piece of glass collected and every boot kissed." He wove his fingers together behind his head and smiled at Tovin specifically. Tovin's fingers twitched on Briony's waist as several women immediately dropped to their knees. Briony was still trying to calm her heart and focus on tucking Cordelia away in a book on a low shelf in her mind's eye. She began to go to the floor, but Tovin's hand on her wrist stopped her. "What's wrong, Tovin?" Lorne said. "Do you think your heartspring is too good to do our cleaning?" "I do, actually," he said. "I don't usually let 65,000 gold drop on the floor." Briony glanced between them. Every other woman had gone to her knees. "It's strange to me how you let her act like a gold-blooded princess still," Liam said, examining his reflection in his spoon. The room quieted, holding its breath. The only sound was the tinkle of glass as it was collected under the table. Tovin released her wrist with a look of disdain. She fell to her knees quickly and crawled under the table, feeling small pieces of glass dig into her palms and knees. She took a deep breath and centered herself, relishing the first moment without eyes on her. When she looked up, several of the women were working fast to collect the fallen food and broken glass, but Cecily was frozen. She was curled over her knees, a palm to her mouth, and a silent screaming sob choking her. Briony watched as the woman between them, a dark-skinned woman in a silver collar, wrapped herself over Cecily and squeezed her body tight on every shuddered inhale. Jellica Reeve was across from Briony, her gaze vacant and her mouth part as she seemed to take in more air than she could possibly need on every breath. She had a palm full of glass. The conversation hummed to life again, and Briony began reaching out with shaking hands to collect anything she saw on the floor. Her eyes blurred as Cecily took a gasping breath. She had a sudden memory of Cecily's laugh breaking through the dining room at school.
It had been wild and jarring from such a small body. Brianni reached out for a stray grape, brushing fingers with another person. Before she could retract her hand, pale, freckled fingers grabbed hold of her tightly. When she looked up, the strawberry blonde maid was focused on her, squeezing her hand, grounding her. Brianni wanted to ask 1,000 questions about this young woman's life before the Eversun Palaces, and where her brother was, and if she'd almost gotten out. Another hand took her other and squeezed. She looked to her right. The dark-skinned woman was still curled over Cecily as her breathing calmed, but she'd reached out, connecting herself to Brianni. As Brianni looked around, she found every woman slowly squeezing another's shoulder, hand, wrist, support vining among them all.
Excitement, crushing doubt, fierce independence, vulnerable surrender, and joyful surrender, and Octavia, Angelica, and 5 other women she didn't know were holding tightly to one another, as if they could all infuse Cecily with what she needed to stand up and sit back down on Colin's lap. It almost felt like magic, this connection, this contact. Tears pooled in Brianni's eyes at the thought, and as quickly as it begun, it was broken. Brianni found her hands empty, but for the glass and grapes, missing the vine already. When she came to her feet, she discarded the rubbish and picked shards out of her palms with a hollow feeling in her chest. Before she could decide if she was to sit in Tovin's lap again or not, a soft bell rang in the courtyard below. Canning clapped. "That's our cue." Jellica stumbled forward, clutching onto him in relief. All the men but Canning rose from their chairs, and Brianni hoped it was almost over. Her eyes were tired with unshed tears, but she sniffed them back. "Best of luck in the arena," Lorne said, taking Octavia by the waist. "Tovin, you'll sit with us, of course." Tovin passed a hand through his hair and said, "I'm afraid not. My father is to be home this evening. I need to be there to greet him." His hand drifted to the small of her back, ready to guide her out. "I knew he wouldn't," Lorne slurred to Liam. "Come now, Tovin." Canning gestured dramatically. Jellica had fallen into his lap again, only this time she straddled him. "I've already won 10 gold from Cleve. He bet you'd never bring her to dinner." Canning smiled and pointed his thumb to Lorne. "This one says we couldn't get her into the arena, but I know one day you'll jump in." The way they grinned made Brianni's stomach churn. Tovin forced a smile and fiddled with the ring on his middle finger. Perhaps another time. The men glanced among themselves. Canning smiled over Jellica's shoulder as she peppered kisses down his neck, panting with desire. "What time is your father due home?" Liam said, his tone deceptively casual. Tovin paused, and Brianni wondered if he was trying to figure out the time. 12:30. "So, plenty of time." Lorne clapped Tovin on the shoulder as if the deed were done. "You'll see Canning in the first round for certain." Tovin's hand was tight on her back, sending tension up her spine. "I suppose we have 20 minutes. Ahem. Speaking of," Canning said, trailing off suggestively. Brianni realized Jellica was unbuttoning Canning's trousers eagerly. Brianni swallowed back bile and looked away. He was going to have sex with her before he fought in the arena, because it would give him a boost of sacral magic. Brianni had gathered that much. Lorne knocked on the door, and the guard opened it from the outside. Brianni took note of the extra precautions they had taken for their clandestine dinners. They made their exit, the men laughing at Canning and Jellica, the women's eyes turned away. They wound back down the stairs and into the entry hall again. The crowd had thinned, but there were still enough eyes on all of them as they passed like a royal cavalcade. Several people were mingling in the garden, having hushed conversations over sloshing drinks. As they walked through the garden that Brianni used to read in on hot summer nights, she faintly heard the crowd over the sound of the water trickling through the fountains. They passed her father's old gallery, an ornate building perched at the top of the cliffs, hosting original paintings, sculptures, and weapon designs by Vendecci himself. She summoned what was left of her control. Think of a lake with still waters. They were headed to the amphitheater, where lectures and plays and great speeches had been made for centuries in Evermore. "It isn't an arena," she wanted to scream. "It's a palace for art and philosophy and science."
As they reached the arched stadium entrance, the woman from the beginning of the night, Alana, stood with a tray of champagne and scotch. "Gentlemen," she greeted with a wide smile. Her lips were still violently red, her hair still falling in perfect waves. Lorne plucked a scotch from her tray. "Alana, dear," he cooed, "you look ravishing. When are you finally going to come home with me?" He stroked her arm. "Flattery will get you everywhere, Master Volt." Alana winked at him and turned to offer the tray to Tovin, but you know the Barlows wouldn't allow it. Briani stared at her, filing that information away as Tovin pressed another glass of champagne into her hands. Her eyes fell on Alana's silver collar as the pretty woman batted her lashes at Tovin, then Finn, and glided down the line with her tray. Tovin led her through the passageway under the tiers of seats and into the circular arena. Sand lined the floor where at least 200 people stood drinking and socializing before finding their seats. Every step closer to the middle made Briani feel sicker. Tovin and the others moved to an area that was apparently being kept clear for them. There were rising benches to sit on, but the men remained standing and socializing. General Tremello was sitting near the front with Gaines and Canning's mother, Genevieve Trow. She cast her gaze around the amphitheater, finding Katrina on Caspar Quill's arm, expression empty. In the front, across from Briani and Tovin, Phoebe teetered on tall heels next to Carvin. She looked exhausted, but Briani felt cold dread inside of her as Phoebe laughed at something Carvin said. Carvin smiled down at her and pressed a kiss to her lips that Phoebe returned. Briani's ribs felt stuck. Was Phoebe on Canning's elixir? Her behavior was nothing like Jellica Reeves, but how was it that Phoebe looked almost natural on Carvin's arm? Briani stared across the arena, begging Phoebe to look at her, to prove that she was still behind the shy smile and fluttering lashes. She never glanced her way. After about 10 more minutes, Mr. Vane, the same man who'd hosted the auction, entered the arena to thunderous applause. "Ladies and gentlemen of Beaumard," he greeted, his voice amplified. "As you remember from last week, Mr. Carvin is our reigning champion." The crowd hollered, and Carvin waved, wrapping his arm around Phoebe's waist. She sipped her champagne glass and smiled at the crowd. "He and his golden heartspring will take this week off, as you know. But who will he face next week?" Briani's head pounded with the screaming. She felt like she was back at the auction, with Mr. Vane's gleeful voice riling up the crowd. Canning Trow entered the circle with Jellica trailing behind him. The crowd whooped, and Genevieve Trow whistled for her son. Jellica's gaze was cast down, and her dress was wrinkled from where it had perhaps been pushed around her hips. Across from Canning, a fair-skinned woman with cropped black hair swaggered into the ring. A thin man with a pallid face and a silver collar followed her. Briani didn't know exactly what was coming, but she knew that it was how Cordelia had been husked. Canning and the woman stood at opposite ends of the arena. When it began, Briani didn't understand. They were battling. The woman and Canning fought each other almost playfully. Canning laughed as he shielded against an attack, and the woman dodged a slashing cut with a grin. They went round and round, and the crowd screamed for them as the attacks became ever more elaborate, the sparks from each feint and counterattack lighting the skies in vivid color. Tovin wrapped an arm around Briani's hip and watched without interest. A man came around taking bets, and Tovin lazily put 50 gold pieces on the woman. Barely 5 minutes later, Briani saw a change. The woman's heartspring at first wobbled, then skittered to his knees as though faint. The crowd screamed, but Jellica wasn't far behind. Soon, both heartsprings had to sit down on the ground, unable to stand. What is the purpose?" she whispered to Tovin. "Do they fight until one of them is husked?" Tovin leaned into her and pointed out the edges of the arena, lined in black sand. If either of them steps out, the other wins.
Excitement, crushing doubt, fierce independence, vulnerable surrender, and joyful. The fighters have to decide if it's worth it to husk their heartsprings. Tears filled Bryony's eyes as she imagined Cordelia draining in front of a crowd. There was no telling if she would access her magic again. Some people never did. Jellica Reeve began to sob, and Bryony could see her mouthing Canning's name, begging him. It was all for show. With the collars, the heartsprings didn't need to be physically near the Bomardi when they fought. Jellica and the man were in the arena just so Bemard could enjoy watching them drain. Canning and the woman were locked into position, each of them pushing against the other from across the circle. Canning's hands were outstretched, his fingers curling. The woman was snarling. Both fighters began to slide backward in the sand, the other's power pushing them close to the edge of the ring. The woman's heartspring fainted, and suddenly the woman dropped her hands in defeat, sliding backward and out of the ring. The crowd went wild, and Canning threw his hands up in the air. Jellica was pale, crumpled to the floor, but she wasn't husked. Neither was the man. The woman had stopped in time, but Jellica and the man would have to rest now, possibly for days. The crowd pressed in on her, jostling her shoulders as tears fell down Bryony's face. All of this for sport? A display of power that meant nothing. No war was fought tonight. No heartsprings served their master for a greater purpose. Bryony shivered. All they were to these people were hearts to drain. She found Ilana moving through the crowd with a tray of hors d'oeuvres and fruit, another woman following her with drinks. Mr. Vane called for any other competitors. Somewhere in her mind's eye there was a lake, a clear lake, the water still and unmoving. Bryony's stomach squeezed, and vomit pumped into her throat. She swallowed it down and stared across the arena at Phoebe, who was smiling softly at everything Carvin said to the man next to him. Tovin whispered to her that they would leave shortly, and she blinked slowly at the sandy floor of the place she used to come to for a connection to her people's culture. A pair of champagne heels attached to tan legs crossed into her view, Ilana with the tray. She offered to fetch Tovin a drink, and he declined, saying they were leaving soon. Bryony barely heard them, slightly swaying on her feet. An overwhelming exhaustion pushed at her eyelids. How was she to move forward from this? How were any of them to move forward from this? Miss Rosewood? Looking up to find Ilana still hovering, her vision cleared when she blinked. She frowned, confused to be directly addressed. Tovin had turned away slightly in response to a greeting from a passing friend. "Anything to eat?" Ilana asked, long lashes batting slowly at her, her arm lowering to offer Bryony the basket of fruit. "Grapes, perhaps?" Bryony stared down, finding a vine of thick burgundy grapes calling to her from another lifetime. Something that used to mean something when spelled out on a dungeon floor. Her mind cleared like a shock. She looked up with wide eyes. Ilana plucked one singular grape and extended it to her with a soft smile. Bryony took it, tucking it away quickly in her hand, as though hiding a stolen good. Her heart hammered against her ribs. She searched for Ilana again, but she'd moved away. Could she possibly know what grapes meant to her? Could she know what had transpired in a dungeon where Bryony had no voice, only fruit, but she'd needed to tell the women that they weren't alone, that others would rise? Could Ilana know? In the center of the stadium, another pair of fighters were preparing. Another pair of heartsprings stood waiting to be drained. Bryony sought out Phoebe across the arena and jumped at the shock of meeting her eyes for the first time since the dungeon. Phoebe's arms were wound around Carvin's shoulders as he kissed her neck, but she no longer smiled contently. Staring into Bryony's heart, Phoebe released Carvin with one hand, opening her palm to reveal a plump, ripe grape. She pushed it between her painted lips, her eyes burning with the fire of a revolution. Chapter 29. 5 years ago. In the year following Jin Palvi's assassination and Veronica Mallow's ascension to the seat of Bemard, the tension between the Bomardi students and Everson students increased tenfold. Colin Twindle started spitting on Eversons as they passed, calling them mind freaks. Lorne Volt crowded Everson girls in the hallway, asking them to read his mind for what he'd like to do to them. Liam Quill started fistfights with Eversons, and Larissa Gaines began interrupting and sabotaging any tutor lessons that included any references to mind magic. And Tovin Hurst had shifted into an ice sculpture. Where he used to tease and smirk and even send heated gazes her way to make her uncomfortable, now he refused to look at her. There had been no ring on Larissa's finger when they came back from the solstice break,
and Bryony watched Tovin and Larissa's courtship die a slow death over the next year. At the end of the Bomardi school year in the winter, Mallow had announced that the use of mind magic in Bomard was banned and liable for punishment. How in the waters is she going to do that? Cordelia had said as she walked with Katrina and Bryony to dinner that day. They don't study mind magic as it is, Bryony said. I'm sure everyone will be all too happy to have an excuse to not expand their knowledge. Most Bomardis stop learning anything about mind magic once they all choose their specialties in year 4. Next year, it probably won't matter. Katrina snorted. Probably, but it's hard enough to concentrate as it is with half the Bomardi arguing with the tutors. A few weeks later, a Bomardi in a border town had been put to death for using mind magic. At the winter solstice, Finola had spent hours teaching Bryony advanced mind magic techniques like cloaking and blending, all while Rory was invited to shadow their father in meetings with General Mears. There was something in the tension of Finola's shoulders during those lessons that made Bryony quite aware of how bad things were getting between the two countries. When they had arrived back at school for their 4th year, the Evermore year, Tovin Hurst was paler than usual. He took little pleasure in social activities the way he once had. The only one of his friends who was still stuck to his side like glue was Finn Rackin, and even he had stopped flirting with everything that moved. One summer night after curfew, Bryony was sneaking back to the hair suite that she shared with Rory when she saw light bouncing off a far wall down a long hall. After looking for any signs that a tutor might catch her, she moved silently toward the light. When she rounded the corner, she found Tovin Hurst in an abandoned hallway with a conjured flame to cast light. He held a page in his hand, and she wondered what he was reading, before realizing. He was writing. The pen was zipping over the paper, by itself. The fingers of his right hand were stretched, casting a complicated spell to send the words directly from his mind onto the page. He was using mind magic. Bryony gasped, and a second too late, she slapped a hand over her mouth. Tovin jumped up, and his eyes were wide for a moment before they turned cold on her. You saw nothing. Bryony stared at him, and then glanced down at the page, a garbled mess of every thought in his head. You need to meditate first, she said. That will clear your head of tangents. She'd just learned these techniques from Finola herself, and Bryony itched to share them with someone. Something flickered in Tovin's eyes, and a slow smirk spread across his face. That would be very helpful if it wasn't forbidden to practice mind magic. In Bomard, he said, finishing his sentence, it's forbidden in Bomard. You're in Evermore. Ah, that explains the smell. She narrowed her gaze at him. You'll get better at it.
Excitement, crushing doubt, fierce independence, vulnerable surrender, and joyful flurry. It's a shame you can't practice anywhere. I have no idea what you're talking about, Rosewood. His expression was cool. She pressed her lips together and nodded. I see. You know, Tovin, I used to think you were different, but I see you're just the same as the rest of them. He smiled and moved forward. And what is that? Ignorant. Air puffed out of him on a laugh, and she felt it from a foot away. That would be your best insult, wouldn't it? Eversons are enlightened, and Bomardi are primitive? Is that right, Rosewood? Your words, not mine. Well, our primitive magic has been doing just fine for us. Heart magic has more sheer power than mind magic ever will. Why should we evolve? She felt the full weight of his attention for the first time in a year, and it made her reckless. You tell me, she said. You're the one transcribing nonsense onto a page after hours, using your mind. You're mistaken, he said simply. Bryony's volume lifted, a provocation. Oh no, I didn't see Tovin Hurst practicing mind magic, she yelled down the hall, taunting him with the threat of being found out. Tovin grabbed her, his hand covering her mouth as her back slammed against the stone wall. Once he'd looked down the hall for signs that anyone had heard her, his hand shifted, his thumb and forefinger holding either side of her jaw. He could choke her with barely a slip of his hand. Her eyes were wide, but his angry face enraged her. Don't speak on things you don't understand, he hissed. I know exactly what I'm talking about.
His breath was on her, and she could smell the peppermint of his skin. His fingers tightened, and she gasped. "Your brother will be a head on a spike one day, and your body will be dragged through the street once Mallow has her way," he said softly. Brianni's muscles locked in fear. He let his eyes drift down her neck. And such a shame for such a fine body. He was vile, and she hated the thrill of him looking at her again, looking at her as a woman instead of an Everson. She disgusted herself, so she turned her bile outward. She spat in his face. He glared down at her in shock, and then a smile crept across his features, curving and unfurling. Brianni's breath was hot on his face, but his hand was cool against her cheek. His body pressed up against her, pinning her in place. Her eyes widened to feel the long lines of him as he towered over her. "If you insist on forgetting your manners, Rosewood, then maybe I'll be tempted to forget mine," he whispered against her mouth. There were no words in her head as Tovenhurst's lips grew so close to hers. "What manners?" she said weakly. "You're no gentleman, Tovenhurst." He hummed. "If you wanted a gentleman, you'd already be betrothed to Winchester." Her breath stuck in her throat. His eyes seemed to sparkle as he tilted her jaw up. "Tell me, Princess," he said, sliding his knee between hers, just as she'd seen him do to Larissa when they were being intimate in the corridors. She gasped, shock and thrill and longing singing in her blood. Brianni's hands braced on his waist, ready to push him away or pull him closer. She couldn't decide. He smiled, and even though it was cruel, her gaze traced the lines of it. "Do you want a gentleman?" he asked, his voice a low hum that sent waves through her. She held her breath, overwhelmed with want, desperately trying to figure out if this was what it felt like to be wanted back. Wondering if that thing her body searched for with Didion under the willow would finally open to her. Wondering if she could keep his attention just long enough to let her find it. The response fell from her lips, unbidden. No. Something flickered in his eyes. His gaze softened as it slid down to her mouth. "Brianni?" Brianni jerked her head toward the end of the hallway. Cordelia stood in her dressing gown, hands splayed to fight. Tovin stepped away, and there was a rush of cool air against her front. She tried to catch her breath. "What's happening?" Cordelia asked harshly. Tovin smirked in response. Brianni quickly moved toward Cordelia, her legs unsteady. "Nothing," she said. Brianni linked arms and walked back to the dormitories with her, saying loudly, "Tovenhurst simply forgot his manners again." She sent a withering look behind her and found him watching her darkly as she walked away. "What manners?" he called after her. "I'm no gentleman, I've been told." She ignored him, pulling Cordelia closer. Brianni sometimes wondered if she dreamed the entire thing, especially when Tovenhurst refused to look at her for the rest of the school year. Chapter 30. Fire was in her blood as Tovin finally excused them from the arena. Her feet wobbled under her, and there was a ringing in her ears. Brianni quickly ate the grape Ilana had given her, as if it were a forbidden correspondence that needed to be destroyed. The sweet juice of it slid down her throat as she searched for Phoebe's eyes again, but she wouldn't look back at her. Tovin's fingers wrapped around her elbow as he led them to the small section of the garden overlooking the sea that had allowed portaling in her father's reign. Her mind was elsewhere as he sliced open the tip of his finger and cast his hand for a portal. Her body was squeezed and pressed, and then she was suddenly in the Hurst drawing room. Breathing heavily, Brianni still felt the atmosphere of that arena hanging off her body like a beaded gown. She could still hear the crowd, taste the smoke in the air. And she could feel Tovin's eyes on her, waiting. She turned away from him, feeling simultaneously exhausted and energized. She tucked Phoebe and Ilana and Grapes into a book on the shelf in her mind and refocused on the questions she could get answers to. She would begin where she needed the most clarification. "Sacral magic," she said slowly. "Am I correct that it has to do with sex?" He could hear him swallow from across the room. Heartspring magic is meant for love matches, he began. She nodded, already aware of this. When heartsprings are properly used, lovemaking strengthens the bond. You heart magicians love your metaphors. Not all romantic relationships include sex. Briani sighed. So you're telling me that when Carvin has sex with Phoebe, against her will, she strengthens him? Acid dripped from her words. No, he said. Sacral magic is still sacred between willing parties. But she turned her eyes on him for the first time since they'd arrived back. His lips were twisted, as if he'd tasted something sour. But Canning Trow's elixir has made things interesting, she finished for him, remembering Katrina's explanation. He nodded. What lovely friends you have, Tovin, she muttered. I'm so glad to know it's not just rape. It's rape for magical power. Her molars ground together. He remained silent. Who were all of those heartsprings? He slipped his hands into his pockets. Most are from Everson families who still flew the Everson banner after Bemard had taken their lands. Some were part of your court on the day of Bemard's triumph, as you know, he said. Briani nodded. Some were found assisting Sammy Mears. She blinked at him, but soldiered on. And who are the Barlows? An Everson family from near the border who flipped allegiance the moment your brother died. They have been assigned Biltmore Callis. His voice was clinical. She swayed on her feet at the mention of Rory. And the silver-collared heartsprings are owned by the Barlows? Tovin's eyes flickered over her. You should sleep. Later. The collars? Gold and silver. Gold collars are for the heartsprings who are privately owned, the ones who are auctioned, I mean. His eyes dropped to the floor. And yes, the ones wearing silver collars are owned by the Barlows. They can be borrowed on Friday evenings, but they live at Biltmore. Some of them are also non-magical, to be rented for company. Briani remembered the strawberry blonde and nodded. She crossed her arms in front of her, hating that she was still in this stupid dress. The private dinner party.
Excitement, crushing doubt, fierce independence, vulnerable surrender, and joyful. Those were all the successors of the line, minus the women, she said. Tovin lifted his brows in agreement. So every man at that dinner table owns a heartspring? Canning owns Jellica Reeve. Lorne owns his girl Octavia, she snapped. Her name is Octavia. He dipped his head in a nod. Octavia. And Colin has a heartspring at home, but if you'll remember, he was quite taken with Cecily in school. He has spent a lot of gold renting her from the Barlows every Friday. Renting her, she muttered to herself, shaking her head. The bile in her throat bubbled again, and whenever she closed her eyes, she saw Cecily's hands shaking as she opened Colin's trousers. A slow chill spread over her shoulders like an ice cube sliding down her spine. And Finn? He was named a successor? Cal Guidry's daughter defected last month, leaving him without a successor as 10th in line. Finn was of great assistance to Guidry during the last few months. As a reward, Finn was offered the position as successor to the 10th in line, superseding his own father as 14th. What did he do? Briani asked. Tovin tilted his head at her. You'll have to ask him. She huffed. Last I heard, Lorne Volt was still vying for a successor position. Looks like he got one. He is to replace Birkin as Cole's successor. Briani's mind spun with all the names and positions of the line. She needed to write herself a list. But it hasn't been made official yet? Is that why Lorne didn't have a gemstone on his ring? He blinked at her, brows lifting slightly. Yes, good catch. At his impressed look, her chest warmed without her permission. Briani had to focus, even as her thoughts tumbled through tangents. What is required to make it official? She asked. An oath to the seat, signed in blood. She paced away from him, longing to take off the heels. Is that generally the tone of those dinners? She asked, remembering how Jellica was humiliated and Cecily was forced to her knees. Things were maybe a bit heightened with your presence, but generally, yes. Canning brings his elixir around to small gatherings like that. She glared at him as the heat and anger unfurled in her chest. The men had acted out more than usual that evening simply because she was there? And in the past, when she was hidden away, did Tovin have another woman at his side? Suddenly, her blood felt white-hot again. And how did you manage when your heartspring had the pox? Vesper came with me. The pox made you too weak to pull from, so it was an easy excuse. No, not magically, she said. I assume you still had a girl on your arm. His throat clicked, and his eye twitched infinitesimally as he said, I used a Barlow girl, or I borrowed from someone. She wanted to breathe fire. Borrowed? Like a cup of sugar? She hissed. She watched it land on him, like an arrow finding the center ring. It's late, Rosewood. I'll send up an elixir. I don't need an elixir, and we can talk in the morning. I want to know who you pulled in your lap and groped while I had the pox. His eyes flashed. You want an itemized list? What does it matter? It matters because you're telling me that my presence alone tonight made it worse for those women. It matters because while I've been locked away in Hurst Hall, other women had to suffer through that vile display. She choked, her throat closing as a single tear betrayed her by rolling down her cheek. She slapped it away, furious with herself. There was silence for a few moments as he studied her. She glared back, lifting her chin. He watched her carefully. Your experiences this evening have been traumatic, he said simply. You should sleep and regroup your thoughts. Scanning his perfectly impassive features, she wondered again how strong his mind barriers were. His face was like looking at a mask. Was he the one who used the meditation chamber in Hurst Hall? She pressed her lips together. I have more questions. They can wait. You'll answer any question I have tomorrow? He stared at her blankly and said, Yes. 8 in the morning, she demanded. Noon. 9. Rosewood, it is after 1. You will be up for another 2 hours writing a list of things to ask, and you will spend your morning meditating, he said, his eyes gray and empty. You need sleep. She narrowed her eyes at him, feeling her heart pound with anger at his assumptions and irritation that those assumptions were correct. Is that an order from Master Tovin? She snarled. He didn't react. Some switch had flipped inside of him. He was no longer rileable. It can be, if it needs to be, he said calmly. She wanted to scream. You better clear your afternoon, Hurst, she hissed, and stomped toward the staircase. The next day, as the clock ticked toward 12, Briani was certain Tovin was going to avoid her. But at noon on the dot, there was a knock on her door. She stood from the chair in front of the window and said, Come in. Tovin strolled in wearing a pale gray sweater. As she prepared to ask questions, she realized that he'd managed to strengthen his mask overnight. He stared at her, a slight tilt to his head, with eyes cool and gray. That's just fine. I've strengthened mine as well. General Tremello's presence last night, she said, jumping in without greeting. What does that say for Beaumard and Doward? Tovin twisted his ring around his middle finger, and her eye caught on the muscles in his hands before she remembered to focus. Biltmore has hosted several officials from across the sea. I can only say that Mallow is courting them, in a way. There are countries who are adamantly against her, fearing that she will try to cross the sea, but she has her ways of keeping them in line. Briani turned her head to gaze out her window, thinking, noting these answers down on her mental checklist, stowing them into a tight corner of her library of shelves. You touched my tattoo as we crossed the threshold at Biltmore, just as you do here at the hall. Is it the same magic? To my knowledge. The barrier keeps out undesirables and keeps in the heartsprings. She tucked the information away for a future escape plan. Taking a deep breath and centering herself, she prepared to ask the one question she knew she didn't want to hear the answer to. And, Cordelia? She said, and the words floated to him like a feather. Tell me. She watched him swallow and turn his eyes over her again. A few weeks ago, she broke a champagne glass and sliced the neck of a guard, killing him. Briani scarcely breathed, the words like a bucket of water over her head. Cole decided to enter the arena. He and Carvin battled, and Cole didn't stop until Cordelia was husked. And so, What happens to her now? She is alive, but no longer a heartspring. Briani reached between the words he wasn't saying. Now she's just a woman, held captive in a man's estate. Tovin met her eyes. That may be true. She spun away from him, blinking until her eyes stopped burning, and she could see clearly again. Will she ever have magic again? Briani's voice cracked on the words. It depends. Her heart magic is gone, but she could possibly use mind magic, if that option were ever returned to her. She nodded to herself, slapping back her tears. There would be another time to process what had happened to Cordelia, but for now she had a role to play. She'd convinced him she could handle the truth, and that's exactly what she intended to do. Ignoring the buzzing in her ears and the tightness in her chest, she forced her shoulders to relax. She'd been given signs of hope by women who had no business hoping. A grape. Her hand grabbed under the table by 7 others with glass in their knees. And Phoebe was waiting for her. She had to talk to her. "Now that I know what to expect," she said, her voice clear and strong, "I will play my part better. The next time we go, I will be better prepared to... We're not going again." It took a moment for the words to sink in. She spun to him, eyes wide. "What?" He stood with his hands in his trouser pockets, eyes dead and empty. "We've made our appearances."
Excitement, crushing doubt, vulnerable surrender, and joyful surrender. "You've been seen," he swallowed. "You won't go again. Not for a long time, at least." Her heart pounded. These parties were her only chance to communicate with her friends, her only connection to what was happening outside Hearst Hall. "So I'll just contract the pox again?" she sniped. "I'll speak to my father and we'll come up with something. They'll see through you in an instant. It will be far too suspicious. Listen," he said quietly, "if we go back, Canning will make you take the elixir." She rolled her eyes, feeling the fire burn in her belly again. "Who do I belong to, you or Canning? We can't go to the Biltmore and not participate in those private dinners. If I refuse, they will suspect something is off about our relationship." His eyes flickered up to her. "Canning already suspects." "And whose fault is that?" she said. "If you hadn't told all your friends about the wonderful amounts of consensual sex we've been having, we wouldn't be in this position, Tovin. But you did. You underestimate how desirable you were to those men back in school." Tovin said softly. Something about his voice silenced her. Her cheeks flushed as he continued. "If I hadn't implied our relationship had progressed, and therefore taking you off the market, so to speak, their interest would be tenfold what it is now. The only mistake I made was dancing with you at the estate dinner after the first school year. You were marked in their eyes from that moment forward." Briani narrowed her eyes at him. She wanted to argue it, but she also remembered the way Liam and Canning had cut in. All of them strutting around, trying to get one over on each other. But she also knew she wouldn't trade the memory of waltzing with Tovin Hearst for the world. She shook her head, trying to refocus on the problem. Canning's elixir. Briani thought of Jellica, how she'd thrown herself at Canning the moment she could, the way her body swayed to him. I've seen the elixir in action now. Was Jellica's behavior standard? His breathed heavily through his nose. "Rosewood, if you mean to mimic this elixir, we can figure out how to get around the actual drinking of it," she said, beginning to pace. "Perhaps we say you gave it to me ahead of time. I've already said we're not going back. Tovin, I don't know how you expect to keep me hidden for the rest of our lives. You said it yourself, it's your entire social calendar at this point. Something drastic will have to happen to me to keep you from bringing me along." He clenched his jaw, gaze lingering on her face before looking away. "Every eye will be on you the more often you come to Biltmore, not just Lorne and Canning and the others. And it's not just at Biltmore Palace. There are other, very secret gatherings where it's more encouraged to partake. In your heartspring." Her lips curled in disgust, but she refocused. "I see," she said, voice dripping with disdain. "Do you all have sex in front of each other often then?" He rolled his eyes.
They don't want to watch us have sex, Rosewood. They want to see you humiliated. She swallowed, listening to her throat click loudly in the small room. Her cheeks were hot, and her fingers shook as she clasped her hands. That's a sacrifice I'm willing to make as long as you and I are on the same page, she said, more confidently than she felt. Tovin stared at her. You must be joking. I watched Jellica tonight. I understand the basics. The basics, he said, laughing. He crossed to her window, and she tracked him, indignation burning in her gut. Are you suggesting that because I haven't had sex, I've never lusted after someone? That I wouldn't understand those urges? He tilted his head, cracking his neck with his back to her. I'm sure you have an idea of it, but this elixir is no joke, Rosewood. Briony glared daggers at him. She remembered the simpering smiles Phoebe gave Carvin, the flirty laugh from Alana to Canning. Those women were capable of playing the game just fine without an elixir confusing their senses. She needed to prove to him that she could do it too, or else he wouldn't take her back. Briony released the tension in her body from their argument and focused on a different kind of tension. Her gaze swept over his back, remembering the skin she'd seen when Vesper had attacked her. Her lips parted, imagining what it would be like to have him all to himself, with no reason to stay apart. Tovin turned from the window, ready to give her another excuse. Briony bit her lip, running her eyes over the front of him, remembering how Jellica seemed to press her thighs together, desperate for relief. Words caught in his throat as he met her hot gaze. She stepped forward. Tovin. His mouth opened in understanding, and then he closed his eyes. You're out of your mind, Rosewood, if you, please, she begged, voice breathy. She reached for him. His quick reflexes caught her, hands coming up to her elbows. She imagined the heady feeling of having his skin on hers after hours of begging, and she moaned softly, leaning her forehead onto his chest. Rosewood, he said, voice firm. She couldn't hear him over the want pounding in her body. She pressed her mouth to his sternum, kissing his chest over his clothing. He grabbed her shoulders and shoved her back. His eyes were wide and hot, almost scared. What are you doing? She panted and let her eyes glaze over. Tovin, please, don't make me wait any longer. His eyes widened, and she caught a glimpse of black pupils before he backed away. She stumbled forward, reaching up to pull his head down to her, but before she could connect their lips, he pushed away again. That's enough. I need you. Please, Tovin. Her fingers wound into his hair, and she rose up on her toes, aiming for his lips and murmuring, touch me. Quick as lightning, her hands were off him, and her body was pushed against the windows. He was across the room in 3 strides, heading for the door. So? She asked, breaking character and letting the wild look fade from her expression. Was I convincing? His eyes hardened on her, and then he swept from the room, leaving her alone with lips tingling from where she'd touched him. Tovin diligently ignored her for the next 6 days. The first few days, she told herself that it was a good thing, but by Wednesday night, she started to get nervous. She had to go back, regardless of how they might feel about each other at the moment. She finally sought him out on Friday morning, finding him in the kitchens taking an apple from the basket. She placed her hands on her hips and said, I assume we'll be leaving at 10 tonight. He turned, and his eyes scanned her before replying, No, no party tonight. She lifted a doubtful brow. Why? It's been postponed. He tossed the apple between his hands, keeping his eyes away from her. You can't avoid me forever, Hurst. We're in this together whether you like it or not, and the sooner you— Did you hear a word I just said? It's not happening tonight. He brushed past her without another word. Briony huffed at the empty kitchen, fists clenched. He was clearly lying. So, at 10 o'clock that night, she cracked her door open, waiting to hear the sounds of him leaving the hall. After half an hour with her eye on the door, she moved to her balcony windows and looked for the light coming from his bedroom. It was dark. She glared and stomped into her bathroom, deciding on a bath while she waited for him to return. As she relaxed into the warm water and bubbles, she tried to think of ways to convince Tovin to bring her back to Biltmore.
He didn't think she was capable of the sexual challenges they would face, but she could convince him. She had to. She had to get back to Phoebe. She needed to figure out who Alana was and whether that grape meant what she thought it did. She'd been stuck inside Hurst Hall for more than 6 weeks now, and Biltmore was the closest she'd gotten to her people. Briony had to prove to him that she could handle herself, whatever it took.
Excitement, crushing doubt, fierce independence, vulnerable surrender, and joyful laughter. After midnight, she dragged an armchair to her window and read a book with one eye on Tovin's balcony, waiting for a sign of life from inside the room. At 2:15, her bleary eyes drifted up from her pages. Light was pouring from inside his room onto his balcony. She jumped up, wide awake, the book tumbling on the carpet. Without a thought to her pajamas, she marched out her door and to his. She rapped on his door and waited, anger unfurling in her belly. When no response came, she knocked louder, more insistently. She was just raising her fist to pound against the wood again when it swung open. Tovin stared down at her, leaning forward on the doorframe with one hand still on the door. "Why are you still up?" he demanded. She glared at him, lifting her chin. "I should be asking you the same thing. You haven't been out, have you, Hurst?" He swallowed and said, "I have, but not to Biltmore." "Then why do you smell like cigars and whiskey?" she hissed. "I was at a private party, if you must know. I convinced the boys to play cards this evening instead." Something about his posture made her doubt him. Who had he pulled into his lap this evening? Which poor woman had to sit through that vile dinner party this week? She would have this out with him and would demand that he take her next week. Briony stepped forward to push past him into his bedroom, but Tovin stood in the way, blocking her. She blinked up at him, scowling. After lying egregiously to her, the least he could do was let her in his damned room. She stepped to the side and he moved with her, obscuring her vision. She stared up at him, a pale horror cracking over her skin. He had a guest. Her mind conjured a rapid-fire sequence of images of a Barlow girl sprawled across his sheets, the activities she'd just interrupted. "Is there someone here?" she whispered. He stared down at her, shook his head once and said, "No, just in the middle of something." "My goodness," a familiar girlish voice called from inside the room. "Does she often visit your bedroom at 2 in the morning? How fascinatingly desperate of her." Briony's mind whirred, struggling to place the voice. That sounded like... Tovin closed his eyes in resignation. And then the door was pulled open wider by a well-manicured hand that she knew so well. The same hand that she used to watch running fingers through Tovin's hair, dancing pathways over his ribs, and squeezing quickly at his backside. Briony's breath left her as a woman stepped into view. Larissa Gaines joined Tovin in the doorway, her self-satisfied smirk firmly in place and her eyes running over Briony's body like a predator. Chapter 31. Larissa Gaines stood in front of her, and Briony had a sudden, inexplicable urge to grab a hold of Larissa and make sure she was real. But before her body could actually try to hug Larissa, her brain caught up. It was 2 a.m., and Larissa Gaines was in Tovin's bedroom. Her eyes slid to Tovin, searching for any sign of rumpled clothing, black irises, lipstick on his neck, the things she used to see in the school hallways once Larissa was done with him. There was nothing to indicate that they'd been in the middle of something when she'd knocked. But as if reading her mind, Larissa chose that moment to link her arm around Tovin's elbow and slide her hand up his left biceps. "Briony, captivity looks good on you," Larissa smiled. "Death looks even better on you," she said. Larissa laughed and tossed her hair over her shoulder. Tovin cleared his throat and pulled his arm from Larissa's grasp. "I was going to speak with you in the morning," Tovin said, "but since you're here..." He stepped back and gestured for Briony to enter. Briony glanced at Larissa, who was watching her calculatingly, and then squeezed between the two of them to enter Tovin's bedroom. She quickly glanced to his bed, finding it perfectly made, no creases or rumples. Moving to stand near his desk, she turned to face the two of them. Larissa strutted to the fireplace and dropped into his wingback chair, crossing her legs sensuously and taking up the glass of wine on the table that had her exact shade of lipstick smudged on the rim. Tovin ran a hand through his hair and seemed to steel himself. He waited near the door, and if he had looked anything less than nervous, Briani would have thought he was blocking the exit. "Larissa has a proposition for you," he said. Briani glanced at the blonde girl, who was grinning up at her. "I've heard from multiple sources now that you were a spectacular disaster at Elmore," Larissa said, sipping from her glass. Briani narrowed her eyes at her. "You looked a mess, and you fooled no one into thinking that Tovin Hurst has been having his way with you." Briani crossed her arms. "That was hardly my fault." She pointed at Tovin. "He improperly prepared me, and he had no interest in being cozy with me either." Tovin glared at her. Larissa waved her hand as if she were shooing a fly. "Irrelevant. You need to step it up, Rosewood," she said. "Luckily for you, you're speaking with someone who knows exactly what it's like to be fucking Tovin Hurst." A knot grew in Briani's throat, and she tried not to flinch. "Larissa," Tovin warned, "that's enough." Larissa examined her nails. "Apologies. To be fucking anyone, full stop." She grinned at Briani. As much as Larissa was trying to rile her up, Briani couldn't help but remember that Larissa had been among those taken from the dungeon by Canning Trow to try his elixir. And Larissa was right. She knew Tovin intimately. She knew his heart better than Briani did, and she probably had known when they'd arrived at Hurst Hall on that rainy night that Briani would not be taken advantage of in the way other heartsprings had been. Suddenly, Briani was more than a little interested in whatever Larissa had to offer if it gave Briani access to the things that Larissa knew about Tovin and why owning the Golden Heartspring was so important to him. "All right," Briani said. "You want to help me in some way with the ruse. And what is it you want in return?" Larissa hesitated. Briani looked at Tovin. The three of them were in a perfect triangle, equidistant from one another, like players in a game about to begin. Tovin's throat bobbed. Larissa would like lessons in mind-cloaking. Briani's brow furrowed. Mind-cloaking. She glanced at Larissa. Mind-cloaking was a technique only practiced by advanced mind magicians. The tutors touched on it in school, but it had taken Briani many years with Finola as a guide to learn how to cloak. "You want to practice transparency and invisibility," Larissa pressed her lips together. "That, and also transmogrification, the ability to change one's appearance from as little as hiding a blemish to as much as becoming another person. It had less to do with changing yourself as to do with manipulating the mind of the person viewing you." Something told Briani that Larissa wasn't interested in hiding a few pimples. "You'd like to change your appearance," she said. "To go into hiding?" Larissa lifted her brows. "The opposite, in fact. I'd like to be hiding in plain sight." Briani glanced at Tovin. He was watching her shrewdly, waiting for her response. He wanted her to say yes. "It's terribly difficult," Briani said, "particularly for someone who did not pick up the basics of mind magic in school." Larissa smiled ruefully. "Well, thankfully, I have plenty of time at my disposal these days. We can start tomorrow." Briani tilted her head at her. "So soon? Are you in a hurry?" She glanced at Tovin. He was watching her, unmoving. Larissa looked between the two of them, then sucked her teeth. "I need to start going to the Biltmore parties, clearly not as myself." "Why?" Briani felt her forehead bunched. "There's something I need access to there," Larissa said simply. Briani knew she wouldn't get anything else out of her. Strangely, she had a moment to think about how nice it would be to have Larissa watching her back at these parties while Briani did the same.
Excitement, crushing doubt, fierce independence, vulnerable surrender, and joyful. Tovin shifted and Briani looked at him. "I can give you space to practice tomorrow. 9 in the morning?" There was a tension in his posture. She stared at him, wondering again if he shielded his mind with barriers and if she could get under them without him knowing.
How soon do you want to start attending parties transmogrified? Briony asked. Next week, Larissa said. Briony laughed. 7 days? You think you can become proficient in powerful mind magic in 7 days? They devote entire years to the subject at certain universities. What's wrong? Do you have plans this week, Rosewood? Larissa said flatly. We're both rather free. Briony looked to Tovin, waiting for him, the other person who had some experience in mind magic techniques, to chime in about how ridiculous the notion was. He was watching her still. It was important to him, this idea. She stared back at him, a sinking feeling in her gut. Looking at Tovin intently, Briony said, And who is it that you plan to transmogrify yourself as, Larissa? There are several options, Tovin said. People who should not be at Biltmore, whom Larissa can relieve. Shivers crested across her skin, and she wished she'd put on her robe before storming over. Briony stared at him, her anger and disgust boiling over in her gut. You want to take Larissa to Biltmore? In my body? She heard his throat click from across the room. There are other persons as well. Stones, she's so bright, Larissa said. Briony could hear the smile in her voice, though she couldn't take her eyes off Tovin. The president of Southern Camley? Tovin started speaking quickly. Her daughter was captured last week by Beaumard. She's 18. She was given to Finn as a gift to be his heartspring, but this could mean she'd never have to visit Biltmore again if Larissa could take her place. There was bile in Briony's throat, even as she filed away the war crimes Beaumard was committing. Her hands curled into fists. You won't even deny it? She asked. That you would prefer to force Larissa to take my place? No one's forcing anyone, Larissa said. Briony looked in her with hot eyes. I'm volunteering for anything that would keep the both of you from getting killed. Briony turned back to Tovin. He slipped his hands in his pockets. It will be the easiest of options, he said. She scoffed. Easiest? Yes, easiest, he repeated, voice harsh. For both of us. Larissa has experienced the effects of Canning's elixir. She knows what it does, so now she can mimic the effects. Rage choked her, her breath growing shallow as she thought about her own body in Larissa Gaines' hands, her own hips straddling his lap, her own lips moving over his mouth. She stood in front of him now, Larissa's presence forgotten. How many times do I have to say that I want to go back to Biltmore? I want to see my friends and stay informed about what's happening to them. This is for your own good, Rosewood. You want to violate my body? Your body will be violated either way, he snarled, holding his ground. This way, you don't have to be in it. Her arm moved quickly, slicing through the air and slapping him across the face. His head scarcely moved, despite the angry red handprint on his cheek. His eyes were dark, the gray fading into black dilated centers. She felt his breath on her forehead and the heat from his chest just inches from her own. His throat bobbed as he stared down at her, something barely restrained beneath the surface of his mask. I will teach Larissa how to cloak, Briony said slowly. She will teach me how to play a part. And you will never cut me out of decisions about my body again. She tilted her chin up and watched his gaze drop to her mouth and back up to her eyes. The silence sent shivers down her spine. She summoned whatever confidence she had left and said, Do I make myself clear? She searched his expression, finding his cheeks stained with more than just her pink handprint. Well, said a voice from behind her, and she almost jumped when she remembered Larissa. I'll leave you both to it, Larissa chuckles. Briony refused to look away from Tovin first, refused to admit defeat here. I'll see you tomorrow morning at 9, Larissa said, and slipped out the door. It shut with a click, and Briony and Tovin were alone. Chapter 32. The silence was deafening. Briony swallowed, and she watched his eyes catch on the movement. He stepped back from her, as if fortifying himself. It's clear to me that you still don't fully understand the danger we're in. She lifted her brows mockingly. Explain it to me, Master Tovin. His eyes narrowed before he went on.
I was able to maintain control over the situation at the dinner table last week, but I consider that luck, he said. You may think I had a certain level of control over those boys in school, but you must remember that my father is only 8th in line. She remembered the way he'd put a stop to things before Lorne could cut her dress off, the way the other men's hands would wander over every backside that passed them, all but hers. It's not just about what happens within that group of successors, he said. I suggested the private party tonight as a way to keep you from attending another week, but Canning invited Carvin and Raven. Briony flinched at his name, then recovered. Tovin paused, gaze narrowing, before continuing. Canning could see through my suggestion for tonight's card game, of course, Tovin continued. He made sure to tell everyone that the Golden Heart Spring will be taking the elixir at Biltmore next week. Briony crossed her arms. So you plan to have sex with Larissa Gaines while she wears my skin? In front of the entire Beaumarty elite? Shaking his head, he said, I would never have sex in public, and they know that. Briony glanced at him curiously, but before she could ask, he continued. If you teach Larissa how to cloak this week and let her go in your place on Friday, then I can give my word that Larissa will go to Biltmore as the president's daughter for all dates in the future. Briony stared at his expressionless face. She wanted so desperately to get under that mask behind his eyes, to force him to open his mind to her. You can't possibly think that Larissa can learn how to cloak in 1 week, she said. Maybe not, he said, but I will cross that bridge when I come to it. She corrected him. We will cross that bridge, all 3 of us. His gaze flickered. Briony shrugged. If you are so sure you can avoid penetrative sex, then I'm not sure I understand why you're adamant that I not attend as myself. He seemed to stare at her as if deciding if she was joking or not. He scoffed and brought a hand up to rub his eyes. Briony pressed her lips together in agitation. There are other aspects to sex. Of course there are, and you are supposedly giving me those aspects regularly, he said. Ah, she grinned at him. So you don't think I'd be any good at using my mouth on you? How embarrassing for Tovin Hurst to have such an unaccomplished whore, is that right? She paced away from him to lean on the edge of his desk, where she crossed her arms. You know, she said, that spell to detect my purity told them all that I was a virgin, but you're assuming I have absolutely no knowledge of those other aspects. She tilted her head at him, feigning confidence. Tovin stood a room's length away, his body held perfectly still. I am, he agreed stiffly. Is that not the case? I know how to use my mouth on men, Tovin, she said, voice burning with acid. She didn't. The closest experience she'd had with anyone had been letting Didion guide her hand around him last year. He'd enjoyed himself, apparently, but Briony wasn't sure she had much to do with that. But she was sick of this condescension. There was something flickering in Tovin's eyes that she couldn't read. Is that so? He said.
And whose cock have you had in your mouth, Rosewood? His vulgarity stirred her, but before she could primly request that he speak like a gentleman to her, he stepped forward, prowling toward her just as his familiar might. Briony swallowed. You want names? I'll have to think to remember them all, she said. His lips twitched as he moved closer, and though he must not believe her, she refused to back down from this. He came to a stop in front of her. As she leaned on his desk and he stood tall over her, she was forced to tilt her head all the way back. I think you're bluffing. I don't think you've ever parted those lips for anyone, she said. She smiled up at him. Believe what you want. Would you like to put me to the test? Show you exactly how much I learned as the Rosewood Princess. I had plenty of guards around me, you know. Suddenly, he was leaning down, placing his fists on either side of her hips and bringing his eyes to her level. Guards, he said acidly. She nodded, her heart racing at his nearness. And she felt the weightlessness of throwing herself off a cliff as she said, guards and friends. You remember Didion, of course. He smiled at her then, his lips parting to show her his sharp canines. His tongue ran across them. Didion Winchester, of course. You were always so close to him, he whispered.
despite his inability to untie your laces. The blood drained from her face. She forced herself not to pull away. There was no way he could have known how Didion had tried and failed to get under her ties under the willow tree at school, how they'd laughed a bit before giving up, how disappointed Brioni had been to stop just when she'd started to forget about Didion's brown eyes and dark hair and imagine gray in their places. How could he know about that? Well, he certainly learned later, she said shakily. He pressed his lips together, and the mirth dripped from his expression. "Show me," he said softly. And before she could let herself think of what he meant, if he meant for her to go to her knees, if he wanted her to touch him, if she would expire on the spot if he touched her back, he said, "Show me," the memory. Brioni blinked at him, and as she stared into his gray eyes, she felt the pinprick of a mind asking for entrance into her own. Her lips parted on a silent gasp. He wanted to use mind magic to see inside her head? He was knocking at the door. Brioni swallowed. There was no way he was advanced enough to read her mind, surely. A lady doesn't kiss and tell, Hurst. "Oh, but you're trying to tell me just how unladylike you've been, aren't you?" he whispered, his breath on her cheek. "Pull forward the memory of your lips around Winchester's cock. I want to see just how good you are with that mouth, Rosewood." She felt the tapping inside her head again, the asking of permission to enter. Her confidence was shaken, but she didn't dare admit defeat here. "I'd hate for you to be embarrassed," she said to him. "What with the size of him, it's terribly hard to compare." His lips curled at the corners. "That's kind of you, but I'd love to see your prowess for myself." He leaned closer, and she wondered if their skin would brush. "Open," he said. His mind knocked at the entrance to hers again. She stared back into his eyes. "You open," she said. He blinked once. "You clearly think I have a thing or two to learn. Why don't you show me?" His eyes slipped to her lips before coming back to hers, poking at the doorway to her mind again. "You want me to show me how to suck me off, Rosewood?" "Yes," she breathed. She pushed forward with her own mind, spread her fingers on the desk to cast, and knocked at his walls. There was a door made of mirrors lined in brass. She saw herself staring at her own reflection as she knocked, and for the first time she got a sense of the barricades that she suspected he worked so hard to maintain. It was impenetrable. His mind nudged her backward, sinking back into her own like he was pressing her down on a mattress of feathers. "Why don't you get us started?" he whispered against her mouth. "And I'll correct your form." And then he was inside her. Brioni gasped and grabbed onto the thread of him, guiding him away from things she didn't want him to see. The bookshelves in her mind trembled. He sailed smoothly across her lake with still waters, letting his fingers drift across the surface and make ripples. She wasn't sure if he found the memory of Didion under the willow tree or if she provided it, since it had just been at the forefront of her mind. But suddenly her back was against the bark, and lips were on her neck, and hands were sculpting her skin. Inside her own memory, she opened her eyes and found Tovin Hurst standing at the lake's edge, watching as a young man clumsily kissed her collarbones and began tugging at her laces. "I want to kiss you here," the young man said, and the shadow of him clarified into Didion. Brioni tore her eyes from the Tovin inside her mind and smiled at Didion as he fumbled with the ties. "Well, we'll have to do that in private, don't you think?" she asked shakily. A shadow fell over her shoulder, and she looked up to find Tovin crouching down next to her. "Show me your mouth on his cock, Rosewood. Show me you on your knees for your brother's soldiers." She glared into his black eyes, even as Didion began kissing her neck again, curving his hands over her breasts. She wanted to craft it, to show her twisting to push Didion onto his back, to show her unbuttoning his trousers. She wanted to call Tovin's bluff as much as he was calling hers. Inside Tovin Hurst's bedroom at Hurst Hall, he was leaned over her, his fists on the desk, and his eyes locked on hers. Brioni unfolded her arms, even as the version of herself in her mind's eye threaded her fingers through Didion's hair.
And in the present, she reached up and took Tovin's jaw between her hands. She pressed against his mind, cast to penetrate, and whispered, "Open." She was in his bedroom, inside his mind and outside it. The curtains blew a summer breeze across her skin as she knelt on his bed, kissing down his bare chest. Brioni's body sang as she touched her lips to his skin. One of his arms was thrown over his face, and the other one held his cock, stroking softly. In the present, against his desk, she felt the puff of his surprise across her face. Brioni grabbed hold tightly of the thread and watched as she kissed her way lower and lower, finally replacing his hand with her own. The Tovin lying naked on his bed uncovered his face and finally looked down at her. She was naked too, she realized. Her hair was unbound and free, her breasts were rosy, and her hips were perfectly curved into her waistline. Her hand moved confidently yet gently on his cock, and he watched her intently. She leaned down, and her lips slowly parted, the tip of him of pink and dripping as it disappeared inside her mouth. She could almost taste him. His head stretched backward as his eyes fluttered closed, and she let her mouth slip down, 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 until his cock was fully inside her, impossibly inside her. She watched her cheeks hollow and her eyes stay on Tovin's face as he groaned. Her mouth slipped upward, and he reached down to curve his fingers around her head, pushing her back down softly. His eyes opened and watched her as she took him again, the same eyes that were connected to her now at his desk, blown black with lust. And Brioni's head bobbed. Her hands moved across his hips, his stomach, his thighs. And Tovin watched her as she licked at him, sucking and kissing. Her body was on fire with that power. The slow measure of her movements on him and his soft grasp of her hair. His stomach muscles tightened, and she watched herself take his cock again, her lips slipping down and her cheeks sucking. He threw his head back, and his mouth parted. Brioni. And suddenly he was alone in his bed, naked, his hand around his cock, his hips starting to jerk. The room went cold. The summer breeze was gone.
Excitement, crushing doubt, fierce independence, vulnerable surrender, and joyful hell. And Tovin Hurst was standing across the room, facing away from her, his shoulders high and his body strung tightly. Her mind felt the rip from his consciousness then, as if the thread had been snipped. She was in the present, not in the memory or the illusion, it seemed. She took a gulp of air as if she hadn't breathed in days. Her body was still against his desk, but her eyes strayed to the bed she'd just been in, naked and magnificent. He'd crafted something for her? He'd shown her what to do? It had seemed awfully slow and languid for what would be expected at the dinner parties. Tovin reached a hand out and leaned on the wall, as if gathering himself. Brioni's body felt tight. She ached with the emptiness, wishing she could live in that fabrication a little bit longer. "Well, that was instructive," her voice rasped. "Is that what you'll expect next week?" Without looking at her, Tovin wrenched open the door and flew through it, slamming it behind him and leaving her alone in his bedroom. Chapter 33. "If you're not going to try, then maybe we should just stop." "Oh, please spare me, Rosewood." Larissa slouched in her chair with a harsh look. "Perhaps you're an awful instructor." Brioni crossed her arms. She couldn't believe she'd worried about Larissa in her absence, that she'd actually wanted to see her at one point. They'd been at this for 2 hours already. Earlier this morning, Brioni had been woken from a fitful dream full of soft white sheets, long muscular thighs, and warm hands. Larissa had been pounding on her door, claiming that it was 9 o'clock and she'd be down in the drawing room waiting for her. Tovin had yet to make an appearance, and Brioni wondered if he would. She had considered asking about the meditation chamber near the kitchen for their lessons. Larissa was nowhere near ready to stare at blank walls all day, and Brioni was in no hurry to return there. Larissa let her head drop on the back of her chair and breathed deeply. "We have to go faster," she said. "This is taking too long. If you don't comprehend the basics, then how can you possibly expect to master the advanced?" Brioni stood from her chair and walked to the window.
They'd been facing each other in armchairs on either side of the coffee table, meditating for hours. As someone who'd never even practiced it, Larissa needed to understand where mind magic was drawn from. Briani couldn't just tell her to reach for that thread if Larissa didn't know which one. And of course, it was possible Briani was a bit distracted herself. Whenever she let her mind drift, she'd see her lips, pink and full, closing over the tip of Tovin's cock. And speaking of, he must have a much more powerful mastery of mind magic than she thought, in order to conjure an image of himself that must have been enlarged, exaggerated, perhaps. The version of Tovin that he had supplied for instructional purposes had been quite imposing. True, she had never seen a man's cock before, but she couldn't possibly imagine that he was quite so stately. I'm tempted to learn mind magic just to know what's gotten you so upset over there, Rosewood. She looked at Larissa, finding her with legs crossed, elbows draped across the arms of the chair, and a wide smirk on her face. Briani realized she was running her fingers over her lips, staring off at the Hearst grounds with a flush to her cheeks. Shaking off her thoughts, she said, "Nothing. Are you ready to begin again?" Briani returned to her chair, but Larissa just kept smirking at her. "So," Larissa said, "how often do you and Tovin get into it like that? I must admit I'm surprised he allowed you to strike him, much less speak to him in that manner, seeing as you're supposed to be his captive." "And you're supposed to be dead," Briani said with a shrug. "We're all playing roles, aren't we?" Larissa sent her a cat-like smile. Briani tilted her head. "Why do you want to attend the Biltmore parties this badly, Larissa?" Leveling her gaze on her, Larissa responded, "Revenge." Briani stared back. While she still didn't know what had caused Larissa to be put up for auction with the rest of them, she'd certainly seen her beg her own father for her life. She'd witnessed Hap Gaines claim he had no daughter. Nodding at the answer, Briani took a deep breath. "Ready to begin again? I'm curious how this whole thing works," Larissa said slyly. "What whole thing?" Briani assumed she was talking about the mind magic. Tovin Hearst and his golden heartspring. Larissa examined her. Briani waited, wanting Larissa to do the talking. "I mean, he clearly isn't interested in taking advantage of," she lifted her brows, "all you have to offer." Briani didn't know if she meant as a heartspring or as a woman, and she wasn't about to ask for clarification. "So, what does he do with you all day?" Larissa continued, with a shrug. "Generally, he ignores me," Briani said. "Does he?" Something glinted in her blue eyes. "Yet you feel comfortable pounding on his door at 2 in the morning. Do you visit each other in the dark often, Rosewood?" Briani's memory snapped to Tovin standing in the middle of her room in nothing but pajama bottoms, Tovin's eyes drifting over the front of her blood-soaked nightdress. "No," she said. "I was just watching from my window for him to come home last night, that's all." Larissa tilted her head. "Your window?" "Yes, I'm in the room next to his." Larissa went very still, and for a moment, Briani wondered if she was supposed to be lying to her about sleeping in a dungeon. But then the corner of her mouth ticked, and she breathed a loose laugh. "Right," Larissa said quietly, turning her head to look out the window. Briani had just begun to wonder if she'd said something wrong when there came a knock on the drawing room door. Then Tovin stepped through. Seeing him again after last night was like a lightning strike through Briani's body. He stood just this side of the entry, as if he wouldn't dare come closer. He wore black trousers and a black shirt, and his eyes were empty. "Come to check on us?" Larissa said when it was clear he would not greet them. "I have news." Briani stared at him, thinking it odd that he kept himself so far away. She couldn't even tell if he was looking at Larissa or her when he next spoke. "Canning Trouse's elixir has been outlawed from Biltmore Palace by order of Mistress Mallow," he said, and Briani struggled to hear him with how low his voice was. "It is also no longer allowed on any heartsprings who are being held as political collateral." Briani and Larissa glanced at each other. "What happened?" Briani asked. He began fiddling with the ring around his middle finger. "Finn and I just returned from an audience with Mallow that I requested so I could speak to a guilty conscience I had for something that transpired last night." His tone was cold and his volume low, and Briani watched his eyes unblinking.
Larissa sat at attention, hanging on his every word. I told her that while it was indeed my idea to host a smaller gathering away from Biltmore last night, it was not my intention to expose the president's daughter to such vulgar festivities. We knew it couldn't be Mallow's strategy to instill such fear in a woman who would be returned in one piece one day. Briony lifted her brows, and Larissa sat back in her chair with a deep, satisfied breath. Of course, Larissa said maniacally, it hadn't been your intention at all. There was something in the way Larissa emphasized your intention, something in the way Tovin had phrased everything so carefully to them. Because if it hadn't been Tovin's or Finn's intention, then the blame lay somewhere. Briony's lips parted, and she almost smiled. Tovin had found a way to get one over on Canning, just as she'd told him he should. He'd also found a way to keep Briony from ever taking the elixir. She was relieved. He had no reason to fight her about going back to Biltmore any longer. She cleared her throat. Were either you or Finn punished? No, Tovin said.
Excitement, crushing doubt, fierce independence, vulnerable surrender, and joyful mistress. Mistress Mallow was extremely grateful for the update and appreciated our acknowledgement of guilt. He nodded at Larissa. Finn will be allowed to continue bringing Juliana to Biltmore, but as his guest only, which meant, Briony inferred, that Larissa could still go to Biltmore in Juliana's place, and she wouldn't be forced into demeaning sexual situations in the process. Political collateral, that's what Tovin had called the president's daughter. Briony thought it over for a moment. Was that how the Hursts saw Briony too? Was that how General Tremolo of Daward saw her? Something to be kept healthy and unharmed until a safe return. She tried refocusing, but something was niggling at her. Finn is trustworthy in all this? She asked. Both of them looked at her as if she had sprouted a third arm. She hurried to explain. I just mean, he knows quite a bit of information, such as Larissa's true fate and this plot with the president's daughter. Couldn't Mallow find these things in his head? Tovin glanced at Larissa before responding. Finn isn't important enough to Mallow for an interrogation like that. Briony narrowed her eyes. He had an audience with her just this morning, she pointed out, and he's now a successor, so wouldn't more opportunities arrive? Finn's mind is safe, Tovin said, finality in his tone. Your concerns are warranted, but you'll have to trust me. Briony looked over at Larissa. She was examining her nails. Briony would drop the subject for now. Tovin took his first steps forward into the room, and something about seeing his body move made Briony's mind conjure up the image of his naked chest, his muscular thighs, his head thrown back on a sigh. Making progress here? He asked them, but he kept his gaze on Larissa. No, Briony said, as Larissa said, of course. They sent each other narrowed gazes. Rosewood is being needlessly thorough, Larissa said, flipping her hair for Tovin's benefit. Good, Tovin said. Briony's eyes went to him, but he was staring at Larissa and Larissa alone. You need to plan for hours of deception. There may be no way to give you privacy at Biltmore for a break. Tovin pulled up a chair across from the two of them and sat. I won't be allowing you to go until you are proficient. Larissa snorted. Allowing me? Yes, Tovin said without warmth. Only when you're ready. The person to decide that will be Briony. She blinked at him. The rare sound of her name on his tongue conjured the sounds from last night. The way he'd moaned her name as he finished, the way his lips had formed around the vowels, the way his throat had bobbed with the deep sound of it. She stared, waiting for him to realize it too, but he kept his gaze on Larissa as if they were in a staring match. Larissa clicked her tongue, and Briony met her gaze. Well, Larissa said, let us continue then. Briony flicked her eyes to Tovin, who seemed to be making himself comfortable in his chair, lifting his calf to rest on the other knee. Right, she cleared her throat. We left off with the clearing of the mind. Can we skip forward? Larissa said. No. Briony let her hands drop to her knees, pointing her toes forward. First, we come to a neutral posture, finding a place for our eyes to rest.
Just as she let her gaze relax a few feet beyond Larissa's chair, she saw from the corner of her eye that Tovin was uncrossing his legs, mirroring her pose. Her heart skipped. He wasn't just observing, he was here to learn. From her. She swallowed down her nerves and continued. There will be plenty of distractions in real-life situations, so now is the time to take in everything, every sense you have. What do you hear? What movement do you see? What do you smell? Brioni smelled Tovin's aftershave, but this was a familiar distraction to her at this point. Feel the chair beneath you. Feel your feet on the ground. There was a symmetry here that hadn't been present earlier, and she wasn't sure if Larissa was taking it more seriously now that Tovin was in the room, but Brioni suddenly sensed, with perfect clarity, 3 people breathing in tandem. Move your toes in your shoes. Pay attention to your ankles and calves. What muscles move there? Brioni's voice had dropped low and smooth. Feel where your calves connect to your knees to your thighs. Unbidden, Tovin's thighs came into her mind, and the image of her bracing her weight on them as she used her mouth on him. She breathed deeply. Distractions are normal, she said to them, but mainly to herself. Focus on your being, your hips, waist, and chest. Feel your blood flow, the vein you tug when you use heart magic. Find that in your chest. Before Tovin arrived, she had been checking with Larissa every few seconds to make sure she was paying attention, but now she knew from the 3 layers of breathing in the room that they were all ready. This next part was key to the difference between heart magic and mind magic, and the first thing one learned in the study of mind magic. Imagine it as a thread that slithers through your veins. It connects your blood to your intentions. As that thread moves upward, into your shoulders, your neck, it rounds the back of your head and connects to your forehead, right between your eyes. Because blood moves everywhere in the body, this thread, attached at the center of your forehead, imagine that it has the most power of anywhere in the body. It connects your mind to your blood. Let yourself find this thread. Become acquainted with it. If you lose it, start at your heart again and sew it through your neck and shoulders to the place between your eyes. Brioni allowed her instruction to come to an end. This was the area on which mind magicians spent most of their education prior to school, the communion with the thread. She knew it was important to just let Larissa be in silence. She lifted her eyes slowly from the floor. Larissa was sitting perfectly still, eyes unfocused and breath slow. Brioni was careful not to twitch a muscle so as not to pull Larissa's attention. She flicked her gaze to Tovin and flinched. He was watching her. She looked away, checking on Larissa again. Her attention was focused still. Brioni wondered if Tovin would have ever come to prefer mind magic as a root source if he'd learned at a young age like she had. He clearly had some experience with mind reading and barriers, but he didn't use mind magic for casual casting. He still relied on his familiar daily, like most heart magicians. Brioni let Larissa meditate for another half-hour before finally pulling her out of it with quiet instructions. When Larissa's eyes finally lifted and met hers, she looked exhausted. "Were you able to connect with the thread?" Larissa nodded. "It slips out of my grasp a lot." "Yes, it will," Brioni agreed. "There are 2 parts to it. You have to meditate to find that thread and keep it for hours on end. And then, to cloak, you begin to tug on it when you cast. Only a meditated, clear mind can do it." Apologies that the beginning is so boring. Tovin cleared his throat, and Brioni looked over at him. "Only a meditated, clear mind?" he repeated. His brows were drawn together. "This is incongruous with mind barrier magic, is it not?" "It is," Brioni agreed. When his confusion didn't clear, she said, "There is no known mind magician who has been able to cloak while keeping up mind barriers. Not even Vendeci could do it." Tovin's lips tightened. "So, if you are in the presence of a mind reader, such as Mallow, you can either cloak your mind or barricade it," she said. In our history texts, many spies were executed for transmogrifying into another person, only to have their thoughts read as their mental defenses were down. "Invisibility is the only real power then," Larissa said shrewdly. "If they don't know you're there, they can't read your mind." Brioni shrugged. "Possibly. I suppose it depends on your intentions." Larissa stared back at her, giving nothing away. When she glanced at Tovin, he was staring out the window, looking displeased.
Excitement, crushing doubt, fierce independence, vulnerable surrender, and joyful surrender. They kept at it for another hour before Larissa developed a nasty headache. Brianni knew it wasn't fake. She'd had her own headaches back in school. But when Brianni released her for the day and Larissa said, "I'm going to lie down, maybe I'll try again in the afternoon," Brianni realized something for the first time. You're. She glanced at Tovin, then back to Larissa as she rubbed her temple. "You're staying here?" "Just for the week," Tovin said quickly, "while she's under your tutelage." Brianni's throat was dry. "Ah, well, that's helpful." There were eels swimming in her gut as she thought about Larissa in Hurst Hall. Larissa accessing Tovin. Larissa sharing meals with him even. Brianni stood and put her chair back where she'd taken it from. "Don't worry, Rosewood," Larissa said loftily from the doorway. "You'll still be the only one visiting him at 2 in the morning." Brianni snapped her eyes to her just as Larissa smirked and walked out. She glanced at Tovin. He was in profile, twisting his ring around his finger, shoulders tense. "Speaking of last night," Tovin said softly, and Brianni's chest clenched. "I apologize. Nothing like that will happen again." He kept his gaze on his ring. Brianni felt an emptiness in her stomach. "All right," she said, uselessly. "I suppose I did ask for an example of what would be expected of me on the elixir, and you provided an example." His gaze lifted to her. "An example?" he repeated. "Yes," she said, fiddling with the teacup she'd let go cold on the side table. "You conjured a scenario, detailed though it was." She coughed, feeling her cheeks heat. "It was. It was much softer than I expected, though I'm sure you were diluting the scenario for my benefit." She should stop talking. She drank her cold tea to silence herself. When the teacup clinked back down on the saucer, she turned to face him. He stared at her, his lips attempting to form words. Then his jaw closed with an audible click, and he cleared his throat. "Right, it was. Softer. If anything were to happen in that vein behind the locked door at Biltmore, it would be much different." He took a deep breath and stepped back to face her fully. "But we were playing a dangerous game last night, and I should never have entered your mind." She snorted. "Please, you've been entering my mind for years without permission, Tovin." His brows twitched in surprise, but he stayed silent. "How else would you know about Didion and me at the lake? And the laces," she said, crossing her arms in a way unbefitting a princess. "Not to mention the pains in my legs all throughout year 3. You knew all about them without me supplying the information." Tovin stared at her from across the room. "Ah," he said slowly. "Yes, I suppose I did know all about that." Brianni narrowed her eyes at him. "But fine, yes, I accept your apology, and we shan't be entering each other's minds without permission again." He nodded. "Fine." Shifting on her feet, Brianni said, "I don't think Larissa will be ready to cloak on Friday unless she gives it her full attention this week. What is it that you hoped Larissa would teach me for Friday night?" He looked away from her, over her shoulder. "We can worry about that later, now that Canning's elixir has been eliminated." She lifted a brow. "Please don't tell me you intend to send me into the lion's den without any more knowledge than last time." He sighed. "What do you want to know?" She threw her hands up in the air. "You're so frustrating. You say I need help from Larissa, but when I ask you outright what that is, you refuse to tell me. Perhaps it is awkward to tell you. This entire situation is awkward, Tovin. Just trust me to be an adult in this," she said. "I have seen many examples of the Heartsprings' behavior at Biltmore. Just tell me if I should be more like Cecily Weep or like Phoebe." He ran a hand through his hair. "It's not as simple as that. Tell me what's so complicated." "You must become adjusted, but not comfortable," he said, raising his voice. "You can neither be a vixen nor a victim. A vixen will be more desirable to them, but a timid girl crying all night long like Cecily will only attract their attention in a different way." He paced away from her. "If we are to give the impression that I am fucking you often daily, twice a day, whatever," he waved his hand in the hair non-committally and turned to face her, walking closer. "Then we need a passing understanding of each other's bodies."
He came to stop in front of her. "And you think Larissa is the one to teach me a passing understanding of your body," she said acidly. He narrowed his eyes at her, as if to say, "Of course." She put her hands on her hips. "And how often have you been fucking me, Tovin?" His eyes flickered before returning to gray. "What? Shouldn't you know?" she said. "You certainly had an active imagination at dinner last week. You were well acquainted with how to unravel me, how to use your tongue on me. So how often does that all happen? Daily? Twice a day? How often do you fuck me just for your own satisfaction? And how often do you make me quiver for you?" His jaw ticked as he glared down at her. "You see," she said, stepping closer to him, until her head had to tilt backward to see him. "It seems to me I'm not the only one who needs to get all my details straight." He scoffed, and the air puffed across her face. "How in the stones should we do that?" She shrugged. "You tell me. But honestly, I don't know how introducing your ex-girlfriend into this mess is supposed to make it better." He breathed deeply, as if bracing himself. "She can inform you of things you have less experience with." "Why don't you inform me?" she said, with more bravery than she thought she contained. "Come on, Tovin," she continued, goading him. "Tell me how often I'm on my knees for you, and how often you're on your knees for me." His gaze danced across her face, his pupils sinking into blackness, but she wasn't done. "Candles lit or snuffed out," she said, repeating things she'd heard the maids talk about. "Do you bother to take your shoes off?" "Where do you hear these things?" he whispered, breath across her face. "What sinful conversations have you been listening to, Rosewood?" "Do you call me Briani when you finish?" she asked, voice loose and chest tight. "Like you did last night?" His face seemed to freeze in a smirk. She could feel the heat of his body just inches from hers. He breathed in through his nose, as if he was memorizing a scent, and suddenly he was even taller, forcing her head to tilt further backward. "Generally," he began, "I like to take you in the mornings. I'll wake you by climbing into your bed. I find that you're more pliable then." His voice was gravelly, and his eyes were black. Briani stared up at him without blinking. "I push you on your stomach, or I curl around your side and make you take me slowly, softly, where you can pretend I'm your lover. You always come in the mornings." She swallowed, taking in the scene he was painting. Her heart pounded. "I'm in only my pajama bottoms. You're in a soft silk nightdress that slips down low over your breasts. If I find you wearing underwear beneath it, I don't let you come." She felt the rumble of his words straight to her core. His voice was steady, and his eyes were even. "Then, sometimes in the afternoons, I'll find you in the library," he said. His voice took on a musical quality. "I'll remind you that it's forbidden, but I'll let you stay there and finish your book if you take off your dress." Her mind flashed to the time when Canning and Liam were there, when she'd spilled the whiskey on herself. But his words were painting a different picture. "I'll bend you over the table, or a chair, or just press you up against the window that overlooks the ponds, and I'll tell you to keep reading as I enter you. I'll make sure you get to finish the chapter you're on before I spend myself inside of you. Then I'll slap your ass and call you a good girl. You collect your dress and leave." Brianni's stomach was swirling with things she'd only felt rarely.
Excitement, crushing doubt, fierce independence, vulnerable surrender, and joyful surrender. Usually when this man was involved. She focused on his eyes, letting the images and sensations wash over her. "But at night," he said. A smirk graced his lips. "At night, that's when I kiss you between your legs for hours. No matter how devious you've been throughout the day, I make you come on my tongue 3 or 4 times. And when I'm done with you, I lie back on my bed and watch your mouth sink on my cock. And yes, when I come, I call you Bryony, and you love it." She shivered, and she knew he saw it. She felt her breasts pull into tight peaks, and her breath caught in her throat. Could he possibly have these thoughts? Was he describing more than just a scene to her, a desire? His head dipped down, and she thought he would kiss her. She thought she would let him. "Does that make things clearer, Rosewood?" he whispered, breathing in her air. She didn't know what her face looked like, what kind of emotions were on display for him. She had no shields to protect her from Tovin Hurst's seduction. "Crystal," she said, her throat tight and her skin buzzing. She stepped back and around him, heading for the door on shaking legs. Chapter 34. Larissa started progressing quickly. By Monday afternoon, she could turn her hair brown, though only for 2 minutes at a time. Larissa was actually practicing when she wasn't with Bryony. It seemed that whatever it was that motivated her to get to Biltmore was strong. Tovin didn't attend Sunday's lesson, but when he walked into the drawing room on Monday to see Larissa with brown hair, he stopped in his tracks. "Look," Larissa said, jumping up to twirl for him, but almost as soon as she had, she lost her grasp on that thread and let her hair fade back to blonde. "Ah, damn it all." Tovin slid his hands in his pockets and moved toward their chairs as Larissa closed her eyes and tried to find the concentration she needed. "It's impressive, even if it needs work," he said softly. "Be quiet," Larissa snapped, her eyes squeezed tightly. Bryony watched Tovin, taking note that his gaze never left Larissa as they all stood in silence. Slowly, Larissa's hair turned brown at the roots. With her face still squished in concentration, she said, "Am I doing it?" "A little." Larissa huffed and shook out her arms, letting her concentration go again. Tovin cleared his throat. "My mother would like to entertain us all for dinner this evening." Bryony's jaw dropped. What a happy dinner party. Larissa's expression was wary for a moment. "I can't," she said. "I really need to be practicing this evening." Bryony's brows jumped. She couldn't imagine staying in someone's home and declining a dinner invitation. "I'm afraid it's not optional," Tovin said, looking down at his shoes. Larissa glanced at Tovin, chewing her lips, something Bryony had never seen her do at school. She shook her head and grumbled, "What time?" "6." Larissa nodded, and Tovin left without Bryony's response. Bryony crossed her arms as Larissa slumped back down in her chair. "You don't enjoy Serena Hurst's company?" Larissa snorted. "Much the other way around." She rubbed her thumb across her lips, her mind drifting. "I tried for years to get that woman's approval. I'm sure you've noticed how she is. Sharing a meal with her is just a chance for her to evaluate and dismiss. You'll see." Later, Larissa used the dinner as a practice session and endeavored to cloak a beauty mark on her cheek for the entire evening. Bryony sat down next to Larissa and across from Tovin, Orion's place opposite Serena at the head of the table, not set. "Thank you for having us to dine this evening, Mrs. Hurst," Larissa said, in the voice she used to use on the tutors at school. "It's been far too long since I've enjoyed your kitchen's food." Serena's lips curved in a smile that didn't reach her eyes. "Yes, I thought it was time to have a meal with everyone under my roof." Bryony paused in placing her napkin on her lap as a glance passed between Tovin and his mother. Tovin's lips pressed together. "Larissa is with us for only a week, perhaps a bit longer. She needs to spend some time learning some valuable tools with Miss Rosewood." "Ah," Serena said, lifting her wineglass. "I presume that is the reason I see a spot appearing and disappearing on Miss Gaines' cheek." Larissa blanched before blushing. "It is, Mrs. Hurst. If I remember correctly, you were always well concerned with cosmetology," Serena said. "You are in need of further effects for your appearance?" Bryony blanked. It was so strange to hear Larissa call her Mrs. Hurst when Bryony had been permitted to call her Serena. "All is necessary, Mother," Tovin said, readjusting his napkin. "I promise." Bryony cleared her throat. "Thank you for having us to dinner, Mrs. Hurst," Bryony said, lifting her fork. "I've told you to call me Serena, Bryony." Bryony paused, her entire body flushing with second-hand embarrassment. Larissa was still as stone next to her. Throughout the rest of the meal, Bryony tried to make easy conversation, while Serena ignored Larissa, Tovin ignored Bryony, and Larissa shrank into herself. "Let's go again," Larissa said, gulping down her tea. It was Friday morning, and Larissa could turn her eyes green for 20 minutes. It was truly impressive, but unfortunately, it wasn't enough. she'd need to cloak herself as another person for far longer than 20 minutes. However, Larissa hadn't quite yet accepted that she would not be going to the Biltmore party that evening. She slapped her own cheeks to perk up, having nearly passed out from exhaustion in the last session. "Larissa," Bryony started. "No, we go again." Bryony stared at her. "You can try as often as you want today. It won't change the fact that you're not ready for this evening." Larissa narrowed her eyes. "Don't tell me what I can and can't do, Rosewood." "That's precisely what she can tell you," said a voice from the doorway. The two women turned to see Tovin, observing them silently. "Tovin, it won't be tonight, Larissa," he said softly. "Be all the more ready for next Friday." Bryony watched a fire burn behind Larissa's eyes as her lips pressed into a thin line. "Finn will make an excuse why he can't attend, and you both will appear next week," Tovin said. Larissa stood with the petulance of a toddler and marched toward the door. As she passed him, Tovin said, "And I assume you will hold up your end of the bargain with Rosewood this evening, as she has spent 6 days working with you." His words went unanswered as Larissa's heavy footsteps echoed farther and farther away. Without a glance in Bryony's direction, Tovin excused himself. Later that evening, Bryony was just stepping out of the bath and draping her robe around herself when Larissa barged into her suite. Bryony peered out of the bathroom door and sputtered, "It's polite to knock, you know." Larissa waved her off and went directly to her vanity to open the bag she'd brought with her. She started taking out brushes and powders. Bryony blinked, remembering what she'd said last week. "I've heard from multiple sources now that you were a spectacular disaster at Biltmore. You looked a mess." Breathing deeply, Bryony said, "You're here to make me look good?" Larissa smiled condescendingly. "But of course. Looking good is my only talent," she said, as if repeating the words from someone. She patted the back of the vanity chair and gestured for Bryony to sit. Bryony didn't know if she was supposed to disagree with Larissa or not. She followed instruction and sat. As Larissa started organizing all the powders and rouges, Bryony frowned at her in the mirror. "Not every girl is done up and dressed to the nines." Larissa dragged the chair to face her with surprising strength. "Not every girl fetched 65,000 gold," she said, leaning down to meet Bryony on her level. Bryony froze at the knowledge that Larissa had finally figured out how much Tovin bought her for. "Not every girl is on the arm of the wealthiest heir in line. Trust me when I say that you need to look and act the part."
Excitement, crushing doubt, fierce independence, vulnerable surrender, and joyful surrender. "If you can't maintain the lie, Rosewood," Larissa said, voice sharpening, "you'll endanger the entire Hearst family." Bryony pressed her lips together. "I'm well aware of that, thanks." Larissa stood upright, a bright smile breaking across her lips. "Good." She pushed a tube of something into Bryony's hands. "Now, moisturize." Brushing the cream over her skin, Bryony turned her eyes to Larissa's left forearm. The flesh was mangled and silver white from the acid that Finn had used. Bryony realized that she now had access to someone who could possibly give her a clue about the tattoos. "Did it hurt?" she asked quietly. "Don't be an idiot, Rosewood. You heard me screaming. Now go ahead and ask the real question you want to ask." Larissa came at her with a large brush at that point, promptly covering Bryony's embarrassed flush with a beige goo. "What do you know about the tattoos?" Bryony asked, once the brush was away from her mouth. "Absolutely nothing." Larissa dipped the brush again. "All I know is that I can come and go as I please." "Because you're dead." Larissa's lips twitched. "Well, yes, that does tend to be helpful. I woke up with my tattoo already on my arm." "Do you remember anything about the spell they used?" "I don't remember a spell," Larissa said, "just the elixir." Bryony felt her skin prick as every hair on her arm stood on end. "What kind of elixir?" "Well, gee, Rosewood, when I was allowed to examine it, my findings were inconclusive." "You drank an elixir?" Bryony grabbed her wrist, forcing Larissa to tug her brush back.
You're sure? She scowled at her. I'm positive. I remember having my jaw pried open. Brianni's mind raced at breakneck speed. She thought that the tattoo was a spell cast upon a person, an external charm. Was Brianni given this elixir while she was unconscious? An elixir had an antidote. She tucked away this new information, excited to examine it later in the Hearst Library. Brianni let Larissa continue in silent concentration, dabbing at her face and smudging powders onto her cheeks. She hadn't bothered with any of this since before her father died. If there was a state event, the palace hired a team to come in and tend to her, but that was all she knew other than where to swipe rouge. Larissa, on the other hand, had already perfected a powdered and contoured face when they started school at 16. The only time Brianni had ever seen her without a face on was when they were held captive together. You said you envied me in the Shroud Dungeons. Brianni's voice was soft, as if she were speaking to a skittish cat. Larissa didn't look up from her palette. You said you were envious of what my life would be, Brianni said. What did you mean? Larissa laughed, a bark of glee that made Brianni jump in her seat. Larissa looked around the bathroom suite, gesturing with her brush. You knew, even then, that Tovin was going to buy me, Brianni said. Larissa stabbed a new brush into a powder and hummed in confirmation. Brianni took a breath, heart pounding. Do you know why? Larissa turned to her, hair swaying delicately. Her eyes took in Brianni's, studying her before narrowing like a predator. I do, said Larissa, with a twist to her lips. Eyes closed, Rosewood. Brianni opened her mouth to protest, but Larissa was already coming at her with the brush. Brianni closed her eyes, puffing out her breath in defeat. She kept silent and still as Larissa finished her eyeshadow. After, she felt Larissa twisting her fingers through Brianni's hair, letting magic drift through the curls, tightening and taming them. When she was finally finished, Larissa grabbed the back of the chair, wrenching her toward the mirror so she could see herself. Brianni was a shadow, a figment of someone's imagination. Her cheekbones shimmered, and her eyes were enormous. Her brows were crisp and jaw sharp, just like Larissa's. Her curls danced around her face like a lion's mane. You hate it, I know, Larissa said, putting her things away with a flick of her fingers. But you'll have to bear it. Larissa started to clean up all the powders and brushes, and Brianni felt the clock ticking closer to 10. Is there anything else I should know? Brianni asked, her stomach twisting in knots. Be sure to take all this off and wash your face afterward, Larissa muttered. No, I mean, Brianni hesitated. Anything about how to act? Larissa met her eyes in the mirror and bit back a smile. What do you want to know? Brianni watched her organize the counter. What does Tovin like? Larissa laughed. Well, doing what Tovin likes and doing what looks good at Biltmore are two different things. Brianni's brows furrowed. Do you mean that Tovin doesn't like conventional affection? No, it's just that, Larissa smiled. Well, doing what he likes while trying to play a part, that's asking for a bit of trouble, don't you agree? Brianni didn't follow. Trouble for who? Larissa shook her head and said, You know what, why not? She bent over Brianni's chair and ran her fingers through Brianni's thick curls. Brianni immediately thought of the evening woman Larissa had told her about. Tovin tends to like soft touches to the back of his neck, Larissa demonstrated, letting her fingers tickle the back of Brianni's head. She gave small tugs on the wispy hairs at the base of her skull. Brianni felt it felt quite nice, but it wasn't really a turn-on for herself. Especially when your fingers are cold, Larissa said, pulling her hand away. My fingers are always cold, Brianni quipped. Larissa snorted. That's right, she said with a knowing smile. Are you really still cold in Beauchamard, after all these years? Brianni nodded. Larissa leveled her gaze at her. It's summer, for stone's sake, Rosewood. Brianni shrugged. Next, they went to grab Brianni's dress and heels from the wardrobe. Larissa cast a charm on the shoes to make them more comfortable and prevent Brianni's ankles from rolling. It was life-changing.
Have a good evening, Larissa said. My goal is to have an hour of full transmogrification by Monday. She walked to the door with a sway to her steps. She would probably be up the entire night working on her studies. Do get some rest, Larissa. It's no good passing out during lessons. At the threshold, she turned and smiled. Oh, don't go getting attached to me now, Rosewood. It will make it so much harder to despise you. She disappeared, and the door clicked closed behind her. Brianni's dress was black lace tonight, with a low neck. It was tight on her body, leaving very little to the imagination. With shoes on and one last look in the mirror, Brianni headed down the hallway. She'd found her footing by the time she descended the stairs, but the sight of Tovin watching her from the ground almost sent her stumbling again. His eyes dripped over her face, dress, and legs before tearing away and staring down at the marble. It was the first time he'd looked directly at her since Saturday, when he'd described in perfect detail all the ways in which he had her every day. He had refused to look at her at dinner with his mother. Brianni's heart raced and her skin tingled. She clicked down the stairs in her heels, awkwardly listening to every step until she reached the bottom. He didn't immediately cast the portal, so she asked, "Is it the same entry every time? Through the main gates?" After a beat, he nodded, almost as if snapping out of a trance. Yes, he cleared his throat and surprised her when he offered, "The dinner will be infinitely tamer tonight." He sliced his finger and cast a portal. Brianni paused before she offered her arm to him. "The president of Southern Comley doesn't support Mallow, does she?" she asked. That's why Juliana was taken and made a heartspring, to coerce him into changing his mind. That's about the short of it, he said. He took her elbow, pulling her through a void to the path outside Biltmore. She allowed the long walk up to the gates to center her mind, the breeze to cool her emotions, and the sound of her footsteps to confirm that it was truly happening again.
Excitement, crushing doubt, fierce independence, vulnerable surrender, and joyful surrender. The wolves howled, the guards smacked their lips, and the crowd of Bomardi in the courtyard whistled. She ignored them all, hardly registering their jeers about her bare legs as she focused on a lake with still waters. Tovin was putting on a show of being quite relaxed. During their first walk into Biltmore, he was rushed and anxious. This time, he was shouting back at the crowd with a laugh, stopping to chat with someone at the top of the stairs and teasing someone who was coughing on their cigar. But when the spectators vanished and it was only the two of them, his face fell, an empty expression in his eyes. He led her through the doors to the grand hall, and Brianni's breath caught to see Ilana turning to them with a tray of champagne. "Master Hurst," she said with a flirty grin, "good evening. I have Minister Baggus back again." Tovin declined a fact sheet, and Ilana's eyes met hers briefly before offering her champagne. "Miss Rosewood, welcome." Brianni reached for her own glass this time, hoping to draw Ilana's eyes, but she was already pushing aside the curtain and letting them into the hall. The music and the chatter hit her like a wall, stirring her memories of 2 weeks ago. She was flooded with terror for a freezing moment before feeling Tovin's hand on her back, warm and steadying. He stopped to talk with people as they sipped their champagne. Brianni tried to catalog the guests and conversations more fastidiously this time. 2 weeks ago, she was far more focused on the women. This time, she needed to listen to the whispered jokes and unspoken clues. Tovin greeted Carvin, who did not have Phoebe hanging off his elbow. Brianni's eyes scanned for her as inconspicuously as possible, but with no luck. "Tovin," a slimy voice called out behind them. They turned and found Casper Quill, Liam's father, approaching, one hand on his cane. There was a round man at his side. "I was just telling Minister Baggus from Starkson about the protections on our heartsprings." Tovin shook hands, and Brianni finally matched the name with the face of Minister Baggus. He was one of the leaders of Starkson's government and had conveniently ignored the letter she'd written to him in urgency, asking for his support while Mallow marched on Rory's armies. He was portly with roomy eyes and pink mottled skin. Quill continued, sloshing his glass a bit as he spoke. "I assure you, these protections we have cannot be beat. These tattoos,
unbreakable. Brianni's ears pricked. "Ah," said Tovin, "so these tattoos cannot be broken, but the portal boundary lines can?" His eyes glinted cruelly as he watched the insult land on Quill. "Precisely," Quill growled. "The magic is impenetrable. We have gone further than anyone in history to secure our heartsprings." Quill gestured to the whole room, sloshing his glass. "The ancient Dawards, the clans of Starkson, not even the Durlings could succeed where we have." He was drawing attention. Several nearby heads turned to see the commotion. And it all fell into place. Quill had created the tattoos. Brianni looked down, her mind working quickly. The Durlings. She'd seen the term before. She couldn't place where, but the group had appeared somewhere in her reading. "Right you are, Casper," Tovin said silkily, "and I do hope my father's library was helpful to you in your efforts to secure the portal boundary line. We are happy to point you in the right direction should you ever be lost again." Brianni's brows jumped before she could school her face. Quill looked murderous. "Now, if you'll excuse us, we really should be going." Tovin's fingers curled tightly on the curve of her waist, unsteadying her until she had to step back, following him toward the stairs. She was racking her brain so hard to remember who the Durlings were that she almost forgot that she was headed upstairs into another viper's pit. "Not leaving already, Hurst?" A gravelly voice sounded from their right. "I haven't even had a chance to say hello." Tovin froze. Brianni's chest rattled, her hair standing on end from the memory of eyes on her naked body, a hand between her legs, a scratchy voice whispering filthy things into her ear. A tall man with a twisted nose and twisted smile stepped into their path, and Brianni came face to face with Leg Raven for the first time since he'd won her at the auction. Chapter 35. Tovin's arm tightened around her waist, and Brianni reminded herself to breathe. "Leg," Tovin greeted in a stilted voice. "Back from Southern Camley so soon?" "Just today." His gaze skated over her chest, her waist, her legs. "I'd heard you'd been letting her out of her cage. Had to come see for myself." There was a pounding in her blood, but she focused on holding her head high, meeting his eyes. "And now you've seen?" Tovin replied curtly. "If you'll excuse us." "Not sharing her either, I've heard," Raven said, stepping subtly to the left, blocking the narrow path around him. "What a shame that is." He took a small step forward, cocking his head. His eyes hadn't left her once. "With me, you would have been treated like the Princess of Biltmore once again. The grandest prize, presented and polished." A chill passed along her shoulders, but she didn't move a muscle. Tovin shifted, his shoulder passing into her sightline as he put himself in front of her. "I think she got the better deal, Leg," Tovin lilted, and she could hear the nasty smirk in his voice, so reminiscent of their school days. Raven sneered and stepped into him, nose to nose. "Your daddy's not here, Hurst. I'd be very careful what you say to me." "Oh, I have nothing to say to you at all. We have a binding agreement," Tovin said, his voice low. "Now kindly step away from me and my heartspring. I'll only ask you once. You've been keeping her locked away for far too long." "Careful," he warned, "or someone might figure out how to pick the lock." Tovin's left arm was still twisted behind him, squeezing her wrist so hard that she knew it would bruise. He breathed a humorous laugh and slapped Raven's upper arm. "Good to see you, Leg. I'll give my father your regards." With a sharp tug, he pulled her around him, passing Raven on the right with a shove to his shoulder. Brianni didn't look back, only focused on putting one foot in front of the other. She tried to find a lake with still waters in her mind, but seeing Raven again had rattled her. Once they were up the stairs, she tugged on Tovin, asking him to pause without saying a word. Tovin looked up and down the arcade while Brianni took 2 deep breaths in. She nodded, and they continued. Tovin led her to the room where they'd had dinner 2 weeks ago. The same Bomardi guard stood at the doorway and checked Tovin's ring for entry. Boisterous laughter and shouting assaulted her ears, and when they entered, the room cheered, getting to their feet in their imitation of chivalry. Tovin herded her to the head of the table, and Brianni took her position behind Tovin's chair. She found Cecily behind Colin, Octavia behind Lorne, Angelica behind Canning. And when the strawberry blonde took her place behind Liam as he sat, Briony realized the chair to Tovin's left was empty. Finn wasn't here, just as Tovin had planned. She wondered what the excuse was for it. As soon as the men were seated, the women stepped forward for the wine bottles. Briony followed, reaching beyond Tovin's shoulder and pouring wine into his glass. They repeated their toast, to Mistress Mallow, may she reign forevermore, and Briony watched as 7 men drank deeply to Mallow's honor. There was less food on the table than 2 weeks ago, no opulent pig roast or decadent side dishes. As the men settled back into conversation, the strawberry blonde and 2 other women started moving around with trays serving light hors d'oeuvres and cheese. Without dinner in the way, it didn't take long for the first woman to drop into a lappa, a giggly wife in a silver collar who draped herself over Cleve without a fuss.
Excitement, crushing doubt, fierce independence, vulnerable surrender, and joyful surrender. As if he'd been waiting for the cue all evening, Colin directed Cecily to his lap, his arms wrapping around her stomach and his face inhaling deeply at her neck as she grimaced. Briony was listening to the conversations and watching the men closely, so she saw the exact moment Canning pulled a small box out of his robes. "What do we say, gentlemen?" he called out over the noise. "Shall we lose some gold tonight?" The young men laughed and jeered, ribbing one another about who had won and lost last time. Canning's long fingers opened the box and plucked out a deck of cards and 3 dice. He began shuffling the deck as some men groaned about the holes in their pockets and others rubbed their greedy hands together in glee. Briony had seen the guards at Biltmore play this game before. They'd agreed to teach Rory, but had balked at the idea of the princess playing cards with them. Her rudimentary understanding was that it was similar to poker, but without numbered cards. Lorne started divvying the chips, and the cards slid across the table with a magical push as Canning dealt them. She looked up and realized that over half of the women were otherwise occupied. Some sat in laps or draped over the shoulders of their dates. The other half refilled glasses and offered snacks. Only Briony was left standing at attention. She stepped forward as Tovin plucked up his cards. Grabbing the decanter of wine, she refilled his almost full glass to look busy, and as he rearranged his cards, she brushed her fingers over the back of his collar, near the base of his skull, as Larissa had taught her. "Do you have a good hand?" she murmured, doing her best to imitate Larissa's purr. He went very still. "Excellent," he said with a confident flick of his eyes to meet Canning's. Canning smirked, then turned his gaze on her. "How are those heels tonight, Rosewood?" His gaze ran over her. "If you need to sit, you know my lap's always free." Before she could craft a response, Tovin's hand was on her hip, pulling her downward without even looking up from his cards. The men laughed. She landed across both his legs, the right side of her chest pressing against his left. With how short and tight her dress was, she was forced to shift herself until her legs crossed, her arms slung behind Tovin's shoulder. Tovin provided no assistance. Lorne started by rolling the dice, grinning down at the result. The glyphs on the sides were different than on the dice she'd seen the guards play with, so she gave up trying to summon the little she remembered. Canning called for wagers. "Let's make it good this time, gentlemen." He nodded at Cleve. "You first." "I have the names of 2 defectors." Canning rolled his eyes. "That's terribly dull, Cleve." "Well, that's what I have," Cleve grumbled. "Then think of something better. I'm not risking what I know for something my grandmother could have told me." He turned his eyes on Lorne, who cleared his throat. "I have news on Starkson." "I'll take that," Canning said. "I'll raise you a sighting of Punt." Briony's mouth felt dry, and she resisted the urge to lean forward. They were wagering secrets instead of gold-sensitive topics about the war, the outside world. She chanced a look around the table and found the strawberry blonde meeting eyes with another Barlow girl before quickly glancing away and reaching for a slice of cheese off Liam's plate. "Interesting, Canning. Who's your source?"
said Tovin. Well, you'll have to beat my hand to find out, won't you? Colin, Lorne asked. Are you in? But Colin was nuzzling into Cecily's neck, content to fold. I have news on Malo's dragon, spotted near the Tampet Mountains yesterday, said the man whose name Brioni didn't know. Tovin scoffed. What could possibly be interesting about the location of Malo's dragon? You'll have to beat my hand to find out. Tovin, Canning asked, are you in? Brioni felt every pair of eyes turn to them. She glanced down to Tovin's hand, unable to tell if what he had was sufficient to win. He plucked a card from the middle and replaced it on the end. I'm in. He tilted his head, and Brioni felt his hair tickle her neck. Anyone interested to know who it was that skipped through the boundary at Jarvis last month? A charge pulsed through the table. Canning lifted a brow. Lorne leaned closer. Someone set down his glass with a clink. Liam, on the other hand, stiffened. That's classified, he hissed from their left. You can't give away that kind of information. I'm not giving it away, Tovin drawled. I'm planning to win my hand, thank you very much. He took a leisurely sip from his wineglass. And you, Liam, do you have anything of value? Liam sat up straight in his chair, jostling the arms of the strawberry blonde hanging off his shoulders. I can tell you which major government official plans to pay Biltmore a visit next month, he said. Tremello already said he'd be back. No, Liam snapped. He sneered at the interruption. Not Tremello. A pause as the young men considered. Well, you have my interest, Canning said with a grin. Shall we play, boys? Canning whispered into Jellica's ear, and with some reluctance, Jellica leaned forward and chose a card from the pile in front of him. High suit is. Canning turned over the card Jellica chose, and his face split into a smile. His eyes slid to Brioni. Roses. The men chuckled as Canning flipped the card onto the table. It had an ornate rose in the center. Wild card is. Canning took the next card from Jellica's hand and barked out a laugh. The rose in chains. His eyes glittered as he stared across the table at Tovin and Brioni. Well, if that isn't just the perfect thing. Tovin was still as stone as the men laughed, making jokes about not betting against Tovin this round. The odds are with him. Brioni barely understood the game, but she could understand the insinuation. They started then. Brioni watched cards exchange hands, watched the quick shuffling as the men laughed and drank. She still couldn't figure out how the game was played, but she was far more invested in the conversation. One by one, the men lost, spilling their secrets and afterward their gold. By the time they were down to their last few wine bottles, only Tovin, Canning, and Liam had kept their secrets. Lorne's news on Starkson, that Malo had lost several new recruits during a battle near the port, had helped Brioni puzzle together that Starkson was publicly against Malo. Another 2 hands, and she found out the name of a suspected traitor in General Tremello's cabinet. Canning finally lost his hand to a round of jeers. All right, he said, tossing back his drink. That bitch who lost an arm. What's her name? Felicity Punt, Jellica said softly, and then immediately flushed red and stared down at her lap. Canning seemed entertained more than anything. Yes, thank you, Jellica, he said patronizingly. Felicity Punt was spotted in the north at a closed-down apothecary last week. Brioni's mind snapped in millions of directions. Now that she knew the tattoo was created with an elixir, it was possible that Felicity, as one of the only escapees, was determined to find the ingredients for the antidote. But it could be anything. If Felicity was on the run with Sammy, as she'd seen in the papers, they'd need plenty of supplies. Liam folded next, but he didn't seem terribly put out when he smugly announced that Biltmore would be hosting the rest of Minister Badge's cabinet. Tovin didn't lose, keeping his secret of who had escaped at Jarvis. Brioni shoved aside her irritation that he hadn't told her before. Should take it up with him later, but now was not the time. By the end of the next round, Lorne, having lost his gold and secrets several rounds before, began kissing Octavia's neck as he listened to the game, only piping in every now and then. Colin was doing something similar, Only it seemed he had completely disregarded the game to focus on sloppily kissing Cecily's mouth. It was Cleve's turn to throw the dice.
Excitement, crushing doubt, fierce independence, vulnerable surrender, and joyful. The Barlow girl in his lap giggled when he offered her the deck of cards. Briony looked away from the scene as Liam called out the results of the roll. They played their first hand, exchanging chips and cards, and when it was time to bet their information, Liam offered another visitor to Biltmore in the next month. "Don't waste our time with that," Tovin drawled. "I want to know what you were researching for your father in my library." Liam opened his mouth. "And don't feed me any shit about the portal boundary line," Tovin continued, cutting over him. "I saw you lurking in the other sections." A stillness swept over the table. Liam flushed at being put on the spot, and clearly not in a way he enjoyed. "I'll take that bet," Canning said, with a glint in his eye, "especially since Liam is panicking." The table chuckled. The strawberry blonde cooed into Liam's ear and rubbed his shoulders as he scowled. Briony's pulse spiked, feeding off the intrigue, and she quickly looked down at the table to hide her eagerness. Liam scowled, drumming his fingers on the table. "Well, I'm only in if Tovin tells us where Daddy Hurst has been." Tovin's ribs expanded against hers, and the corner of his mouth lifted. He made quite a show of looking down at his cards, weighing the options. "What do you think, Rosewood?" he lilted. "Think my cards are good enough?" She blanked at his hand, not sure how to answer, but knowing it didn't matter. He was only buying time. She ran her fingers over the fine hair at the back of his neck, right over the place where she'd once sewed his skin together, and watched his skin prickle. Briony plucked a card from the middle of Tovin's hand and replaced it on the end. She leaned closer and loudly whispered, "I think Liam's about to spill everything." The men burst into laughter, more raucous than the quip warranted. It wasn't terribly witty, but perhaps they were amused that it was said by her, that she was playing their game. "Now the game can start," Canning yelled over the din. "I wondered when you'd show up, Rosewood." Liam won his hand, allowed to keep his secrets for a bit longer. Tovin spread his cards on the table, and Briony inferred from the rose that he had won as well. Her heart was pounding in her chest as she decided to try something else to celebrate his win. Pressing her forehead to his temple and painting on a coy smile, Briony tilted her face up, reaching for his mouth with hers. The barest brush of her bottom lip across the corner of his mouth, and Tovin jerked his face back, the smallest movement of his neck, like he'd dodged the swing of a sword. She froze, feeling his entire body seize up, his ribs no longer moving against hers. Embarrassment flooded her chest and neck, working its way to her cheeks. She'd tried to kiss him, and he'd rejected her, and more important, flinched in front of watchful eyes. She didn't dare look at him, staring at her lap as her face burned. He continued shuffling his new hand as if nothing had happened. Soon enough, her embarrassment gave way to a boiling fury. He was going to jeopardize them. He couldn't accept a kiss from his heartspring? What did that say? Had anyone seen? The sound in the room returned to her slowly as she lifted her head. The men were chatting and passing cards. No eyes were on them, but there was something malicious about the way Canning Trow grinned at the table, his teeth cutting into his lip. Tovin's ribs moved again, and he audibly swallowed. Briony stiffened at the reminder that he was there. They needed to talk. They needed a discussion about what their behavior was to consist of. He'd condescended at her ability to play act last time, and then proceeded to sabotage her once she'd actually tried to play the game. She breathed deeply. She couldn't show how she felt with so many watchful eyes in the room. "Your turn, Hurst." Cleve slid the cards over to Tovin, and his arm extended to reach for them. "You gonna let her wish you luck?" Lorne teased. Tovin held the deck in front of her. She pushed her embarrassment down and slipped one card from the stack, flipping it over for the table. "The Virgin and the Wolf," Liam read for the table. Now that one she had heard of. It was an old fairy story with a wolf that could smell a virgin's blood.
The men were just offering their secrets as she relaxed back into Tovin's sand. "I have something with potential now that we're in the final round," Canning said with a smirk. His eyes locked on hers as he said, "I happen to know the location of one Cordelia Hardstark." A cold wave of dread crashed through her, and she knew she hadn't been able to temper her expression. Canning's eyes gleamed. She felt the hand on her back tense as well. "And how would you know that?" Liam sneered. Canning shrugged, still smirking. "My elixir is no longer available at Biltmore. I have to make house calls these days. You wouldn't believe the things I've learned in exchange for a small discount." Brianny's heart thrummed. Cordelia wasn't at Cole's estate any longer, and Canning knew where she was being kept. "But it is a huge secret, you know," Canning said with a pout. "I feel like we should up the ante if I'm going to reveal this." Canning looked directly at Tovin. Tovin responded in a level voice, "I can reveal no more than the country my father is in, I'm afraid." "I don't care to know that, truly." Canning shrugged, his eyes falling on Brianny again. She had the sinking sensation that he was playing with them, like a cat batting a mouse. "But I will wager that secret against a kiss from the Golden Heartspring." Brianny held her breath. Tovin's jaw clicked, and the weight in her stomach dropped. He would decline, and then she would have no idea what had happened to Cordelia. Her lips parted before Tovin could take a breath. One measly kiss? She lifted a brow, imitating the man beneath her, and said, "That's an easy bet to take. Hardly fair for you, though." Canning winked at her. "You sell yourself short, Rosewood. Perhaps that's just how madly I desire you." Tovin tensed, about to jump in, about to end this. "How could Master Tovin refuse?" she quickly replied. "It costs him nothing if he loses." The hand on her back lifted, and she heard the arm of the chair creak under the strain of a hand squeezing it. The young men were silent, watching the unspoken duel between the two heads of the table. But the match was won, and Tovin knew it. The anger radiated off him, even as he said, "Of course, an excellent wager." All eyes turned to the cards as Tovin and Canning played, pulling new hands and rolling the dice. She judged Tovin's success off Liam, who had no poker face. The more disappointed he looked, the better Tovin was doing. When they both finally laid out their cards, the entire table released a breath. "Fuck," Lorne whispered, running a hand through his hair. "It's a draw, sweetheart," Canning said to her from across the table, his lips twisted in an arrogant smile. "Such a shame. I would have liked to have tasted you just once." He made a show of licking his lips at her as the men laughed, and Tovin stoically cleaned up his cards. Canning leaned closer, schooling his features in a mock pout. "And I'm sure you desperately wanted to know about your dear friend. Such a pity." Canning tapped his chin as if deep in thought. "I'll tell you what," he said, shifting Jellica off his lap. "I'll still reveal my secret if you give me that kiss. Good and proper now." She felt her pulse in her fingertips. Then Tovin scoffed and plucked up his wineglass, draining the contents and preparing to excuse them from the room. She thought of Cordelia withering away in a dark castle, her blue eyes dim and her magic gone. Brianny stood swiftly. The room was still. They watched her as she moved to Canning, who was smirking at her with hungry eyes. She didn't spare a glance at Tovin as she sat in Canning's lap and pulled his neck down to kiss him squarely on the mouth. The table erupted in cheers and groans.
Excitement, crushing doubt, fierce independence, vulnerable surrender, and joyful surrender. She felt Canning smile against her lips before returning her kiss with a vengeance, his mouth cold and rubbery against hers. She was just pulling back when his hand slipped into her hair and his other dropped to her thigh, rubbing the skin. His lips moved under hers, his hand gripping her curls to hold her still, and then his tongue was against her mouth, pressing forward to get inside. He barely managed it when she pushed back with all her might, breaking free of him and stumbling to her feet. The sound rushed back to the room as Canning grinned up at her, his thumb brushing over his lips. The men pounded the table and howled. "Your secret, Trow?" Brianny hissed under the din, staring down at him, resisting the urge to wipe her mouth. Canning raised his hand to quiet the room, his teeth shining proudly. Cordelia is moved quite frequently. She was at the Lachlan estate last week, the Seats castle before that. She may not have magic anymore, but she certainly has some good fight left in her. Brienne felt the blood drain from her face. There was noise somewhere in the room, but she couldn't decipher the sounds. The Seats castle and the Lachlan estate. Moira Lachlan was fifth in line to the seat, but Brienne had no idea where the Lachlan estate was. She tried to find the voice to ask, but her wrist was taken, there was an arm around her back, and then Tovin was leading her out of the room. Pushing her, really. The game was over. Several others followed them out, passing the guard, moving down the stairwell. Tovin was silent. His hand on her hip was rigid as he guided her through the door, but she couldn't spare his temper a passing thought. Her mind was spinning with all the information she'd learned, and the images her imagination conjured of Cordelia hanging on by a thread, bleeding on some castle floor. She walked the corridor in a daze, shoving her memories of Cordelia back into a closed book on the shelf where she belonged. Her lips still felt strange and dry from Canning's, and her dress felt too tight. Tovin steered her outside and toward the sound of the crowd. Around another corner, Ilana waited with a tray of drinks. Brienne snapped out of her exhaustion. She was going into the arena again. She needed her wits about her. They ended up in the stands this week. Brienne and Tovin sat on a bench, and the strawberry blonde woman drops down next to Tovin, Liam on her other side. Brienne eyed her as she smiled at them. Tovin rested his arm on the bench behind Brienne's opposite hip, and she did her best to cross her legs in her short dress. She was just starting to dissociate from the events of the evening when she heard a voice with thick vowels to her right. "Is it true your hot spring used to be a princess?" Brienne and Tovin looked at the woman with strawberry blonde hair together, the same woman who'd lived at Claremore for months with her, tending to the linens of said princess. "You're not supposed to talk to her," Liam said lazily from the other side of her, sipping a glass of whiskey. "My apologies," Strawberry Blonde said, eyes still hungry on Brienne's face. "I haven't ever seen a princess before." Brienne stared at her as Tovin mumbled something about her no longer being a princess. Was it not the same girl? It had to be. The woman propped herself on her knees facing Tovin and Brienne. "You must be very rich to have purchased such a prize," she said coquettishly. "He is, just ask him," Liam said. Strawberry Blonde giggled and flipped her hair. "She's absolutely beautiful, Master Tovin." The woman shifted a shoulder, and as if by magic, one of her straps fell. "And the way you talked about her 2 weeks ago, about her being delicious." Tovin brought his drink to his lips, tilting his head back to swallow it all. And the strawberry blonde woman took that opportunity to lick her lips, reach forward for Brienne's neck, and pull her mouth to hers. Brienne's brows shot up, eyes wide open. The girl's mouth moved over hers, her hand sliding around Brienne's neck as she pulled their bodies together over Tovin's lap. Brienne couldn't move with the shock of it. What was this? The woman brushed her fingers around Brienne's neck and let her tongue slide out, tasting Brienne's lips. The woman pulled back, smiling brilliantly. "Delicious," she said. "I'd love to taste more of her sometime, Master Tovin." Brienne's cheeks flushed bright red as the room came back to her. Liam's drink had frozen on the way to his lips, and Tovin was wound tight like a spring between them, his eyes hardening. The woman giggled again and then slid back to sit on Liam's lap as if she'd never been speaking with them at all. Brienne pressed her fingers to her mouth, trying to make sense of the last minute. "I think you should let them taste each other, Tovin," Lorne said from one seat farther on. "What do you say?" Tovin smiled thinly and slid his hand over Brienne's thighs. "I'd say that I'm inspired to do my own tasting." He stood from the bench and dragged her up with him. "Gentlemen," he said in goodbye. Brienne stumbled behind him, turning to watch the woman who used to be her maid kissing Liam's neck, not sparing her another glance. The fuck was that? Her eyes snapped up to find Tovin scowling at her as they marched through to the exit. Brienne opened her mouth, then closed it. She was very friendly, she finally landed on. He took her out into the garden, and before she realized that they were at the portal spot, he cut his thumb, made a portal home, and said, "Any other friends you'd like to make tonight, Rosewood?" He dragged her through as Brienne protested. Once they were in the Hearst drawing room, he dropped her arm and stomped out the door to the stairs. Brienne blinked after him for a moment before her anger found her. "Why did we leave?" she demanded, running after him. "We weren't finished." "I think you had enough fun for one night," he hissed, starting to climb. Her mouth fell open at his retreating back. "You're angry that I kissed Canning? You think that was fun for me?" He spun back several stairs above her. "I'm angry that you made me look weak." She gaped at him. "Are you joking? Canning only made that bet because you refused to kiss me. You made us both look like idiots." His jaw snapped shut. Starting to ascend again, he bit out, "Kissing is too intimate." Her temper boiled, bubbling over. Storming after him up the steps, she cried, "Too intimate? Everyone else was kissing. You've shown me far more intimate things that we are supposedly doing." "So tonight was revenge, then, for intruding on your mind?" He laughed humorously. "You're going to go around flirting with as many people to get back at me?" "Don't flatter yourself," Brienne snapped. That woman was... She didn't know if she should mention the fact that she'd lied about knowing Brienne. Strange, she finished, but Canning was a calculated move. He had information about... "Oh yes," he snarled, turning back to her, his face pink. "I do wonder what your old friends would have to say about your method of information gathering, Rosewood." She glowered at him. "I wouldn't have to kiss your disgusting friends if you would just tell me what the fuck is going on." His nostrils flared, and he wheeled around to storm up the rest of the staircase. "I answer every fucking question you ask me, Rosewood. The waters forbid you offer anything else." She sprinted after him in her heels, like any kind of game plan for these evenings, or having the decency to tell me about your stupid no kissing rule. She followed around the corner as he made for his bedroom. "You want a rule, Rosewood?" he yelled down the hallway, shoving open his bedroom door. "Don't throw yourself at my friends. Fuck off, Tovin." He glared at her and disappeared into his room, slamming the door behind him. She followed suit, marching into her bedroom, fuming with the fire in her blood. She ripped off her heels, chucking them at the wall connecting their rooms, hoping he heard. She reached up for her collar, hating it and all it stood for.
Excitement, crushing doubt, fierce independence, vulnerable surrender, and joyful. And it itched. She screamed in the back of her throat as her fingers tugged at it until her fingers brushed something. She pulled her hands away in shock as a thin scrap of paper fluttered down from her neck. Brienne stared at it, her entire body frozen. A piece of parchment torn off the edge of something, no wider than her little finger. She bent down slowly, thinking of the way the woman with strawberry blonde hair had pulled her forward by the neck. It had caused quite a distraction, to slide a thin slice of paper beneath the gold. Brienne's shaking fingers reached for the paper, turning it over. Her breath hitched. "No dragon, don't worry." Her heart leapt at its cage. The handwriting was familiar, but the word that truly took her breath away was worry, with a capital W. That was what she'd called Rory as a child when she couldn't pronounce his name. There really were only 4 people alive who knew the nickname: herself, Cordelia, Didion, and Sammy, and one of them had written this note to her. Chapter 36. She was up all night, mind running through possibilities and probabilities. She examined the handwriting for hours, trying to remember the shape of Cordelia's R's, attempting to recall some of the notes Didion had written her before she'd thrown them away, wondering if she'd ever seen Sammy's handwriting. But the letters were cramped and shaky, as if making those 4 words fit on a small enough paper had affected the entire shape of them.
Instead, she considered how the note had gotten to her. The strawberry blonde must have very limited interaction with the world outside of Biltmore, but Briony remembered the way Ilana had passed her a grape 2 weeks ago. Ilana had access to everyone who walked through the door at Biltmore Palace. So who could have gotten a note to Ilana? Sammy and Didion were on the outside. Either of them could have remembered her pet name for Rory. Cordelia was moved frequently, if Canning was to be believed, but she had intimate knowledge of the Biltmore parties. Would Cordelia know how to coordinate with Ilana? Briony sat in her chair watching the first rays of sun over the grounds, holding the scrap of paper between her fingertips. She was still in her black dress. She knew Larissa would be upset if she didn't clean off her powders and creams. After putting the note inside the jewelry box on her bedside table, she heaved herself up and went into the bathroom. With a clean face, she sat in the tub, thinking through a bigger issue. No dragon, don't worry. What a fascinating series of words. No dragon could mean many things. Briony wondered when the last time she'd heard about the dragon was. One of the men had said last night that the dragon had been spotted in the Tampet Mountains. That was where the Bomardi school had been located and where the Quill estate was. But how long ago was the sighting? Could the note possibly be telling her that the dragon was dead? Don't worry about the dragon, it's dead. Could that be it? So then, who could know such a thing? Briony got out of the bath, wrapped herself in a robe, and returned to her seat at the window. She needed to know more. She needed to return a message to show that she was open to communication. One thing was clear, she needed to get back to Biltmore, and that would only happen if she and Tovin could keep from killing each other. Briony took a long sip of tea, considering. 3 things had seemed to upset Tovin last night: kissing Canning, trying to play the part in the dining room, and letting the strawberry blonde get close to her. Briony could see his perspective about Canning, but she'd do it again in a heartbeat. Surely he had to understand why. The rest of his anger made no sense. She closed her eyes, fighting back her irritation at the impossible riddle that was Tovin Hurst. Perhaps understanding the root cause of his anger wasn't as important as making sure it wouldn't happen again. She needed to know what she could and couldn't do, or else he might try taking Larissa in her body. Briony frowned into her teacup. That couldn't happen. She needed to make amends with him, even though he was in the wrong. After collecting her thoughts, she searched the hall for him. She found him in a study on the first floor, the door slightly cracked. There was no response after a few knocks, so she pushed the door open with her fingertips, holding her breath as it swung backward. He was bent over a desk, sealing an envelope with the Hurst wax seal with an impassive expression on his face. She swallowed and lifted her chin. "Can we have a discussion?" "A discussion?" He sighed and sat back. The anger that only he stirred in her started to boil before she refocused. Staying put in the doorway, almost blocking his exit, she said, "I'd like to talk about the fact that we haven't had a successful evening at Biltmore yet." His eyes flickered up to her. "Successful?" She nodded, and the corner of his mouth twitched. "And what would that look like?" "You tell me," she said quietly. "I've been twice, and both times I've felt like I'm drowning." A flash of something in his face. Guilt, perhaps? She pushed forward, holding his gaze. "I want to continue going to the Biltmore parties. I don't want you to take someone else in my body." He inhaled sharply. "Rosewood. As terrifying and disgusting as it is, Biltmore is the one place I get to see my old friends and feel a little less alone," she continued, rushing over him, "and hear a bit about the world outside." She paused, biting her lip. She wouldn't tell him about the note or the communication channels. He'd kept her in the dark of so many things. "We need to be on the same page at these parties," she added. "And how do you propose we do that?" "Well, for starters, if I must refrain from kissing Canning Tro in the future, I suppose I can make the sacrifice," she said dryly. He rolled his eyes and crossed back to the desk. "How magnanimous of you." "I think we need to be more comfortable with each other," she said, jumping right to the point. His eyes snapped to hers, unreadable. "I'm too stiff, you're too skittish." He opened his mouth as if to argue with her. "Against intimacy? Whatever," she said with a flippant gesture.
His mouth closed, and she looked away from his intense gaze. I like to go into situations with all the necessary information. I didn't know you had an aversion to kissing. She tore her gaze from his desk and found his eyes staring at a point over her shoulder. She swallowed. I believe Canning read my discomfort and capitalized on it, he finished. She nodded. Taking a deep breath and remembering the note, Briony voiced the request that had brought her down here to begin with. "Have dinner with me tonight," she said, "just the two of us." His eyes jumped to her face. He was still, except for the muscle in his jaw. "Have dinner." She nodded. "I want to discuss what a successful evening at Biltmore looks like to you. What it would take on my part to convince your friends of the kind of relationship we are supposed to have." He scratched his neck, and she saw pinpricks of pink under his collar. "I'm out this evening." The response was swift, and it made Brienne's eyes narrow. "Tomorrow, then," she said. He shifted on his feet, and she cut off the excuse she knew was coming. "Or any day, really. My schedule is wide open." He stared a hole into his desk as he responded, "Tomorrow." "Wonderful. Just the two of us." She paused. "Larissa isn't still in the house, is she?" He shook his head. She ached to ask where it was Larissa stayed while she was dead, but she continued, "I'll arrange everything with the kitchen." He lifted a brow and, with a tinge of reluctance, said, "It's a date." Her pulse pounded and her cheeks grew hot. She mumbled something in the affirmative before disappearing from the doorway and racing up the stairs back to her room. The word date stuck in her head like glue, flustering her as she tried to prepare the following evening.
Excitement, crushing doubt, fierce independence, vulnerable surrender, and joyful bliss. Bryony changed dresses several times, back and forth between two of them, finding fault with each. When her hands had reached for the powders and creams in her vanity, she busied them with tying her hair into a braid to rest on her shoulder instead, chastising herself for considering something as silly as dressing up for Tobin Hurst. This wasn't a date. This was preparation for another outing to Biltmore. She needed to get back to Cordelia or Sammy or Didion, and Tobin needed to ward off suspicion. At 7:45, she headed down to the dining room to check on preparations. The house had set 2 places, just as she'd asked, one at the head of the table and one just to the left. A bottle of red wine had been decanted, and the serving dishes were full of vegetables and roast beef. She awkwardly took her seat at the side of the table and had to wait only 5 minutes before Tovin's footsteps drew her gaze to the door. She stood swiftly as he entered, her gaze lingering on his dark blue button-up shirt. His eyes skimmed the wine and food on the table before landing back on her, quickly assessing her braided hair. "Rosewood," he greeted, before sweeping to his chair at the head of the table, with the confidence of someone who enjoyed dinner with his captive as a matter of course. She managed a quick nod. Retaking her seat, she focused on placing her napkin across her lap as she asked, "How was your day?" He cleared his throat. "Fine. And yours?" "Lovely, thank you." She reached for her wineglass and drank deeply, trying, but failing, to think of something to break the silence. Tovin filled his plate with food before pushing the serving plate in her direction, his lips in a thin line. Bryony played with her utensils, heat creeping up her neck. They ate in silence for 36 seconds before she could bear it no longer. "Clearly, neither of us are ones for small talk, but I don't intend to sit for 2 hours in silence." He lifted a brow at her, and she felt the flush spread to her cheeks. "I have more questions. But I know you hate questions." "I don't hate questions. They put you into a mood." "They do not. You put me into a mood." She scowled at him and speared her vegetables with a forceful clink. He sipped his wine, studying her. She took a large, defiant bite of food and held his gaze. "What are your questions, Rosewood?" She swallowed thickly. "Who is Ilana?" Her mother is Bomardi, but was disowned for marrying an Everson. She was raised across the sea, and she lived there until after the fall of Evermore, when her father started organizing against Mallow, at which time she was taken and given to the Barlows. Bryony's mind whirred, taking it all in. And why has she been given so much authority at Biltmore? She seems to have more freedom than any other Barlow girl. I couldn't say, really. He sliced into his roast with small, precise cuts. I suppose it's because she's quite good at what she does. A cold suspicion crashed over her. And what exactly does she do? Tovin's fork stopped halfway to his mouth. Host, with a smile. Flirt and joke. Be seen when she needs to be seen. Be invisible when she needs to be invisible. Bryony pursed her lips as she cut her roast. The arrogance of the Bomardi was astounding. It seemed like an awful oversight to give a woman with a background like Ilana's the keys to the Biltmore, allowing her to move from room to room largely at will. The tattoos. How did you and Finn find a way around them for Larissa? We didn't. She narrowed her eyes at him, and he shrugged. A blood-purifying spell and pure luck. We weren't sure if it would work. It's my understanding that if Larissa had crossed the estate line, it would have been all but impossible to remove it. And you have no idea how to find a way around these tattoos? It's not exactly the kind of question I go around asking other Bomardi, no, he said dryly. A muscle in his cheek twitched. Making your grand escape plan, Rosewood? She said innocently, ignoring his question. You were willing to divulge information on who escaped at Castle Javis during the card game. Care to share? She watched him chew, lips pressed tight with small bites, just like his mother, his aristocratic jaw moving quickly. Billiam Mears made it out. Bryony blinked, pulling her gaze from his lips. He's alive? I thought he died on the battlefield. He lived, apparently, and portaled out of Javis. The journal page wouldn't have said anything about it. They wouldn't publicize a weakness like that. Bryony squeezed her napkin in both palms, letting out a shaky breath of relief. She had never gotten on with Sammy's father, but he had been her father's trusted general. It was a major loss for Mallow that he'd escaped. Do you know where he went? Starkson. He drank his wine, and she watched him swallow. They're causing quite a few problems for Mallow there. Bryony smirked into her napkin. Good. When she glanced back up at him, the smile still fading on her lips, he was still looking away from her. She took a deep breath and braced herself for the second half of her plans for the evening. Grabbing her wineglass and taking 2 huge gulps, she stood. His eyes snapped to her. What are you doing? I think, she swallowed, hating the reedy sound in her voice, I think we should practice. His fork and knife hovered over his plate. His eye twitched. Practice? To get more comfortable around each other. She moved to the other side of him, reaching for the wine bottle. He didn't move an inch while she filled his glass, as she usually did at Biltmore. Standing just to his side, she pressed her lips together when he didn't look up at her, still frozen in his chair. I think you should pull me into your lap, Nell. He placed his utensils down and sucked in a sharp breath. This is your master plan, Rosewood? Yes. We need to be more comfortable to put on a convincing show. She twisted her fingers around each other. We could both use a bit of rehearsal. That won't be necessary. I disagree. You saw that stunt Canning pulled, and he'll try it again if we keep giving him reasons to. This whole idea is just childish. What's childish is that you can't bear to touch me. I touch you enough. It's absurd you're asking for more, and although it's quite obvious that I physically repulse you, a dry laugh burst from him. Her nostrils flared. I don't know how you behave toward women you're sleeping with, Hurst, but if this is your idea of intimacy, then you clearly need more help than I could ever offer. His hand darted out and grabbed her opposite hip, tugging her into his lap. She swallowed her squeak and steadied herself on the table, heart pounding. In an attempt to save her dignity, she lifted her chin, shifting until she could sit properly. It seemed it was no less difficult to find a balanced position in her long wool dress than it was in short silk and heels. What now, Rosewood? He rumbled, and she felt it vibrate through her ribcage. The tips of her ears burned. Just behave normally, like this is normal. She cleared her throat and reached for her wine, stretching back to her table setting. Eat dinner as if I'm not even here. Tovin seemed to take a long, slow breath before picking up his fork again. He pushed his vegetables around, staring at his peas intently. She had a few choices of where to focus her gaze. She could awkwardly stare at his face, she could watch him play with his food, or, the safest option, she could stare at his neck, studying the way the pink blush spread under her gaze. "How often do they play cards at dinner?" she asked softly, and she watched his throat bob as he swallowed. "They play maybe every other week. There's no schedule," he said. "And that's not dangerous? To have the women as witnesses?" "Quite." Bryony frowned. She thought of the strawberry blonde and her intent eyes during the game. The Barlow girls might be on a tight leash, but they had access to a wealth of knowledge. "Find me a book to teach me how to play the game."
Excitement, crushing doubt, fierce independence, vulnerable surrender, and joyful. I can use mind magic to see everyone's cards. How do you think I keep winning, Rosewood? She glanced at him, bringing their faces impossibly close. As he sipped from his wineglass, she realized that Tovin Hurst was an endless vault of secrets. "Oh, how could I forget?" she said at last. "You have a habit of getting into people's heads, don't you?" She shook her head and sighed into her glass. His fingers drummed on the tablecloth. "Contrary to your memory of events, Rosewood, I never entered your mind until last week." She narrowed her gaze at him. That couldn't be. The leg tingles from year 3, the knowledge of Didion fumbling with her corset laces. He had to be lying. She steadied her heartbeat and asked the question she'd been fearing. "So, what do I do?" she continued. "How do we... comfortable?" He heaved a great, laboring sigh. "Your behavior on Friday was fine. We can keep doing that." "All right then." She reached up and ran through the hair on the back of his head, brushing her fingers along his scalp, letting the smooth locks thread through her knuckles. His head jerked away. "What are you doing?" "Oh, you have a no hair touching rule as well?" She rolled her eyes. "Relax." He let out a ragged breath as her fingers dragged through the hair over his ear. She saw him pick up his fork again, but do nothing with it. Brushing through his hair as if it were silk, she curved over his ear, her fingertips rounding the shell. She dreamed of running her fingers through his hair like this, so many nights. Remembering Larissa's advice, she drifted soft fingers across the back of his neck, where his hairline ended. As he shivered, she thought of the way Colin and Lorne held their women close and just watched the card game. The way the strawberry blonde had massaged Liam's neck and kissed his cheek for luck. The way she'd seen other Barlow girls smile and whisper into men's ears or nuzzle into their necks. "Relax," she repeated quietly. She brushed his hair over his ear again, her fingers trailing around and down to his neck, flushed pink with the wine. She leaned forward and pressed her lips to the skin below his ear. The earth ceased to spin in the heartbeat it took for his arm to curl tighter around her waist, his hand splayed on her ribs. She parted her lips and kissed him again. His skin was clean and minty, and she felt his throat bob under her mouth as he swallowed. And then, in quick movements, she was pushed to her feet and he was up out of his chair. "The fuck are you doing?" he hissed. She steadied herself on the table as he touched his neck, where her lips had just been. His mouth moved wordlessly as he stared at her. Maybe he felt like she'd contaminated him. "I'm doing what I'm supposed to," she snarled. "If you just calm down. You can't just sit in a man's lap and kiss his neck, Rosewood." She blinked at him, breathing quickly as he dragged a hand through his hair. "And why not? That is precisely what happens at Biltmore." "That's Biltmore," he snapped. "This is here, in my house." Her eyes were wide as she watched him move toward the exit. "What is your problem? We're practicing." "You cannot be this dense," he muttered, striding out of the dining room. She stormed after him, stopping at the doorway. "We're not done, Hurst. I expect you at dinner tomorrow evening." He disappeared around a corner, and Bryony cursed under her breath. She stomped to the table, drained her glass of wine, and finished her plate,
and his too, in case he planned to ask the house for it later. After sending Tovin a formal invitation to supper, Brioni spent the rest of her Monday creating mind barriers. She was perfectly prepared to spend another meal in his lap, and she'd work harder to convince him of the necessity. Pushing away her stray thoughts about the scent of his skin and the warmth of his chest against her side, she focused on how to stay focused. At 7:45, she made her way downstairs. She sat on a chaise longue at the side of the room and wondered if they should also practice being comfortable away from a dining table. As images flooded her mind of Tovin Hurst and the versatility of a chaise, she quickly dismissed the idea. She was still waiting for him to arrive at 8:05, glaring into her wineglass despite her self-assurance that she'd be less reactive this time. At 8:12, she finally heard footsteps scuffing across the stones. When she turned to lift a brow at him, he looked very much like a child who had been dragged to a dinner party with adults, scowling with bored eyes, resigned to having a terrible time. "Good evening," she lilted. He took his place at the table without a word. Once he was seated, she stood, poured his wine, and sat determinedly in his lap, as if daring him to object. His expression didn't change as she tugged her plate of food closer, sipped her wine, and munched on the canapes that the kitchen had sent as their first course. "I have another question," she said primly. He didn't respond, ignoring her gaze boring into him as he drank deeply from his wine. "Where is your father?" That earned her a scowl, and he plunked his glass back on the table. "You know I can't tell you that. You were about to gamble that information on Friday. I knew I was going to win. You tied. That was hardly winning." She felt his ribs expand against hers with a deep breath. "You were only going to name the country," she continued, in a gentler tone. "You can't even give me that?" The expression that flashed through his eyes momentarily stunned her. A softness that told her maybe she could ask anything of him. She blinked at him over her wineglass, and it was gone. Perhaps she'd imagined it. Southern Camley. His long fingers toyed with the white tablecloth. "That's all I know. Juliana was the daughter of Southern Camley's president. It was also where Finola had trained in strategy and espionage, where many of Finola's contacts and acquaintances were." "He's gone indefinitely?" she asked. Tovin nodded. "He's not to be disturbed, unless strictly necessary." She frowned, knowing she had nothing but pure speculation. Not wanting to push him too much after the previous evening, she refrained from asking more questions. She sat quietly in his lap as he finished his wine and ate his meal, her mind sorting through all she'd learned. She was disappointed by how much he didn't know, how much she still didn't know, but at least it was a start. She didn't have the sense that he'd lied or withheld information from her. More important, they seemed to be making progress on an interpersonal level. Despite the evening's rocky start, they hadn't fought, which was a significant improvement. The next night, she ate early and finished her wine quickly, giving her the courage she needed to push their boundaries a bit farther. She spent the meal curled into his side, running her fingers through his hair as he poked at his vegetables. She noticed that he held her eye longer than usual, and she tried her best to ignore the fluttering in her chest each time it happened. "Will things get out of hand again at the private dinners, do you think?" she asked. "I know the atmosphere seemed calmer, but—" "This is fine," he cut in. "What we're doing here," his hand gestured between them, "will be fine for Friday." She lifted a brow but kept her reservations to herself. They'd cross that bridge later. For now, she didn't want to upset their progress. It was still too fragile. As the week progressed, Tovin began to distract her thoughts even more than usual. She woke in the mornings with the memory of what it felt like to be curled against his body, the scent of it. She had to increase the amount of time she spent meditating in the morning so she could stay on task the rest of the day while she scoured the news and continued researching. But at night, when it was just the two of them, she pulled his shelf forward, letting his volumes flutter open to vibrant colors and patterns.
Excitement, crushing doubt, fierce independence, vulnerable surrender, and joyful. It was dangerous, she knew, given her history of feelings for him, but she couldn't see a way around the need to build trust, a solid connection with him, if not a friendship. She ignored the voice in her head that told her she didn't want to find another way. On Wednesday, she picked food off his plate while sitting against his chest. He fought her for the last of his potatoes, his fork jabbing at her fingers when she reached for them. Her heartbeat thrummed as she smiled and tried to offer him the potato, pressing it to his lips. He rolled his eyes and turned his face away. That's how Serena Hurst found the two of them, with Bryony in her son's lap, his arm wrapped around her waist, and her trying to feed him as he dramatically twisted his head from side to side. "Oh," Serena said. Bryony gasped, tumbling out of Tovin's lap. Tovin jumped up, knocking over his wineglass. "We weren't. This isn't what it looks. It's only that. Couldn't you have knocked, Mother?" "My," Serena hummed, and Bryony felt her face turn beet red at the barely concealed grin spreading across her features. "Don't let me interrupt." "You're not interrupting anything," Tovin said quickly, almost shouting the words. He started to push his chair in, shoving it roughly after it skidded noisily on the floor. "No, no," Serena waved her hands. "Please finish your meal. I insist." Bryony stared at her shoes, pulse pounding in her ears. Her skin itched with guilt and embarrassment in every place that had just been in contact with Tovin's body. "Enjoy the rest of your dinner." Serena glided out of the room, and Bryony thought she could hear a light laugh echo in the corridor. Bryony dropped her head into her hands as soon as she turned the corner. "Oh, Waters," she groaned. Tovin shifted on his feet before excusing himself with an unintelligible mumble, leaving her alone in the dining room with only her burning skin and guilty conscience. Chapter 37. On Friday, they followed the now familiar path to the courtyard, though she fell in step with him easily this time. She refrained from playing with her collar as best she could, but she felt the note burning her skin. That day, after a lot of trial and error to get words to fit on a paper so small, Bryony landed on something that was at least an opening of communication. Safe, Biny. Only Sammy, Didion, or Cordelia would know that Biny was what Rory had called her when he couldn't pronounce Bryony. She promised herself that the next time she had an opportunity to pass a note, she would have something solid from her research to pass on. Casper Quill had mentioned the Durlings, and try as she might, she hadn't found a thing about them in the Hearst Library. They moved through the gardens with the reflection ponds and headed toward the entry hall. Bryony was in tight blue lace tonight, something that almost would have been reminiscent of Bulmardy fashion if it hadn't been so short. Larissa had come by get her ready again, but she'd transmogrified herself into Juliana, the president's daughter, for the entire hour. Bryony and Tovin both agreed she could attend the party tonight. As Olive Hands had spread powder on Bryony's face, she asked Larissa, "Was Tovin averse to physical touch at some point before he was comfortable with you?" Larissa, in Juliana's face, stopped what she was doing and raised a brow at her. "What? He doesn't like it when I play with the hair on the back of his head, and I tried kissing his neck and he pushed me off him." Larissa stared down at her from someone else's eyes, but that same look of disbelief was there. "So, I wonder if he just doesn't like physical touch. Or I can't with this." Larissa had thrown down the brushes and left Bryony to fend for herself. They reached the doors, but Ilana wasn't the one to greet them. A redhead with a large chest smiled at Tovin and didn't give Bryony a glance. She gave them champagne, and that was it. She opened the curtain without giving Tovin a guest sheet. Bryony found Phoebe hanging off Carvin's arm across the entry hall, smiling as his hand drifted lower on her back. But Bryony's interest was elsewhere, her eyes wide and alert for any sign of the strawberry blonde. Before she could get a decent look around the room, Tovin was leading her up the twisting steps, through the guard's check, and into the dining room. Bryony swallowed her disappointment, wondering if she'd made a mistake by not telling him about the note she needed to pass. The first thing she noticed was Finn Racken laughing jovially at something Liam had said, and Larissa, disguised as Juliana, standing against the wall behind him. Her eyes darted behind Liam's chair and found a different Barlow girl waiting quietly to pour the wine. She scanned, but there was still not a trace of strawberry blonde in the room. The disappointment in her stomach twisted more heavily.
"Be still, my heart," a voice called out as the door shut behind them and Bryony turned to find Canning Trow bowing dramatically at her. "My lady approaches." She cast her eyes down, ready to play her part. "Oh, love," Canning crooned, "did Tovin whump you good and proper after last week? Never one to share, our boy. Why don't you bend over my lap so I can kiss it better?" The young men laughed as Tovin took his seat, his jaw barely tensing before it loosened in a grin. As she assumed her position in front of the window, she glanced to the left at Larissa behind Finn's chair. The young woman Larissa was pretending to be was so small and young. Her eyes were staring down at her shoes, her wrists thin and crossed submissively in front of her stomach. Bryony didn't know how much was an act and how much was sheer concentration on the magic on Larissa's part. Bryony tore her eyes from her, determined not to attract suspicion. The 8 women stepped forward, pouring wine into crystal glasses, and before Bryony could return to the wall, Tovin's arm was around her waist, guiding her to his lap. Other than Finn lifting a theatrical brow at them, no one else said a word about it. Bryony was quite pleased with their practicing paying off, but she did have a moment of guilt for the extra minutes Cecily had to spend against Colin's chest when he quickly followed Tovin's lead. She crossed her legs in her little lace dress, tilting her knees towards Tovin's waist. His left arm slipped over her hip, holding her to him instead of clenching his fingers tight around the arm of the chair. When she shifted in his lap, nuzzling into his neck and letting her fingers play with the hair on the back of his head, he didn't flinch. She felt giddy with success. Their time together had been worth it, just as she'd predicted. Nothing noteworthy caught her ear in the table's conversation after the first half hour. But then Liam's voice rang out above the others. "There's a summer cannon tonight," he said, lazily twirling his fork in the air. A collective murmur of interest swept over the table. Bryony narrowed her eyes at Liam, wondering what that meant. The summer cannon usually went off at noon. Tovin's thighs tensed beneath hers. She dragged her fingers through his hair, rubbing circles in his scalp. "I love dinner and a show," Canning said, and the table erupted into laughter. Tovin's hand squeezed her hip, shivering her skin pleasantly. She caught herself refocusing. She had more pressing concerns, like whether this new event would cut into her time to find the strawberry blonde. It was a rather uneventful evening in the dining room, despite the hours they sat there talking and laughing. Then a chiming sounded, amplified throughout the dining room, cutting off the music and silencing the voices in surprise. Bryony looked up, searching for the source. The clock on the wall read 1:45. The men cheered, grabbing their drinks and gripping their women close, rubbing their hands together. Tovin peeled her off him, all tension returning to his body. Finn shared a look with Juliana, Larissa. "What is it?" Bryony whispered to Tovin.
Excitement, crushing doubt, fierce independence, vulnerable surrender, and joyful. He shook his head at her in warning and followed the others as they descended the staircase into the entrance hall. She kept her eyes open for the strawberry blonde, searching the crowd of people as they headed to the exits into the courtyard. Her hand reached for her collar to adjust it, and she caught herself. "I'll get us drinks," Tovin announced to Finn and Larissa. "See you outside." Bryony turned up to Tovin as he steered them toward the hallway. Her mouth opened to ask, "Don't," he hissed. "Just trust me on this." Her heart pounded in her ears as Tovin led them around the crowd, suddenly tutting left to the gardens where they could portal from. "Not leaving already, Tovin?" Bryony's blood chilled. Tovin stilled next to her. When he turned them around, she already knew who would be standing there. Veronica Mallow wore flowing, deep purple. Her hair was pulled back tightly, lifting her features into youthful surprise. She was flanked by 2 Beaumarde guards. Tovin dropped into a deep bow, and Bryony followed, taking a moment to grasp her meditations. In her mind, she stuck the note she received under her collar in between the pages of a worn book and shoved it deep on a shelf. She wrote Larissa's name on a blank page and closed it, locking it tight. Once she'd risen, she met Mallow's black eyes. "Apologies, mistress," Tovin said. "I was a bit zealous in my attempts to get somewhere private." His voice dropped seductively. Mallow smiled, her gaze still on Bryony.
"You can't go just yet," she said firmly. "You must join me for the show." Tovin inclined his head. "It would be an honor, mistress." Mallow whispered something to her guard as she turned, not even checking that they were following her. Brioni's head spun as she fought back all the things she couldn't let Mallow see inside her mind. Tovin wrapped an arm around her waist and pulled her forward with him. They moved into the chill of the courtyard, and she chanced to look to Tovin's face, stony, impassive. A cold horror began building in her chest as they walked into the crowd gathering at the base of the hill. The courtyard looked out over the horizon and was filled with blue cloaks and women shivering in flimsy dresses. Tovin walked her behind Mallow and her guards, and the crowd parted for them, watching them pass with reverence. Brioni checked the skies, wondering about the "no dragon" portion of the note. There was no sign of the beast. The note under her own collar was itching, and she considered abandoning her plan. Was it too dangerous to pass notes under Mallow's nose? Mallow's purple cloak followed her up 3 steps to a platform, and Tovin and Brioni did the same. Cole, Gaines, and Quill were there. They bowed deeply to Mallow, yet their eyes cast over Brioni hungrily. She was the only heartspring on the platform. But while they were the ones elevated, she realized the platform was not the set scene. To Brioni's left, she saw light being directed toward the front of the crowd at the palace ledge. Brioni's heart jumped in her throat. The strawberry blonde stood at the front of the crowd, standing against the ledge overlooking the city. She gasped breathlessly, stunned into silence. Sound disappeared in a vacuum. The woman stood in a ragged slip, her hands magically bound in front of her. Her chin was lifted, and she was murmuring something, lips moving quickly. To her left, a boy with the same color of curls on top of his head stood shaking. He couldn't have been more than 18, Strawberry Blonde's brother. He'd joined Rory's army, the only non-magical person to do so. Brioni thought of the note stuck between her skin and the gold collar. Had the girl been caught? Did someone know what she was doing with the collars? Brioni tensed. Was someone coming for her as well? And flinched under Tovin's hand, squeezing her tightly in warning. A man stepped into view, and the cheering hit her in full force. It was Mr. Vane from the auction. Vane smiled toothily and amplified his voice, greeting the crowd. "To Mistress Mallow," he boomed, lifting his hand to the platform. The crowd responded, "May she reign forevermore." Mallow stood stoically, with her hands folded in front of herself. "A traitor to Mistress Mallow's reign," said Vane. "She and her brother, 2 servants without magic." The masses snarl, find themselves ungrateful for everything we've given them, here at the center of our mistress's power. The booing and spitting rang in her ears. Tovin stood behind her, a hand still on her elbow. Brioni knew what was to come. The girl and her brother were going to be executed, here, in front of them all, as an example. Brioni searched the crowd for someone, anyone. Her knees buckled as she tried to turn about, and Tovin's hand tightened on her again. Her eyes finally landed on Ilana, passing drinks around on a tray, smiling tightly. Ilana glanced to the front, a stab of sadness in her eyes that couldn't be masked quickly enough. Brioni brought her fingers to her collar again, without thinking, and when she looked back to the strawberry blonde, the woman met her eyes. Brioni dropped her hand quickly, her heart splintering at the edges. "This non-magical filth," Vane continued, "showed no appreciation for what we've given her. We allowed her and her brother into our world, allowed them to serve us. And how does she repay us?" Brioni held her breath, watching the strawberry blonde flicker her gaze between herself and Ilana. She could feel Mallow's presence to her right, like oil. She was communicating with the rebels. The crowd hissed. Brioni turned her gaze to Mallow quickly. Her lips were curved in a satisfied smile. She was caught at the gate, not only speaking to the enemy, but also arranging for her brother's escape. The sea of people jeered. The note Brioni had tucked beneath her collar burned against her skin.
This woman and her brother were about to die, all because she'd helped the rebels communicate. Would Brioni be next? Was she on this platform next to Mallow so she could be killed on a stage? "Mistress Mallow," Vane called, "how do you sentence this slut and her brother?" Mallow's pale skin shone in the moonlight. Her jaw was sharp as Brioni watched it move. Death. Painful death. The Bomardi screamed and cheered. Brioni's world tilted on its axis, and it took her several long seconds to realize that Tovin was steadying her lower back, pushing her upright. Through the pounding of her blood, a thought clarified. If Mallow suspected that she had a note under her collar, if anyone knew that the collars were being used this way, every woman would be searched on her way in. The parties at Biltmore would cease. This woman's sentencing had nothing to do with the note she'd passed to Brioni. Glancing back to Strawberry Blonde, Brioni watched her eyes move back and forth between Ilana and Brioni, the intensity in them burning as her brother sobbed next to her. Ilana moved to the base of the platform on which Brioni stood. The Strawberry Blonde turned to her brother, speaking quickly, too low to overhear. He nodded solemnly, his shiny eyes never leaving his sister's. They were servants, non-magical. They had no business getting involved in any of this horror. And yet this was the woman who'd grasped her hand under the table with glass digging into her knees. A woman who had risked everything to get that note to her, just as she'd risked everything to protect her little brother. Brioni looked away, blinking rapidly to stop the tears from falling. Throughout the crowd, silver-collared women were frozen, many with silent tears trailing down their cheeks. A wild cheering brought her attention back to the front. A cannon wheeled forward. Terror gripped her as the old war cannon that announced the time every midday in summer spun slowly to face the two siblings. "No," she choked, but it was too loud everywhere, inside her mind and out. A pair of hands landed on her waist, a firm chest against her shoulder blades. Vane raised his voice again.
Excitement, crushing doubt, fierce independence, vulnerable surrender, and joyful surrender. Let us prove how foolish it is for anyone to resist Mistress Mallow's will. We will take the boy first and make his sister watch. Brioni was frozen in place, heaving for air, Mallow watching her as she panicked. She looked away, and a hand moved from her waist to turn her chin back, forcing her to face ahead as they aimed the cannon. A shark jaw pressed to her temple. Warm breath fanned across her cheekbones. "There is a lake with still waters," Tovin's voice whispered. "A mountain range surrounds it. The waters are deep with hidden secrets, but the water is still." She blinked, legs swaying, feeling her breathing even out as she let his words wash over her. His hand slipped around her stomach, pressing her close to him. They lit the cannon, and she started to feel her panic drift away like a leaf on a lake. The courtyard screamed and stomped while they counted down. Think of your mind as a library, shelves upon shelves of novels and journals and biographies, the voice lulled. Find an empty shelf for this moment. She pulled a book forward, her mind dissociating from the moment in front of her. An explosive boom rocked the stones beneath her feet. Brioni watched with a slack jaw as the spot where the boy had been a moment before smoked and crumbled, his sister speckled with his blood. The cannon was reloaded. An empty book in your hands, its blank pages between your fingers. Write this moment into the book. Give it a title. The Strawberry Blonde, her mind supplied. Fill the pages and close the book. The cannon aimed at the woman. She shed tears slowly, mixing with her brother's blood, dripping pink down her neck. Push it into a corner. Lose it within the piles and piles of texts and novels. A book's pages fluttered shut in her mind. It locked, and she breathed deeply, stretching to her tiptoes to push it onto a shelf that was just too tall for her to reach. She imagined a hand with long fingers helping her reach the top. A cannon was lit. There was a woman crying. A crowd cheered and counted the seconds. The woman tilted her head back to the sky and screamed. She disappeared in a spray of smoke and blood and rage. There were hands on Brianny's waist, leading her backward, tugging her down the platform steps. A beautiful woman with a silver collar and a tray of champagne glasses stood at the last step. Brianny's mind was blank. She was nameless to her. "Master Hurst, can I get you anything?" "Thank you, Ilana. We're on our way out." Ilana. The name was familiar to her, but there were books in her mind that refused to open. Brianny's body jerked forward, stomach flipping over, the ground coming up to meet her face. "Oh!" The woman, Ilana, caught her just before she landed. "Miss Rosewood, do be careful." 2 fingers slid along Brianny's neck. A piece of paper was removed. How had it gotten there? "Have a good evening, Master Hurst." Arms around her again, moving her quickly past the screaming fanatics and wolves and other monsters, pulling her to descend a sandy hill. Reality ripped as a portal opened and a man with pale hair pulled her into the void. She stepped through and into a bedroom of grays and silvers, a bed of dark wood and neatly organized trinkets. She turned around, bookshelves swaying and buckling, and Tovin Hurst stood before her in his bedroom. His hands came to rest on her jaw, examining her eyes. "Look at me." She blinked, and her bookshelf crashed to the ground. Free. Shivers came over her skin, gasping breaths from her chest, a flood of tears down her cheeks. She sobbed, her hands clutching his elbows, keeping him close. And without knowing how, she pressed against his chest, her forehead pushing into his sternum. Her cries shook her body. He enclosed his arms around her back. There was a hole in her stomach, the shape of a cannonball, filled with grief and rage and despair. Tovin didn't say a word, simply holding her. She pulled back when she'd finally exhausted herself, stepping away from him. She knew she was red and swollen and wet, but he looked down at her with such a raw emotion that she couldn't feel vulnerable. "They're going to pay for what they did," she vowed, her voice hollow and misshapen. His gray eyes stared down at her. He moved a curl behind her ear. And he nodded. Part 3. "My beloved, the court was delighted with your presentation. I can see the name Vendecci on every tongue soon, though sooner mine than theirs. I believe I understand the concept, but some members of the court had questions about your phrasing. It is the magician's own mind that can be his familiar. Stirring words, but perhaps revise this. Some have begun to wonder about all it will take to learn magic of the mind, and they grow lazy. Already, Barden Trow has questions about humanizing the familiar. Do not present the idea with the human mind as a familiar, dearest. Barden and others have misunderstood you. They question if the human heart can be the familiar as well, and I know that is not what you intended. When you present your theory again, be sure to exclude familiars from the presentation altogether. Come back quickly. I fear when the court buzzes like this. Letter, unsigned, found in the belongings of Vendecci, circa year 1515, after record, also known as year 0 BV. Before Vendecci. Chapter 38. 4 years ago. There was a fight at Barta. A villager died. Brianny looked up from her breakfast at Rory, who was reading a journal page. Barta? Her brows drew together. Barta was a mountain village on the border of the 2 realms. Was it an Everson or a Bomardi who died? Everson, he said. Brianny sat back in her chair. They were in their suite at the Bomardi school, just a few days before the break for summer solstice. It had been a rough few months since the start of the school year in the spring, as the Bomardi tutors refused to teach mind magic to the Everson children under penalty of death. Rory looked at her. It was a Bomardi who killed him. Brianny tapped her fingers on the table, thinking hard. "Do you think this will change things?" Rory asked. Brianny smiled at him. "No, I'm sure Father will send an emissary, and it will all be figured out." She glanced at the clock. It was time to head down the stairs to class, and while the year 5s were educated on a higher floor than the previous years, it was still quite congested getting down there. Rory and Brianny filed into the classroom with 2 minutes to spare.
"Your militia is getting sloppy, Your Highness," Liam Quill said as he sat down. "I heard an Everson soldier killed a civilian in Bomard today." Brienne turned around in her chair to face him. "It was an Everson who died, actually. One of your people killed him." "Not likely," Tovin said as he took the seat next to Liam. "You know how unstable mind magic can be, Liam." His eyes stayed on her. "An Everson was probably trying to warm their tea and set the village on fire." "That's a gross exaggeration," Brienne said, turning back around. The tutor entered the room and was just about to start the lesson when a scratching sound came from the windows that overlooked the mountain range. All eyes turned to see a large hawk scraping its talons at the glass pane, flapping its wings and cawing. A chair scraped loudly as Tovin stood. "Is that your father's familiar?" Larissa asked. Tovin took 2 steps to the window, and then the mountain shuddered and quaked. The glass shattered as the floor rocked beneath their feet. Screams filled the room, and Brienne's hand flew up to guard her face against the glass. People were running. Rory covered Cordelia, diving with her out of the room. Brienne pushed her hands into a protection shield just as rocks began falling from the ceiling as the Year 5 classroom caved in. She flattened herself against a wall, her shield keeping the dust and rubble away from her as students screamed in terror and pain. Her heart pounded as she tried to decipher what exactly was happening. Was it something natural, like an earthquake, or was it more sinister? She couldn't stay here.
Excitement, crushing doubt, fierce independence, vulnerable surrender, and joyful high five. Bryony dashed out into the hallway as more of the ceiling fell, and with it, bodies of those upstairs. She needed to find Rory. Her father would never forgive her if something happened to him. She began to move down the hallway, but then stopped dead in her tracks. There were men and women in blue Bomardi cloaks engaging in combat, with the students. A man, Rian Cole, she thought his name was, grabbed one of the Everson boys by the throat and portaled out with him. She stumbled back, horrified, and fell into someone. She spun around to face a man with a crooked nose and thick black brows, smiling gleefully. "Well, if it isn't the princess." His voice was like gravel. He reached out with his hand to drag her to him, and she blocked him, shoving. He slid back 2 inches on his feet, then cast a binding spell. Her left arm snapped to her side, but her right arm sliced at him. He released her and jumped back. There was a cut across his shoulder. He grinned at her. "Oh, I like you." She twisted her hand as violently as she could, flipping him backward even as she turned and ran, stumbling over rubble and bodies. Where was Rory? Bryony ran down the hall, dodging several men she recognized as they tried to drag her toward a portal. Colin Twindle was pulling an Everson out of a closet by her hair and tossing her to his father. Liam Quill was on the floor in the corner, rocking and crying. Bryony's brain couldn't hold it all. She reached the stairs and headed up, trying to figure out how these portals were opening. Portals couldn't just open anywhere. You needed the blood of the person who owned the property to open one into private land, like the school. She tripped up the stairs and caught herself. Of course, the Trow family owned the school property. Bryony stared at the blood on her hands from scraping them. Had all of these Bomardi received drops of Trow blood for this? Was this coordinated? She remembered Veronica Mallow talking about students as collateral. She had to find Rory. On the next landing, she threw herself against a wall as a woman with magenta hair screamed, "That's the princess!" Bryony shoved and the woman fell back, rolling down the stairs. She tugged on the thread in her mind, shifting her form to invisible. Finola had taught her the basics of things after Mallow assassinated Ginpolvi, but she knew her magic wouldn't withstand all these distractions. Bryony started opening every door on the 9th floor. Students were hiding, Bomardi and Everson alike. She looked at every face for Rory, Cordelia, Didion, before shutting the door and letting them stay hidden. They couldn't see her as she opened each door. She came to the end of the hall as she heard a deep voice sing-songing from the base of the stairs. "Oh, princess." She stopped. The man with the thick brows was climbing the stairs to her. Bryony ran the other way, then skidded to a halt.
Liam Quill's father was pulling doors off their hinges and separating the Bomardi students from the Everson. She darted down another corridor, feeling her hold on the invisibility falter. She could see her shoes as she ran. She had to double back when she found staircases crumbled in after the rattling of the mountain. What would happen if they found Rory? Would they really kill the heir to Evermore? What were they doing with the other Eversons they took? Just portaling them away? Where? Boots ran down the hall toward her. Her eyes were wide. She was trapped. Just before her pursuer turned and found her in the middle of the hall with nowhere to go, a hand shot out of an office door and dragged her inside. She took a breath to scream before her back was against the door and Tovin Hurst was in front of her, his hand clasped over her mouth. They stared at each other as the Boots clomped by. As soon as it was clear, he lifted his hand from her. "What is happening?" she whispered, voice shaking. He shook his head. "I don't know. Is your brother still here?" Her throat was tight as she echoed him. "I don't know." The mountain shook again, and the school rocked beneath her feet. Tovin grabbed her hand and led her to an arched opening in the wall between this room and the next. They braced themselves, and he built a protective boundary around them. Bryony tried to make a plan. How could they portal out if they didn't have Trowblood with them? And where would she go? She needed the king's approval to get to Evermore when she was in Bomarde. Every person coming to the realm had to portal to a border town and be given permission to physically walk across the border, even Rory and herself. When the ground stabilized, Bryony opened her eyes from where she'd shut them tight. "I have to find my brother, and I have to get to a border town. I have to get to Evermore." "This seems planned," Tovin said. "They will have guards at every town. Bomarde will stop you from going home." "You mean you will have guards at every town," she hissed. "Bomarde will stop me," she repeated. "But are you not Bomardi?" He glared at her. "Do you want to fight with me, or do you want to fight with them?" He nodded to the men out in hall. She glared back. "Both." He was less than amused. "Let's find your brother, worry about the border town later," he said, and turned to lead her into the next room. Bryony's heart felt the "let's" ringing in her blood. She followed him, just as the door to the study flew off its hinges. Bryony ducked behind the archway, and Tovin stepped in front of her, squeezing himself close to her to hide the both of them. They held their breath, waiting to see if someone would come farther in and find them. "Tovin," said a firm voice that Bryony seemed to recognize. Tovin's brows pulled together, and he stepped to the side, revealing himself to the person in the next room. "Father?" Tovin said. "What's going on?" Bryony pressed her fingertips to her lips, trying to keep her breath even. Orion Hurst couldn't find out she was here. "I sent my hawk for you, but he didn't get here soon enough," Orion said. "We have to go." Orion's footsteps sounded in the other room. He seemed relieved to have found his son. "What has happened?" Tovin pressed. "Mallow attacked Jaquel. He's been incapacitated." Every muscle in Bryony's body tightened, as though her heart stopped, then started again. Her father. Incapacitated. Tovin was tense, a foot from her, standing in the archway she was hiding behind. "The others are capturing Everson children to ransom against Evermore," Orion continued, but Bryony's ears were full of fluff. He was saying other things, but she only heard the end. "Come here for you, but I have to get back to the border." He paused, and then, almost in surprise, he said, "Tovin, come." Bryony could imagine his hand extended for his son, and his son standing immobile in the doorway. "Who is with you?" Orion said quietly. "No one." Bryony squared her shoulders, focused her mind, and pulled on the thread between her eyes. She fixated on blonde hair swaying down to her hips, a perfect nose, and manicured fingers. She turned the corner into the archway and stood next to Tovin, projecting the image of Larissa Gaines to the two Hursts. "Mr. Hurst," she said in Larissa's voice, "this is terrifying. Have they caught Rory Rosewood yet?" Orion blinked at her, scanning her from head to toe before leaning back on his heels. "Larissa, I'm glad you're unharmed," he said. He pursed his lips and looked at Tovin, then back to her. "General Mears was seen leaving with the heir to the Evermore line and the Hardstark girl a little over 10 minutes ago." Bryony's expression froze on Larissa's face. They'd left her. They'd gone with General Mears and left her behind.
Had Rory tried to argue at least? Did Cordelia even bring up her name? She nodded at Orion Hurst, swallowing back the stab of pain. She'd been searching for her brother for almost an hour in a castle falling down around her feet, and no one had been searching for her. Larissa, you should find your father, Orion said slowly, intentionally. You mean you will have guards, she hissed. Bamard will stop me, she repeated. But are you not Bamardi? He glared at her. Do you want to fight with me, or do you want to fight with them? He nodded to the men out in hall. She glared back. Both. He was less than amused. Let's find your brother, worry about the border town later, he said, and turned to lead her into the next room. Bryony's heart felt the let's ringing in her blood. She followed him, just as the door to the study flew off its hinges. Bryony ducked behind the archway, and Tovin stepped in front of her, squeezing himself close to her to hide the both of them. They held their breath, waiting to see if someone would come farther in and find them. Tovin, said a firm voice that Bryony seemed to recognize. Tovin's brows pulled together, and he stepped to the side, revealing himself to the person in the next room. Father? Tovin said. What's going on? Bryony pressed her fingertips to her lips, trying to keep her breath even. Orion Hurst couldn't find out she was here. I sent my hawk for you, but he didn't get here soon enough, Orion said. We have to go. Orion's footsteps sounded in the other room. He seemed relieved to have found his son. What has happened? Tovin pressed. Mallow attacked Jacquel. He's been incapacitated. Every muscle in Bryony's body tightened, as though her heart stopped, then started again. Her father? Incapacitated? Tovin was tense, a foot from her, standing in the archway she was hiding behind. The others are capturing Everson children to ransom against Evermore, Orion continued. But Bryony's ears were full of fluff. He was saying other things, but she only heard the end. Come here for you, but I have to get back to the border. He paused, and then, almost in surprise, he said, Tovin, come. Bryony could imagine his hand extended for his son, and his son standing immobile in the doorway. Who is with you? Orion said quietly. No one. Bryony squared her shoulders, focused her mind, and pulled on the thread between her eyes. She fixated on blonde hair swaying down to her hips, a perfect nose, and manicured fingers. She turned the corner into the archway and stood.
Excitement, crushing doubt, fierce independence, vulnerable surrender, and joyful. He and the others have gathered on the first floor, intending to search every level for Bryony Rosewood. He stared at her unblinking. They won't make it up this far for another half hour, most likely. Bryony stared back at him. He knew she wasn't Larissa, and he was giving her a head start. Thank you, Mr. Hurst, she said carefully. I'll be sure to go down. Come, Tovin, Orion said, sweeping to the door. Shouldn't Larissa come with us? Both Orion and Bryony swung to look at Tovin. Surely it's not safe in the school. We can bring her back to Hurst Hall. No, Tovin, Orion said, and something passed between them. Larissa has to stay. Bryony swallowed. They needed to go, and then she needed to get as far upstairs as possible, hoping that someone, anyone, would think to come back for her, hoping that someone was thinking of her safety half as much as Tovin Hurst was at the moment. Tovin was frozen next to her, and slowly, with one foot in front of the other, he stepped forward, following his father to the door. Bryony released her breath, and Orion escorted Tovin out. He paused in the doorway, and she held on to Larissa's likeness for one more second. Miss Gaines, Orion said. Bryony lifted her chin to him. Tell your father that Miss Rosewood might have already left the mountains. He paused, leveling his gaze on her. She may have figured out that the borders are open, as Evermore is currently without a king. Bryony blinked at him. Her soul shivered in her chest. Incapacitated. Her father was dead. Orion Hurst was nothing if not delicate. He reached into his pocket and tossed her something. It was a small vial with a drop of blood in it. From Genevieve Trow. In case you can't find your father, you'll need it to portal out. Bryony's breath caught. He nodded at her and let the door close. She stood alone in an abandoned study,
letting the disguise of Larissa Gaines drip off her body. Her father was dead, and Rory would soon be coronated. She had a handful of minutes before Evermore had a new king and the border boundaries went up again. She stared at the rubble of the place she was told she would be safe, then poured the drop of trow blood onto her hand. She slit her thumb open, reaching out to swirl open a portal to Biltmore with her own blood, if it would let her. When it opened at her command, that was all she needed to know to affirm that Orion hadn't been lying to her. The borders were open. The king was dead, and she was expendable now, it seemed. She stepped into the void and disappeared. Chapter 39. Waking on Saturday morning was like pulling herself from a thick bramble that had settled over her in the night. Fighting her way back to consciousness, she struggled against aching muscles and a pounding behind her left eye. She turned on her side and willed her body out of bed, but she couldn't move. And then she remembered. The cannon, the strawberry blonde's scream, Mallow's eyes, and Tovin's voice in her ear, steadying her, guiding her through the night's horrors. He'd let her sob, let her lean on him, holding her close, and then he'd nodded, agreeing with her, agreeing to help her. He'd taken her back to her room with an elixir for sleep, and her mind had shut down the moment her body slid in between the sheets. Her eyes fluttered open as her mind sputtered to life, remembering all the things she needed to be doing. But such strong mind barriers against the nearness of Mallow had taken a toll on her body and mind. Despite her intentions, she found herself drifting back out to sea. When she could finally sit up in bed, the clock next to her read 4 in the afternoon. Bryony groaned. She couldn't afford to lose any more time. She needed to build up her mind barrier endurance in case there were suspicions around her. She needed to set an alarm from now on. She needed the house to splash her with pails of cold water if she didn't move before 9. Bryony focused her thoughts, closing the books in her mind that held the horrors of the cannon and the grief for the nameless woman and her brother. A fresh memory fluttered to the surface, arms holding her close, long fingers tracing the shell of her ear. Gray eyes locked on hers as he'd nodded. Tovin. He'd helped her last night. And maybe he'd help her again. Her heart thumped with the possibilities. Bryony decided to dedicate the day to researching the Durlings. Caspar Quill had drunkenly implied that they had also used magical branding, that perhaps he was inspired by them. She headed downstairs to the library and pushed open the doors, then stopped in her tracks. Texts were strewn across the chairs, the floor, the small end tables. A dozen books hovered in front of their shelves, waiting to be plucked by whoever had called upon them from the bookfinder. Bryony's lips parted at the sound of pages turning quickly from deep in the stacks. Still not hungry. She blinked. She checked behind her to see if Serena was standing there. As she turned back to the stacks, Tovin poked his head from around a shelf, glaring. When he saw it was her, his frown vanished, and he snapped his book shut. He pulled a pen from behind his ear and twisted it between his fingers. "Rosewood," he said, "I thought you were Mother." His eyes whipped around the room, as if just taking in the disarray she'd walked into. She held her breath as she studied him, watching the flush creep up his neck. He dropped the arm holding the book and tilted it so slightly behind him, and her eyes followed the movement. "What are you researching?" "Just looking for a solution," he clipped. He swallowed and ran a hand through his hair. She nodded slowly, glancing at the bookfinder. She had wanted to ask it for everything on the Durlings, but now she wasn't sure if Tovin should hear her topic of research. When he'd nodded in understanding last night, what was he agreeing to? Would he help her? She moved a few steps closer to him. "I wanted to thank you for your kindness last night." He stared at her stiffly as she gazed up at him. His eyes were different from the warm ones that had locked on hers last night, in his bedroom. "You're welcome." She waited for more, but nothing came. "And I wanted to—" "Rosewood, I'm in the middle of something. Can this wait?" She startled at the bite in his tone. There was a tension in his posture, a squaring of his shoulders that she recognized from school. Determination. Suddenly she felt very silly, thanking him for taking care of her while she cried, thinking something had shifted.
Her eyes prickled, and she snapped her mouth shut. His eyes instantly softened. "How are you feeling?" "Fine," she replied, and his shoulders dropped. The burning behind her eyes faded into a slow throb. Exhausted, she stood surrounded by all his books and notes and messy piles. "Is this problem anything I could help with?" She inched toward the table filled with notes, eyeing an open book on the edge. Tovin was there in the blink of an eye, slamming it closed. She managed to catch a glimpse of ancient translations scribbled on parchment before he swiftly stepped in front of her. Her eyes flicked up to him, so close she had to tilt her head back. They'd been this close the night before, when he'd folded his arms around her as she sobbed. He'd pushed a curl over her ear and stared into her watering eyes, like he'd been entranced. She pushed the memories away. "I am pretty good at research, if you'll recall." She smiled, hoping he couldn't resist the chance to tease her, to let her in. Instead, he jerked his head. "No, I'm almost there." He swallowed tightly. "Thank you, though." She blinked quickly, nodding her disappointment at her shoes. Maybe when he was done with his problem, they could finally talk. She lifted her chin, took a deep breath, and said, "I find that in most cases, the answer is right in front of you." His lips parted on a silent inhale, as if her flippant remark had disturbed him. Pink spots appeared high on his cheeks as his eyes roved over her before returning to her gaze.
"Thank you. Rosewood ill? I'll keep an eye out for that," he murmured. Nodding one last time, she excused herself, heading to the doorway. As she turned to close the library doors, she caught a glimpse of him sitting at the table, beginning to organize whatever he was researching. She ate dinner alone in her bedroom that night, poring over a heavy book that contained a reference to magical tattoos somewhere inside. She made it 3 chapters before an overwhelming exhaustion pushed at her eyelids, beckoning her to sleep. "Rosewood, wake up." Her eyes snapped open, jolting with the presence of someone else in her room. It was pitch black. A candle flamed next to her, revealing Serena leaning over her bedside table, shaking out a match. "It's all right, dear," she whispered, but there was a quiver to her voice, and she wouldn't make eye contact. "It's all right," she repeated, more to herself. "What?" Briony fell silent, lips parting at the sight of Tovin on the other side of her bed with another candle. His fingers fumbled a match out of a box, dropping it next to the candle without lighting it. "What's happened?" she asked, scrambling into a sitting position. "Come." Serena peeled back the sheets over her legs, reaching for her. "Come with me." Briony slipped out of bed, heart pounding in her ears. Serena led her into the bathroom suite as Tovin lit the fireplace, then moved to the center of the room, hand roving in circles, opening a portal. Serena shut the door behind them, and Briony blinked, taking in the elegant Serena Hurst in her dressing gown, without makeup, without tailored clothing. A white silk nightgown hung limply from her elbow, and she had a pale expression to match. "Remove your nightgown," Serena whispered. Briony swallowed, her mind begging for answers, but something told her to obey. "Are we going somewhere?" she squeaked. "No, dear. Someone is." She watched Serena struggle for words. Briony's eyes went wide with rising terror, her breath coming quick. "Mallow?" "We're having visitors first thing in the morning," Serena finally managed. "I don't know why. We were told they need to do a medical examination." Briony pulled up the plain cotton nightgown with shaking fingers, fear overriding her modesty as Serena bunched up the white silk and tossed it over her neck. "All right," she rasped, chills bursting along her skin as the silk slipped over her. A trade of cotton for silk? And what are we doing? There's an old spell, something that they used to use on their daughters, a ritual. Briony stood frozen in terror as she let Serena pull the gown down her legs. Fingers pushed her hair to the side. A cool chain draped over her shoulders as Serena placed a crystal necklace over her. What kind of ritual? She didn't recognize the sound of her own voice. The crystal hummed against her skin. Magical. The silk was part of the ritual as well. Serena's blue eyes met hers. They pierced her, studying her.
They will be able to see that your virginity is intact, she said quietly, so we're going to remove it. Brianny's skin tingled, feeling the weight of the silk gown on her shoulders, waiting for the words to make sense to her. A rattling knock at the bathroom door. 1:58. Tovin's clipped tone rang out, announcing the time. Her body jerked, and Serena gripped her arms to guide her out. Tovin stood aside to let them pass, his eyes firmly planted on his timepiece. The portal was a gaping hole in the middle of the room. Serena guided her to the bed, pushing her to sit. Her mind caught up to her circumstances as Serena knelt before her, produced a bowl of water, dipped her fingers, and brushed her fingertips over Brianny's eyes and lips. There was a ritual to trick the virginity spell, the one they'd cast on her to decide her starting price at the auction. Serena whispered something into the water bowls, something in another language, before bringing it to her lips and swallowing half. She looked to Tovin. He stood rooted to the carpets, muscles moving in his jaw. This was what he'd been researching, finding this ritual. He hadn't let her help him. The clock chimed 2 in the morning, and Tovin moved away from the portal and stared at her with gray eyes. Serena pushed the bowl to her, bringing it to Brianny's lips. Brianny drank the rest of the water, watching Tovin over the rim. He stared her down as she swallowed. He knew yesterday that they were coming. He knew they'd find her untouched, and he'd ransacked the library for a solution to his problem. Brianny's breath hitched at the realization that he'd skipped over the easiest one. Serena placed the bowl on the nightstand and crawled onto the bed, her long limbs gracefully folding under herself. She guided Brianny to sit in front of her, both of them facing the portal. Tovin paced to the end of the bed, hand against the bedpost, watching the clock. She opened her mouth to break the silence, to ask about the spell and question the research, but the words died in her throat as the portal sizzled and Orion Hurst stepped through. Chapter 40. Her heart thumped in her chest. Orion glanced at her, dressed in white silk, waiting for him on a bed. Tovin stepped forward, pulling a book from his back pocket and flipping it open. Translated from the Starkish, Tovin said. I've checked the translation. It's accurate. He met his father at the portal as it hissed closed behind him. I've outlined the steps. The candle, the blood, the incantation. Orion Hurst raised a hand, halting his son. Let me see it, Tovin. He took the book and peered down, turning the pages. The air around Tovin seemed to buzz with twisting energy. A page turned and Orion paused. His brow arched. Brianny watched his eyes move quickly over the same passage until he lifted them to her. The book snapped shut. Orion assessed her and said, "And if it doesn't work?" "It will." Tovin's mouth was a hard line. "And if it doesn't?" "Then I'll think of something else." But Orion wasn't looking at his son. He was looking at her. She blinked at him, feeling the question under her skin. "If this doesn't work, will you do this the easy way?" She swallowed and tilted her head into the tiniest of nods. Orion's eyes returned to the text, browsing the words, casually, as one might window shop. He was supposed to be in southern Camley. He was only permitted to leave for emergencies. They'd brought him in for an illicit dark ritual, and he had the nerve to act as if they had all the time in the world, as if all of their lives weren't at stake. Tovin's fingers twitched. Serena's breath stirred her hair. Orion closed the book and handed it back to Tovin. He looked at the mantel clock and turned to her. "Ready." "Let me see the book," Brianny said, voice too loud for the quiet room. "Let me read it first." "There's no time, Miss Rosewood," Orion said, and she could hear the finality in his voice as he crossed to the unlit candle by her bed. "What does it do?" She turned to look up at Serena, then to Tovin near the windows, watching silently. "There's no need to worry, dear," Serena whispered into her ear. Orion struck the match, and the flames hissed out in the fireplace. The only light in the room came from the two candles, casting shadows against their cheekbones. Serena crossed her legs and guided Brianny to lie with her head in her lap. She stared at the canopy as her mind raced. Who was coming? Why were they checking her virginity? Why now? And then all thoughts were swept from her mind as Orion Hurst climbed into her bed.
She jerked her legs, almost kicking him as his long limbs crawled like a panther to sit beside her. Serena grabbed her arms to calm her, to hold her still. "What does this spell entail?" she repeated, her voice cracking in her dry throat. Orion's calm features sharpened into a smirk. Now, don't fret, Miss Rosewood. Just lie back and think of Evermore." "Orion," Serena warned. Brianny's heartbeat strained beneath Serena's fingers, pounding to get out of her.
Excitement, crushing doubt, fierce independence, vulnerable surrender, and joyful Tovin. And before she could ask another question, Orion was pulling a knife from his robes, his impassive mask on once more. She gaped at the glint of the blade as he pressed one long hand firmly against her collarbone. The knife drew a quick, shallow slice against her heart, too quick for her to wince. Orion's lips formed a silent prayer, wisps of starkish brushing across her forehead. She looked at Tovin, bathed in moonlight near the windows, watching with his hand clapped over his mouth. Their eyes met, and the candles went out. The darkness was like a cold plunge into water. If she hadn't had the pressure of Serena's fingers on her wrists, she'd have shrieked. Orion's cool tones dripped ancient words across her face. He shifted back, hovering over her stomach and chanting. Her limited Starkish caught words like wolf and protection. She jerked her head over to where Tovin stood in the corner, and her dizzy mind imagined she could see the whites of his eyes reflecting the darkness back at her. A sharp pull from her belly, like the worst kind of menstrual cramps. She gasped, jerking. Serena held her down, and Orion raised his voice as he continued chanting. It felt like her intestines were fighting to twist in opposing directions. She squirmed, trying to stretch her body into positions that would alleviate the cramping, but there was a wrenching low in her stomach. She groaned, and the floor creaked near the windows. A tight pop, as if something inside of her dislocated. She scrunched her eyes shut in pain, blocking out the darkness. And then a wash of peace, like sunlight. Her stomach relaxed. She opened her eyes, praying that it had worked, and found Orion Hurst's face boring over her in the candlelight. No, not candlelight. A ball the size of her fist hovered over her stomach, just like the spell the nurses cast months ago, burning so white it looked blue. It cast shadows across the pitch-black room, sparking warmth in Orion's gray eyes. Serena's fingers threaded through her hair gently as every pair of eyes stared at the ball of energy, symbolizing what hadn't yet been taken from her. She watched the light fluctuate like fairy wings held it afloat. A glass jar pushed into view, scooping slowly under the orb, capturing it and closing a lid over the top. Tovin screwed the lid on, watching the light breathe. His eyes danced with its glow, and his lips parted in wonder. He held the jar in one hand and placed a bundle of branching white flowers over her belly with the other. He cast the virginity detection spell over her. The scan hummed over her head and toes, scanning toward the center. When the magic reached her abdomen, the four of them watched with bated breath. The bundle didn't catch fire, the way it had when she tested positive for purity. She didn't know what was supposed to happen if she wasn't a virgin. She hadn't seen it. No one moved. She heard Tovin swallow. "Did it work?" she whispered. A pause. And then, "It seems so," Serena breathed into her hair. Orion cast the charm again, and they watched as the results were the same. Orion stood abruptly from the bed, looking down at her and then up to Tovin. "You won't be able to contact me if there's an issue until tomorrow afternoon." The light from the glass jar in Tovin's palm cast eerie shadows across Orion's face. He turned, slicing his hand and using the blood to make a portal out of the property. He entered the void without a backward glance. With a wave, Serena lit the sconces low. She slid off the bed and gathered the ritual candles. "I apologize for all this fuss, Brianny dear," she said, still not looking at her. "Get some rest. We'll talk in the morning." She sent Tovin a stern look before leaving, the door clicking softly. Brianny took a few breaths before she jolted upright. She sat in a bed in a white gown, blood from her chest dripping on the sheets, and stared at Tovin Hurst, who held her virginity in his hands.
The relief on his face dissipated, and he paled as he looked at her. He placed the jar delicately on her bedside table. "This should stay here," he swallowed. "Keep it safe." "It would. It can catch quite a price on the black market, so it's best to keep it hidden in your room." She blinked at the light, still the brightest source in the room, even with the sconces lit and the fireplace back to roaring. She wondered if she should feel different. "I apologize for the suddenness," he said, shifting his weight. "I was only notified yesterday afternoon, and the spell required my father, and I wasn't even sure if I could—" "Why would it matter to Mallow if I was still a virgin?" she asked. Tovin pressed his lips together. "Liam tipped me off that Canning requested an audience with Mallow. I suspect it has something to do with getting revenge for outlawing his elixir." Briani stared down at her bare feet. "But again, why would Mallow care? The pressure was on from your friends to be intimate with me, but surely not from Mallow." Tovin closed his eyes and seemed to take a fortifying breath. "Mallow has made clear to me that she supports any way in which to harness the most power from you," he said carefully. Briani's heart dropped. Sacral magic. Suddenly, Briani remembered when she'd been brought before Mallow the first time. "Have fun with her, Tovin. I look forward to how powerful you become once bonded to her." That was moments after Mallow had learned that Briani had feelings for Tovin, moments after she learned that Tovin might not ever need an elixir like Canning's to entice Briani. Briani felt sick. She couldn't believe there was a woman in the world who would wish such a thing on another woman. But she refocused on the problem at hand. "I want to see your research," Briani said. "I want to read up on the spell." He nodded, eyes distant but directed at the jar. "Of course. Tomorrow after they—" She scowled. "Now. I'm awake. You're awake." She stumbled out of bed, the long silk nightdress twisting around her legs in an awkward constriction. Unraveling it brought her close to him. He glanced quickly down to the cut on her chest. She wondered if he thought about the last time she was in a silk nightgown with blood trailing down her chest. He swallowed. "You should get your rest." "Give me the book," she demanded. He was always keeping information from her, especially if it pertained to her directly. Irritation sharpened and bubbled in her chest, but this time something must have been different. He extended the book to her, watching as she grabbed it and flipped to the marked pages. It was still in Starkish. She cast a translation spell and took deep breaths, focusing on the words as they arranged themselves. It was done. There was nothing she could do to change what had happened or how it had happened. She just needed the specifics. It was a journal, a magician's entry from 2,000 years ago, back before they started measuring time after Vindacy's death. It detailed a ritual to save his daughter's purity from the wolf. 2 candles, 2 parents. The mother cleanses, the father bleeds her. She slammed the book closed, cheeks burning in anger and embarrassment. She pivoted to Tovin, ready to release her pent-up rage. A warm hand dropped on her shoulder. He was staring down at the blood dripping from the slice over her heart. He raised his hand and cast a spell to sew the skin back together. His eyes didn't leave her chest as she felt the cut heal. "What if it hadn't worked?" she asked, voice thin. He stepped back from her and ran his hand through his hair. "Then I would have thought of something else, a different spell." She wondered at what point he would have come to her room, held her down on the bed and penetrated her. Minutes before the visitors arrived? Or perhaps he'd rather let them all die instead. "And if you couldn't find another spell, when would you have consulted me and my opinion on the matter?" He blinked at her before looking away to her bookshelves. "I was hoping I could find something like a glamour."
Excitement, crushing doubt, fierce independence, vulnerable surrender, and joyful, something cast to deceive the detection spell. He swallowed thickly. "I was hoping, you were hoping I'd never have to know," she finished for him. Her skin buzzed with anger. To cast a spell and brush it under the rug? His lips pressed together tightly. "Do you not understand that we could be under investigation? By order of Mallow, you are being examined tomorrow morning, and we have no idea why." "I understand perfectly, thank you," she spat. I also understand that you had 12 hours in which you could have told me what was going on. He took a breath to interrupt. To inform me of the problem so that we might be able to come up with a solution together, but instead you chose to surprise me. My family is in jeopardy, Rosewood, and you're blaming me for that? Sometimes I have to act without your approval to do what's best for my family, not just you, all four of us. Her lips opened in a silent gasp. His eyes widened as he seemed to realize what he'd just said. His mouth snapped shut, horror dawning over his features. Before she could press him further, he turned on his heel, dashing for the door. Brioni gaped at the empty doorway for several long moments before sitting down on the corner of her bed. She stared at the fluttering light in a jar on her nightstand, listening to the echo in her ears of him calling her family. At 7 the next morning, Tovin knocked on her bedroom door. They've arrived. His voice was flat, and his eyes were cold. She had been dressed for hours, unable to sleep. It seemed the same for him. Both of them resigned to whatever fate awaited them. Pulling her bedroom door closed behind her, she followed him down the stairs and to the drawing room. As he pushed open the door, he took her elbow in a firm grip, tugging her across the threshold behind him. She catalogued the room quickly. Serena, a man and a woman in nurse uniforms that she didn't recognize. Cole, and, turning to greet them, a smug leer on his face, was Raven. She stumbled, her stomach tight, before she cast her gaze down to the floor. Tovin's step slowed, but he gave away no other reaction. Cole. Raven, he greeted. Apologies for being so early, Hurst, Cole said without a hint of remorse. But your mother tells me you're early risers here at Hurst Hall. He smirked at her and Tovin. Yes, thank you for your hospitality, Serena, Raven said with a wink. Serena stepped forward. Of course, Lag, a thin smile pasted on her face, and I'd prefer if you called me Mrs. Hurst. Brioni turned her eyes down to the stone floor. Her skin was cold, and her breath was shallow. What's this about? Tovin asked. He crossed his arms over his chest, shifting in front of her. Raven and I have been tasked to check in on the heart springs, Cole said. There've been a few issues, and Mallow has asked us to follow up. His voice scratched down her spine. The male nurse conjured an examination table and silently gestured toward it. They'd been silenced, she realized. She padded to the exam table, and all eyes were on her as she obediently slid up onto it. Looks like you learned how to play nice after all, Princess, Raven said. I'll ask you not to speak to my heartspring, said Tovin coldly. You may address me if you have a direct order for her. Brioni lay back, her mind numb. She breathed deeply, pulling air into her empty lungs. A lake with still waters. What kind of issues? Serena asked. What's wrong with the other heart springs? The nurses hovered over her, silently casting several scans. One of them wasn't properly sterilized, Raven said, and Brioni felt the room shake, quivering before her eyes. There was a thick silence as the nurses tested her. The only other woman she'd heard was to be sterilized was Phoebe, the other surviving Rosewood. Had Phoebe become pregnant? Her chest shook. Her fertility would be ripped from her again. This possibility, this small chance of a future. The male nurse tapped against her left hip bone. A dim red light appeared. He switched to Brioni's other side, and with a tap, a bright green illuminated the man's face. A pause, like skipping a step on the stairs. She felt every eye in the room on her waist. She didn't dare look at Tovin. And then a sharp "ha!" cracked from Raven's throat. He chuckled, and the room shook with it. 2 months with a fertile slut and she's not knocked up? You checked to see if your boys swim, Hurst? With me, you'd have triplets by now. That's enough, Lag, Serena hissed. Please remember your manners while you're in my house. Raven scoffed. He breathed as if he would say something else, then stopped himself. He turned back to the male nurse. Scan for her virginity. The room tensed. Cole laughed. Tovin, you fucked her, of course, Cole said. Gentlemen, Serena warned. I want proof, Raven said.
Do it." The female nurse produced a bundle of branching white flowers. Brioni held her breath as the familiar scan washed over her, centering on her abdomen, then stopped. It found nothing. Brioni almost cried in relief. Sea lag? Stones. Cole sighed. "All right, carry on. Finish the sterilization." The room went silent. The male nurse stepped forward. Brioni braced herself for the wrenching pain she'd felt the last time her tubes had been severed. She looked past the arm of the nurse toward the ceiling and took a shuddering breath, focusing on anything but the image of children with her curls and gray eyes. "Don't." A throat cleared. "She's my property. Don't I get a say here?" Brioni swallowed, blinking rapidly. A thick silence fell like snow. "Why, Hurst? You want pups?" Raven chuckled. Cole hummed. "The Rosewood girl and all tied to her line must be sterilized. Clearly you know why. Carvin's wasn't done right either, and we took care of that yesterday. Phoebe." Brioni's pulse thudded. Tovin seemed to have come to the end of his arguments. Brioni could see the faint green light over her hip fading, winking out of existence. Her limbs were heavy. She felt cold and useless. Pain pricked behind her eyelids. It would all be over soon. From the corner of her eye, the male nurse lifted his hands and positioned them over her hip. Brioni squeezed her eyes closed as he prepared to cast. A crack of wind whipped by her. There was a sudden voiceless gasp and a whoosh of air. Brioni's eyes snapped open as a grunt sounded to her right, followed by a crash. "Mother!" Brioni jolted, springing to her side off the table. Tovin was next to her in a heartbeat. The male nurse was on the floor several feet away, face dazed, as if not quite knowing what had sent him there. Raven lay crumpled against the far wall, head lolling and unconscious. Serena. Hurst's hands were outstretched, magic crackling between her fingers as she faced Cole, who looked as shocked as Brioni felt. "I'm afraid I can't let you do this," Serena said, voice pitched low and dark, eyes intent on Cole. "Miss Rosewood is under my protection." Chapter 41. "What the hell have you done?" Cole whispered. Brioni's heart thundered. She looked among the people in the room, taking stock. Tovin was next to her, his breath coming quickly in her ear. The female nurse was frozen on the other side of the table, with no indication that she'd raise her hands to cast. The male nurse lay still, unsure if coming to his feet was best. Raven was unconscious, and Cole and Serena Hurst faced each other, magic crackling between their fingertips. "Watch the nurses, Tovin," Serena said, and then her hands swung in a wide arc. Cole was quick to throw up a shield and sliced through the air. Brioni watched in awe as the two of them danced through the room. Serena moved fluidly, catching Cole's magic and sending it back to him. Cole was brutish and thick in his movements. Tovin grabbed the corner of the table and flipped it, dragging Brioni down to her knees. "Stay here." He positioned her behind the table barricade, then jumped up and extended his hands toward both nurses. The woman slid to him with a gasp, but the man blocked the spell and came to his feet.
Excitement, crushing doubt, fierce independence, vulnerable surrender, and joyful surrender. Tovin threw more spells at him, but he blocked them all. The female nurse fell to her knees near Brioni, and Tovin kept her on the floor with one hand while the other swung wide circles to entrap the second nurse. A window crashed from above, and Brioni protected her head from the falling glass. Serena's white seabird sailed inside, swooping low to peck at Cole just as he'd reached for Serena's heart. The albatross swerved through the air, dancing with Serena to battle Cole. Tovin stumbled over a fallen chair, and before he could right himself, the female nurse took off. She wove through the hall and ran out the door. Brioni jumped to her feet in a panic, but Tovin stepped in her path. "Keep him here," he said, nodding to the male nurse, and then he was running out the door. Brioni glanced at Serena and Cole, deflecting parry for parry and blasting through furniture, and then to the man on the floor, who was just coming to his feet again. She ducked behind the table to hide and slapped the floor with her palms. The man fell, and she peeked around to see him tugging on his legs in confusion. She'd stuck his shoes to the floor. It was basic, but she was rusty, and she shouldn't be doing magic.
Crawling to the other side of the overturned exam table, she peeked at Rivenstill, out cold. The nurse was just beginning to unstick his boots when Bryony turned back around. She shoved her hands out and he tumbled forward. Uninventive, but she needed to stall. Serena screamed, and Bryony tried to focus, tried to remember everything she'd taught Rory about close quarters battle. She glanced up to the portraits of Hearst family members past hanging high on the walls, then reached for one with her magic and tugged it off the wall. She sent it sailing toward Cole, where he stood over Serena as she writhed, and the albatross scratched at him. The portrait flew into his side, the corner catching him under the ribs, just as she'd intended. Serena stumbled to her feet and assessed the players, searching for Tovin. Her eyes widened in alarm, and Bryony turned just as the corner of the male nurse's uniform disappeared around the door. Bryony took off. She had to believe that Serena could handle Cole. She had to believe that Riven wouldn't wake up. Each slap of her feet against the marble floor held a new wish she needed to believe. She skidded to a halt outside the drawing room doors and looked left, then right, spotting the man running toward the front doors. Bryony threw her arms out and tugged them into her chest. The man pulled and pulled on the doors to throw them open, but they wouldn't budge. She ducked behind a corner as he turned and ran down the other hall, desperate to get out. It had been clear from him fighting with Tovin that he was not a field-trained medic. He had likely never seen battle. She would have felt bad for him if only their lives didn't depend on him not escaping. If he got out and revealed what Serena had done. If he told someone that she wasn't sterilized. Bryony ducked through a passage, knowing the shortcut. She skidded out into the opposite hall just steps in front of the man. He stopped so suddenly that he stumbled and fell on his backside, looking up at her in horror. "I don't mean you any harm," she said breathlessly. "You won't be killed. You just can't leave." Her heart pattered a rhythm in her chest. She hoped she was telling him the truth. He scooted back from her, mouth flapping uselessly with words he couldn't voice. Bryony brought her fingers to her throat, doing the same thing Serena had done for her when she first arrived. She gave him back his voice. His hands moved to his throat in shock. He looked her over from head to heel. "You have magic," he said. His voice was scratchy, as if it hadn't been used in months. "Are you a prisoner?" she said. She fell to her knees so as not to stand over him. "Are they keeping you?" He nodded. "My sister is. They have her." His eyes were wild. "Have you seen her?" "She is at Biltmore Palace." Bryony's brows jumped. There was no time for this, but she couldn't ignore his anguish. "What's her name?" "Maggie. She has dark hair like me." "I'll keep an eye out for her, but I don't know her, no." She reached out her hand. "Now, I'm sorry, but you'll need to come back with me. We were both in your father's medical unit." He seemed to gasp out the words. We both served you." Bryony blinked at him. "Your Everson?" He shook his head, tears in his eyes. "Is there such a thing anymore?" Her mind worked quickly. This man was a prisoner like her. Would she really send him back to his captors? Before she knew what she was going to say, the words tumbled from her. "If I let you go, you must tell no one what you saw today." He shook his head, his eyes wide. "But I can't leave. They'll kill Maggie." "We'll tell them you're dead," she said quickly. "Whatever has to happen tonight, there will be a lot of cleanup. You'll be dead, I swear it." Bryony's hand reached out, offering him a deal. His fingers trembled as he took her hand. "What do you want?" "Nothing. You can find the rebels. Sammy Mears. A woman named Felicity Punt is traveling with him. She has one arm. They were last seen in the north." "Because of the tattoo?" His brows furrowed. Bryony nodded. Her heart beat wildly with hope as she held on tightly to his hand. "Tell Sammy." She paused. There was so much. She was nowhere close to knowing the answers to the tattoos. "Tell Sammy that I'll be waiting for his signal." She came to her feet, still holding his hand, and he followed her up. She opened her mouth to tell him where to go. "Cordelia Hardstark is now at the Seats Castle. The one in the mountains," he said, the words tumbling out of him. Bryony's hand squeezed him. "You're sure?" He nodded.
She is Mallow's favorite. I'm not sure what she does to her, but I have healed her once." Blood froze in her veins. Bryony nodded stiffly. "Go that way," she said, pointing. "Run to the tree line, then portal." When his hand pulled from hers, the warmth left her body, and all of her decisions seemed bound for failure. What if he was captured? What if he was lying? He started to run, and Bryony turned back toward the passage, her footsteps pattering the belief into her bones. "Miss Rosewood?" She turned. She hadn't been called that by anyone but Serena without sarcasm since she was a princess. Her hope burned bright. "Something's not right with her," he said. Bryony felt her chest tighten with fear. "Cordelia?" "Mallow," he corrected, and her brows drew together. She was furious to learn that Phoebe Rosewood was pregnant. "I took the fetus out of her myself, but—" Chills crested down Bryony's spine, thinking of what Phoebe had been through. "There's something she's not getting. She thinks there's a boy heir somewhere," he said. He looked with purpose to her belly. "It's not me," she whispered. "He hasn't. Tovanov and I?" The nurse shrugged. "If she finds out you can conceive, she'll kill everyone in this house." She stared at him. Realization dawned on her, hot as daylight. Bryony could still bear the air twice over. She was a Rosewood. The Rosewood line was not ended with Rory. A crash sounded from down the hall, and they both jumped. "Go." Bryony turned and ran as his footsteps did the same. It wasn't until she was back through the passage that she realized she'd never learned his name. Just like the strawberry blonde. She flew through the doors to the drawing room, where Serena stood with her arms outstretched, Riven's body in the center of the floor, and the female nurses just a few feet from his. "What happened?" she said, panting. Serena whipped her head around. "Where is he?" There wasn't time to discuss her colossally impulsive decision. "He's subdued." She looked around. "Where's Tovan?" "Riven woke up," she said. "We had to engage." Tovan brought back the girl, Serena nodded to her bai, and then Cole ran. "I have to keep them both down." Bryony nodded, and she was running again before Serena could ask.
Excitement, crushing doubt, fierce independence, vulnerable surrender, and joyful laugh. She burst through the front doors and stopped, deciding which way they could have possibly gone. A screeching howl yipped from around the back of the property. Vesper. She ran, heading toward the tree-lined lane that opened to the property line. There was a lump of gray fur on the path, and Bryony dropped to Vesper's side. She was alive, but only her eyes were moving. There was blood in her jowl, as if Shed sunk her teeth into someone. Bryony ran a scan over her and found her back broken. She hissed in empathetic pain. "We'll fix you. Just hold on." She ran her hand through Vesper's fur. The fox looked like she would bite Bryony's fingers off if only she could move. Bryony kept going, turning down the lane and stopping dead. There were two figures standing silhouetted in the morning sun. One was on the ground, the other above him, and Bryony's heart begged for Tovan to be the one upright. She breathed deeply, tugged on that string in the center of her mind, and let her hammering heart infuse more energy into her request. Her body disappeared, turning invisible. She hurried on. She ran full out without the need to sneak up on them. When she saw it was Tovan on the ground, his gray hair pale in the morning sun, her legs pumped faster. His body was convulsing, twitching in pain. "Do you have any idea what kind of problems you have, Goy?" Cole's malicious voice reached her as she ran. "No, you have no idea what your father is up to in southern Camley, or else his wife and son would never have been so reckless." Bryony planted herself 20 feet from them and shoved with all her might. Cole flew off his feet, sailing through the air and landing in the grass. She realized her mistake too late. He'd landed only 5 feet from the barrier line, the line he could cross and portal out. Tovan sucked in air, greedy with need, and pushed himself to his feet as Cole did the same. Bryony ran closer, panic forcing her cloaking to give out. She saw her hands, visible as she lifted them to drag Cole back toward her and away from the line. Cole blocked, eyes on her. He smiled. "Oh, I see. You're not an idiot, Tovin Hurst," he said, looking between them. "You're a traitor to Beaumard and to Mistress Mallow. Your bitch has her magic." Briony reached, ripping a tree out of its roots and toppling it to land on Cole. He ducked and ran forward to avoid it, putting the fallen trunk between himself and the boundary line. Tovin's hands were shaking in exhaustion when he lifted them, and Briony knew that Vesper's injury must have cost him greatly in his magic wells. She stepped in front of him and sliced her arms at Cole. He deflected and chuckled. "Is she going to fight your battles for you, Tovin?" Cole lifted his hands, and before Briony could block, a pain like thousands of knives sliding against her skin erupted in her body. Briony screamed until it stopped, then she collapsed on the grass, staring at the sun. Tovin thumped to his knees next to her. She turned over. He was barely able to stay upright. She pulled herself up. Cole stood over them both, a slash across his face, as if a sword had caught him. Tovin must have used his last ounces of heart magic. Cole stared down. "Enjoy your final moments with your Everson whore, Tovin. When Mallow finds out about what's been going on at Hurst Hall, it will be the end of your line." Cole turned, moving sluggishly over the tree trunk and heading for the property line. He mustn't draw a portal. He mustn't get to Mallow. That was all Briony heard as she stood, magic rushing through her blood. And the nurse's words rang loud and clear. "If she finds out you can conceive, she'll kill everyone in this house." Briony reached her hand out, and with the spell she was unable to complete only 2 short months ago in the troll dungeon, she imagined his heart in the center of her palm, and she squeezed. Cole was 2 steps from the property line when he froze, clutching his chest. A rush of power flooded her as he fell to his knees, gasping, and then the rush left her, taking a part of her with it. Her hand was in a fist, and Cole was dead on the grass, his body falling past the barrier line. And inside of her, there was only darkness and death. Chapter 42, 1 year ago. After Rory's hasty coronation on the day of their father's death, Evermore's borders were safely locked again, but Beaumardy militia and spies had already gotten inside the country in that hour Evermore spent without a king. Between the attacks from the inside and the daily losses at the border, Evermore's size grew smaller and smaller. Briony had been confined to Biltmore Palace for 3 years while it was under siege, and even though it was her favorite place in the whole world, she almost sighed in relief when Anna came to tell her that it was time to pack and retreat to the lakeside castle, Claremore. It was a fortnight's ride on horseback between the 2 palaces. Briony refused to ride in the carriage like a royal, while 500 people behind them traveled on foot, especially when Rory chose to ride his horse and greet the villagers they passed on the road. General Mears wanted the court to portal and leave the people in the areas surrounding Biltmore Palace to walk on foot, but Rory refused. Portaling them all was out of the question, not only because it would require Rory to bleed for hundreds of portals, but also because that many tears into the boundary line around Claremore would weaken it. The castle's fortifications would be gone before they walked through the front doors. Finola slowed her horse to ride beside Briony's mare one afternoon in the 2nd week. "We have about 2 days left," she said, tying her blonde hair up in a messy twist to keep it off her sweating neck. "The general and your brother have gone on ahead with a portal." Briony gaped. "What? When?" "2 hours ago. Rory is strengthening the boundary line for our arrival. Why wasn't I informed? I should be with him," said Briony. Panic rose in her. Would Rory succeed in casting the protections if Briony wasn't pushing her magic to him? "It had to be done quietly," Finola said. "There are defectors hiding in every corner these days. Eversons who think they'll trade information for their freedom in Beaumard. And do they think I am the liability?" Briony scoffed. She straightened the brooch at her clavicle. "Oh, you know the general," Finola sighed. "It was privileged information." Briony huffed. General Billiam Mears did whatever he could to cut her out of the tactical meetings. There had been more than one occasion on this journey when she was barred from the tent used by the Strategists' Council.
Over the last 3 years, Briony had pushed the general to negotiate a safe return of the 4 Eversense students who'd been taken from the school on the day of the attack, but her requests had fallen on deaf ears. Rory was hesitant to make the wrong move when it came to those captives, so he relied on General Meare's advice. "When this is over," Briony said, "I want you to take me to Southern Camley, like you said you would. I want to learn how to be useful to the court and council. I'm tired of being nothing more than a bargaining chip in this country." Finola snorted. "Careful, you're speaking like a Bomardi now." "I'm serious." Briony turned to look at her cousin. Finola chewed on the inside of her cheek before replying. "I think the time for that has passed," Finola said softly. "When this is over, there will be a new peace treaty signed. The countries will need to move forward under similar agreements. And I will be nothing but collateral to a betrothal," Briony finished for her. "I see." Briony looked straight ahead, clenching her jaw. "It won't just be you. My sister, Phoebe, as well. The rest of your court, including some of the men, will all need to do their duty to hold the peace." Briony's eyes landed on Cordelia as she rode with Katrina and Didion 50 feet ahead. "Not Cordelia, though," Briony said, feeling jealousy flash in her blood before she could push it down.
Excitement, crushing doubt, fierce independence, vulnerable surrender, and joyful bless. Well, if your brother was smart, he'd keep himself available to someone on the line, but that's a losing battle. Finola glanced at her. "There is another option for you." Briony waited for her to say it, her eyes resting on the back of Didion's head. "Yes?" "Didion Winchester would marry you without hesitation," Finola said, "and don't pretend you haven't been stoking that flame." Briony eyed her uneasily. "And what is that supposed to mean?" Finola lifted a brow at her. "Anna says you disappear to the docks at the end of every week." Briony gasped and sent a glare behind her to where Anna was riding. Anna shrugged. "It is not every week, and the docks makes it sound tawdry. We walk together, that is all." Briony's cheeks were bright red. "After midnight?" Finola prodded. "My, what a lovely time for a walk." "I'm 24, you know," Briony said. "I'm not a child that needs to be watched and reported on." "I didn't say that." "You're an unmarried Rosewood woman as well," Briony said accusingly. "Are you going to tell me that you've been virtuous all this time? That you never sought comfort in Southern Camley?" Finola gave her a soft smile. "Not in the least. I'm only pointing out that there is an easy route for you that your brother would happily grant." She lowered her voice so only Briony could hear. "Unless you were hoping still for something else." "No," Briony said quickly. Gray eyes flickered through her mind like they often did. "No, I grew out of that fascination." "Good," Finola breathed deeply, changing the subject. "You and I will set the shelter wards tonight in your brother's absence. It will have to be done quietly, so no one suspects Rory is gone." Briony nodded at her. The Rosewoods were known for their shielding magic. Rory had done it every night of their journey, with help from Briony. Unbeknownst to him, Finola kicked her heels against her stallion and urged him forward, leaving Briony to contemplate the lie she'd just told. The name whispered in every meeting of the Strategists' Council was Hurst. Orion could perform Heartstop on 2 hearts at once, an unheard-of skill, and rumor was that his son was just as talented. Tovin's name was next to his father's in every report from the front lines, though no reports had come through about his abilities with Heartstop yet. Briony wondered what had happened to the boy who tried to help her escape the Bomardi school, the boy who hesitated when his father told him to leave her there. She hadn't seen Tovin since that day, but she'd heard stories of his deadliness on the battlefields. When the caravan stopped to camp for the night, Briony shared a tent with Cordelia, as she usually did. As the cooks began dinner and the soldiers began building campfires, Briony and Finola met at the center of the camp and moved outward and away from each other, expanding a wall around all 500 that traveled with them. Briony walked among the tents, pushing the shield to the edges. Didion found her at the far end of the camp. "Are you stuck doing Rory's shields in his absence?" he asked.
Swallowing back her annoyance that Didion was granted information on the king's movements, Brienne nodded. Finola and I both. Didion cleared his throat and moved closer when she finished her casting. I was wondering if maybe we could disappear for a bit ourselves, he suggested quietly. Brienne forced herself to match his shy smile. She'd tried to fall in love with Didion. Every 2 weeks for the past year, Brienne met him near the docks at midnight for conversation and sometimes more. But even now, as she smiled softly at him, Brienne couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't her future husband, no matter how easy Finola made it seem. I was thinking, she began slowly, that maybe we could pause our meetings until the war is over. His face fell, but to his credit, he recovered quickly. All right, he cleared his throat. I understand. The retreat to the Claremore must be very stressful. It is, she said, latching on to the suggestion. Things are far too fragile now to be indulging in frivolities. She winced at the words as soon as they were out of her mouth, but she wouldn't take them back, even as Didion swallowed and looked at the ground. It did feel frivolous. Perhaps it felt like more to him, but to her it was an unnecessary indulgence. The eclipse is in a year, he said with a sad grin. Your brother shall prove he is the heir twice over when the sun shines at night, so we can revisit all of this then. Didion, you don't have to wait for me, she bit her lip. I don't expect you to. I mean, I would wait millennia for you, Brienne Rosewood. His eyes were clear and his voice soft, and though it was the most romantic thing anyone had ever said to her, she felt nothing. Didion kissed her cheek and left her staring into the trees. She stood for a long moment, wondering why she couldn't just accept Didion's affections and leave comfortably with him. Brienne shivered against a growing dusk. She'd turned to take the long walk through the camp back to the tent she shared with Cordelia when a light caught her eye in the trees. It bounced like a fairy, slowly moving toward her. It was a navigator flame. Brienne held her hand splayed to cast, standing on the safe side of the shield. She would be undetectable to anyone on the outside of it. As the flame came closer, she recognized the young woman wandering behind it. She was a merchant from outside Biltmore Palace. Her mother ran the fish market and always made comments about her daughter's indigo-dyed hair. Brienne loved her rebelliousness. She was alone in the woods, looking lost and worried. Brienne stepped forward so the blue-haired woman could find her. Did you get separated? The woman jumped, grabbing her chest in shock. Oh, Miss Rosewood! Her eyes were wide and haunted. My brother was sent for firewood and didn't return. My family and I went looking for him and couldn't find our way back. Brienne searched behind the woman, the glow of the navigator flame revealing no one with her. Did you find him? She shook her head tearfully. I don't know where any of them are. I lost them all. Brienne cast a shield around the two of them. It wouldn't make them undetectable like the one around the camp, but it would ward off magical attacks. The woods can twist you around. I'll help you find them. The woman sobbed grateful tears. Thank you, Miss Rosewood. You may call me Brienne. I'm Delilah, the woman said, and led them back the way she came. She moved fast, stumbling in the dark past the reach of Brianne's shield and looking at the trees. It's your brother, and who else? Your mother? Brienne sped up, trying to keep both of them under the bubble of protection. My mother, my father, and my uncle, we all spread out looking. Brienne was about to tell her they should form a search party if the family was spread in different directions, but the caw of a crow above her head stopped her. She looked up, finding a beady eye watching them. Magic sizzled the air, and Brienne felt something bounce off her shield. She flinched and spun in a circle. The man from the attack on the Bomardi school stood 10 paces away, yellow teeth smiling at her from under a crooked nose. Raven, Briene's cert galloped. In the years since she'd seen him last, his name had become synonymous with terror and dark magic on the battlefields, and his face had taken up permanent residence in her nightmares. Stones, what luck we have tonight, Raven said, his voice like gravel. The princess herself. Brienne heard shifting in the trees. She reached for Delilah's rest to bring her into Brianne's protection shield, but before she could, Raven cut his arm through the air. Blood blossomed across Delilah's chest. Brienne gasped and stretched her shield further to cover them both, as Raven and whoever else was in the trees began an assault on her shield. Briony lowered Delilah to the ground, pressing her fingers to the slice across her chest and trying to bring the skin back together as the magic ricocheted around them.
Excitement, crushing doubt, fierce independence, vulnerable surrender, and joyful Briony. Briony gripped the thread in her mind and pushed with all her might. Raven and another man stumbled, their magic ceasing momentarily. She reached for a tree and brought it down on them, the crack of the trunk heavy in the dark night. As Raven and the other man dove out of the way, she cast up purple sparks into the sky like a firecracker, a distress call for Finola. She glanced at Raven as he righted himself and saw the other man for the first time, Tovin Hurst. The world slowed and abruptly sped forward as his cold eyes met hers. Briony refocused on her shield as they moved toward her, hoping she only had seconds until the Eversuns came to her aid. She turned back to Delilah as twigs snapped under hasty footsteps. Color was just returning to her cheeks now that her wounds had been sewn up. A hand reached through the wall of Briony's shield and grabbed the front of her dress. She gasped, eyes wide, as Raven slammed her up against the nearest tree. She hadn't thought of physical violence, only magical. Her shield was useless against his hands. "Princess, let's go have a little talk. See if we can't find out how to lure your brother out of that camp, huh?" Raven grinned at her and then cast a portal 5 feet to the left. Briony panicked, her mind nothing but white noise and her skin trembling. Her eyes caught Tovin's as Raven tugged on the front of her dress, as though to pull her toward the portal. His lips were pressed into a thin line, but he made no move to stop Raven. Briony kicked and clawed, screaming for the camp to hear her. "Hey!" a voice called from the trees behind them. Raven paused. A man in Eversun merchant clothes stood in a clearing of trees. The woman who ran the fish market stood next to him, as well as 2 brawny men who looked like them, Delilah's family. Briony thanked the waters for their timing. "You can't just take her," the man yelled. "She's coming with us." Briony had half a second to ponder his choice of words before Delilah came to her feet, hands raised to cast. Delilah's body flew into the trunk of a tree, and her head cracked on the bark. She crumpled. Behind her, Tovin Hurst lowered his hand, his eyes still cold. "She's not going anywhere with you," he said. The mother screamed, and Briony barely had time to put up a shield before the magic sizzled around her, like being thrust into the center of a bonfire. She ducked as Raven let go of her to cast. Pulling herself around a tree, she caught her bearings on which way was back to camp as the screams and grunts of a battle broke out behind her. She couldn't run back to the camp. She couldn't lead them there, shields or not. A pale hand with strong fingers grabbed her wrist and tugged. Briony fell forward against Tovin's chest. She shoved him backward as he began to draw a portal. "Don't," he warned her, voice deadly. A spell flared over his shoulder, and he howled, curling over in pain and releasing her. One of Delilah's relatives stood 20 paces away with his hands outstretched. "Thank you. Run!" Briony screamed at him. She took off to the north, running through the trees, leaping over roots and fallen branches. The zip of a spell flew past and into the tree in front of her, and she curled in on herself, veering right. There was a river half a mile ahead. If she could get there, she could channel the water's magic into a stronger shield. A spell slammed into her back, and she fell, cracking her chin on the ground. Stars spun in her head. She pulled herself up just as a knee pressed into her back, hot breath on her neck. "This is fun, isn't it?" Raven growled, taking her wrists and pushing them into her back. "I think I'll make you my new pet. We can chase each other for hours." Briony focused her mind on the earth beneath her. The fear and adrenaline spiked her magic, and the forest floor began to split apart underneath her. Raven rolled, taking her with him. She struggled under him until he was straddling her, pinning her wrists down. Then Raven screamed. He grabbed for his head, his fingers scrabbling across his skull, then his chest as he screeched in excruciating pain. She didn't delay. She slipped from under him and kept running, hoping she'd hear the river soon to help guide her direction. She got her answer when one of the merchantmen jumped into her path. She skidded to a halt.
"Miss Rosewood," he said, "the camp is this way." Briony caught her breath, staring in the direction he was pointing. Was she really so turned around? If she had 4 guesses on which way was east, that would have been the last. A spell sizzled past her ear, and the man was blown back off his feet. Briony curled into herself, running for a nearby tree for cover. As she spun around it, Tovin Hurst was advancing toward her. She dragged her hands together, and 2 tall trees were pulled off their roots, crashing down in front of him. Tovin jumped back, and she ran the way the man had pointed, toward camp. By now, Briony didn't care who else was alerted to her location. She needed Finola and the army to find her and the merchants. She started lighting trees on fire as she ran past them. A bush caught on fire to her left. She hadn't lit it. Briony swerved around it, listening to a pair of heavy boots chasing behind her. A tree fell in her path, and she was forced to veer right. Tovin was running alongside her through the trees, 20 feet away, and felt sick as she remembered how they used to race to the willow tree. How much faster he'd always been than her. How racing him used to thrill her. She shoved her magic at him to keep him away. He brought another tree down in front of her, and she had to twist to avoid it. He was playing with her, hurting her, forcing her to go in the direction he chose. She glanced over to him as he kept pace with her, and just before she could cast against him, a spell slammed into his shoulder, and he tripped and rolled. The sounds of a magic fight hissed behind her as she kept running. She heard the merchant woman scream again, the same keening cry she'd made when Delilah's body had crumpled to the forest floor. Briony wanted to go back for them, the merchant family who was fighting off Tovin and Raven with her when they could have just run, but she needed Finola and the army to find them first. A large, twisted tree trunk was dead ahead of her. It was actually 2 trees grown into each other with a hole at the base. She slid against it and caught her breath, taking stock of who was chasing her and where exactly she was. The 3 trees she'd lit on fire were starting to light up the area. She could see the illumination of them 50 feet away. She watched through the undergrowth as spells zipped past one another. There were 5 figures scattered throughout the trees, moving and casting. And then, suddenly, it was quiet, without so much as a scream. Briony blinked into the growing light of the forest, waiting for movement. When nothing came, she rose to her feet, casting a shield to protect against all kinds of violence this time, and crept to the edge of the clearing. One of the merchant men lay on his back, 20 feet in front of her. His eyes were open and glassy, and his hand was clenched over his heart. Heart stop. Briony scanned the trees before moving forward again. In another 10 feet, she found Delilah's mother and the other 2 men on the ground in similar positions. Tears pricked her eyes, and her stomach churned, hating how cowardly she'd been to hide and wait while they died. Briony's hand covered her mouth as she knelt over the woman's body, remembering how she'd always argued with Delilah about her blue hair. She glanced through the trees. She had to get out of the forest. A flare of purple sparks lit the sky to her left, Finola guiding her in. Briony gasped to see just how close she was to the camp, wondering how she'd found her direction through the chaos. She began to carve a path through the trees, but stopped cold when she saw another body in the underbrush.
Excitement, crushing doubt, fierce independence, vulnerable surrender, and joyful. One with pale gray hair and long limbs. Her feet moved to him before her brain could think. Tovin Hurst lay on his side, unmoving. Her ribs seized, and she choked on a gasp. He'd hunted her, toyed with her, and still she shook as she approached, begging the waters for his heartbeat. Coming around his body, she found his eyes open, staring straight ahead, past her. When a breath rattled from his throat and a tear slipped out of his eye, Briony almost sobbed in relief. "Briony!" a voice called from a distance, maybe half a mile away. The Eversons were coming for her, but Briony dropped to her knees at Tovin's side. He was too exposed. That was the only thing Briony thought as she levitated a few fallen branches to cover him from her army. Tovin's gaze was far away as she hit him. He fought for air in intense pain. She heard her name called again. "Briony!" A man whispered her name. Her mind was a library of books. She reached for a blank one and wrote "Coal" across the spine. She filled it with a body in the grass and her hand in a fist, and she pushed it onto a low shelf where no one would see it. Brioni! There were hands on her face, tilting her head toward gray eyes. Tovin stood in front of her, his gaze wide and searching. She placed her hands on his wrists. "There's no time for this," she said, and she didn't recognize her voice. "Bring his body over the line so I can help you lift him." Her mind ticked on, because her heart was torn open. They levitated his body down the lane. When they came to Vesper's body, she looked so small. Tovin knelt down and whispered words over her. She was still blinking. Brioni watched with empty eyes as he looked up at her. "I can't. I don't have enough strength to—" With a thump, Brioni lowered Cole back to the earth, there was a body in the grass, and moved to Vesper's side. She ran a scan over the fox's spine, finding the broken bones and the severed nerves. She'd never specialized in healing, but she knew Tovin knew enough. He pointed at the nerves. "You'll need to knit those back together. Put her under first." Brioni passed a hand over Vesper's eyes, and the fox was asleep. Everything was much simpler when there wasn't anything else in her head to think of. She followed Tovin's instructions, realigning the bones and clearing the pathways of nerves. At a certain point, when Vesper was no longer on the brink of death and her magic could flow to Tovin again, he took over. Brioni stood over him, feeling hollow as he poked the fox's bones back together and knit her nerves into place. Inside her mind, there were shelves upon shelves of books that begged to be opened and read, but it wasn't time for that. If she opened herself up to any of them, Cole would tumble down first, and then she'd need to feel her heart rip open again. She'd have to understand what killing a person did, what murderers feel, because that's what she was. Her pages shivered, and she silenced them. Tovin lifted Vesper into his arms. She was still asleep. Without another word, Brioni levitated the body in the grass, and they continued up to the house. Serena stood vigil over Raven and the female nurse. Her eyes turned wide on the two of them as they walked into the drawing room. "You caught him? Good. I killed him." She tested the words in her mouth. They didn't feel any different from other words. Serena's lips opened in shock as the color drained from her face. Tovin laid Vesper on the sofa and looked around the room. "Where is the other nurse?" "I let him go." Both sets of eyes swung to her. She stood in the center of the drawing room, a shell of herself. "He was Everson. We will say he died and produce a body. I promised him." Serena gazed at her with careful eyes. "I see. And he will tell no one about what he saw today?" She shook her head. "They have his sister at Biltmore. She's a Barlow girl. Her name is Maggie." She rattled off the details as if she were being quizzed in school. "All right." Serena sprang into action. "I've sent my albatross for your father. We will deal with—" She gestured to Cole's body and then wrung her hands, staring between the cluck and the bodies. "Cole attacked us. He intended to steal the golden heartspring for his own. Raven was incapacitated early, as were the nurses. The male nurse was caught in the crossfire, and I killed Cole as he tortured my son." "No," Tovin said. "I killed him. He was absconding with her." "You cannot kill for her, Tovin," Serena said swiftly, eyes filled with something Brioni couldn't read. "I can kill for my son." "You cannot kill for her." Brioni thought Tovin would argue again, but he seemed to hold his breath tightly. "So that's the story," Brioni said, "but that's not what Raven saw. He will tell Mallow the truth." Serena swallowed, pacing. "We will fix his memories, his and the nurses." "But that's highly advanced mind magic," Brioni said. She glanced between Tovin and Serena, and then she remembered the meditation chamber near the kitchen. The way Tovin could slip into her mind and fall into her memories. The way one glance from Orion Hurst felt like she was being sliced open and inspected. Through the haze of her own mind barriers, blocking emotion from interacting with her brain, Brioni felt a spark of horror as she wondered how many times her own mind had been invaded by Orion and Tovin Hurst. But before she could let the panic seep in, Tovin spoke. "What do you need?" He was staring at his mother, waiting. Brioni eyed her. Serena's gaze never left the clock. "If Mallow recognizes my techniques from my own mind, if my signature is apparent, well, we'll all be dead by sundown," Serena said, voice cold. "She is in my head too often to risk it.
I need a second set of eyes, so we will wait for your father. Realization dripped into Brioni's mind like water from a loose faucet. For some reason, Mallow looked inside Serena Hurst's mind, often, and Serena used mind magic to block her. No, not block her, to alter her own memories. Brioni stared, emotionless thoughts coming quickly. There were no servants at Hurst Hall. They entertained no guests. They hosted no parties. There were secrets within these walls, and Brioni had only scratched the surface of them. "Let me do it," Brioni said. They looked at her. "Let me do it," she repeated. "Tovin just walked me through advanced healing techniques. I can be instructed on memory alteration." Serena shook her head, her eyes still on the clock. They should have left by now, Brioni argued, knowing that she was speaking Serena's exact thoughts. They should be reporting back to Mallow by now.
Excitement, crushing doubt, fierce independence, vulnerable surrender, and joyful. It could take Orion hours to return. Tovin strode forward. "We start with the nurse," he said. "Come on, Mother. With the three of us, we'll do it right." Serena took one last look at the clock and then joined them at the nurse's feet. Briony knelt next to her. "What is the technique?" "We have to pull her out of stasis and keep her calm and still." She looked at Tovin. "That will be you." Tovin nodded. Briony felt the ticking of the mantle clock inside her chest. Her mind was focused and hollow. Was this what the inside of Tovin's head felt like all the time? Absence of panic? Absence of pain? "I will instruct you with the nurse, and we will hope that Orion will be back to take Raven," Serena said. Briony's waters rippled. There was a book in her mind that shook loose, and Raven's dark eyes and acrid breath flooded her senses before she could shut it. Briony closed her eyes and breathed deep. Her shelves reorganized, and before she could even glance at one called Cole, it shuffled to a distant shelf. "Follow my thread," Serena said, and she nodded to Tovin. Tovin dragged his hands upward, tugging the woman up out of her unconsciousness. Her eyes fluttered open, and Tovin pushed back down, grounding her. One hand held her muscles still, the other fluttered slow rhythms, her heartbeat. Serena took the woman's face between her hands, and Briony moved close to her shoulder. She focused on the energy emanating from Serena's mind, the thread of magic from her forehead. When she found it, it was a silver shimmering tightrope from Serena's mind into the nurse's. Taut, it glinted in her head, a steel connection that pulsed with energy. Briony danced on it, like a circus performer, and then she slid down, down, until she was entering the woman's mind. She stumbled inside, finding unfamiliar people and unfamiliar worries. A father who was worried about his daughter working for Mallow's medical team. A sister who ran away early, narrowly missing their village's sacking. A warm hand seemed to drop on Briony's shoulder, and then she was turned to face the memory of that morning. Serena stood next to her, and together they stared at the scene. Briony lay on the exam table. The male nurse stood near her, raising his hands. "Don't," Tovin said. "She's my property. Don't I get a say here?" Briony watched as all eyes turned toward him. "Why, Hurst?" Raven said. "You want pups?" Cole folded his hands in front of himself. The Rosewood girl and all tied to her line must be sterilized. He gave Tovin a patronizing look. "Clearly, you know why." Raven adjusted his belt with a grin. "Carvin's wasn't done right either, and we took care of that yesterday." Inside Briony's own mind, sorrow pulsed through her for Phoebe and her own losses. She refocused as the male nurse began following orders, and she watched as the Serena from that morning reached out suddenly and ripped the nurse back, then shoved Raven off his feet to smack into a wall. Serena turned to engage with Cole just as Tovin ran for the exam table, covering Briony with his body. Inside her heart, something fluttered, but there was no connection from her brain to her chest. She was empty still. The scene slowed, and the Serena next to her, inside the nurse's mind, walked them backward a step. Raven was upright. The male nurse's hands were extended. "Don't," Tovin said. Serena turned to her as the moment froze.
"We start here," her voice whispered, though her mouth didn't move. The scene rearranged. The male nurse's hands were extended, and a thread seemed to weave over the scene, sewing up holes and knitting together moments. The nurse's hands tugged, and Briony's body flinched as her fallopian tube was severed. Serena showed her how, and then Briony took the thread. Briony spent what felt like hours on those movements. She first focused on the nurse and his arms, the way they tugged. The thread moved over them until they were seamless. Serena instructed her to make Briony, the one on the exam table, jerk in pain. They knitted over Tovin's reaction. Tovin stood stoically now. He didn't protest. He just watched as Briony's chance at childbirth was taken from her. They spent less time on Serena's past self's reactions than Briony would have thought, but Serena Hurst only winced when the male nurse tugged and severed Briony's fallopian tube. Once it was done, Serena guided the thread to stitch, writing new moments into existence. Briony followed her lead. "That wasn't so hard, was it?" Raven said with a leer. Cole stepped forward. "Now that that's been seen to, I'm afraid I have some bad news," Tovin smiled. "Mallow has decreed that the Golden Heartspring should belong to her most loyal, her second in command." Tovin's brow furrowed. Serena pressed her fingers to her lips. And then things began moving swiftly, some of it taken from reality. Only, Tovin was the one thrown against the wall, not Raven. And Cole was the one causing a ruckus. The nurses were scared. Briony hid under the exam table. And Raven hesitated for a moment and then began to engage. Serena knocked Raven out. A stray curse caught the male nurse. Cole tortured Tovin. And then Serena killed Cole. It all happened quickly. But then they went over the scene again and again until it was perfect. Serena instructed Briony to tailor everyone's reactions. She hemmed here, she let out seams there. At the end, Serena from that morning turned and knocked out the female nurse, and the scene went dark. Briony felt the thread of Serena's mind tugging on her, beckoning her backward. They were in the drawing room. They were kneeling over the female nurse. Tovin's hands were outstretched over her, shaking. "Put her back under," Serena said. Tovin flipped his hands, and the nurse's eyes closed, sliding back into stasis. Serena looked at the clock, and Briony followed her gaze. It had been half an hour that they'd been inside her mind, and Orion still wasn't home. Serena rubbed her hands together and rolled her neck, summoning more energy. She looked pale. "Are you ready?" she asked. Briony nodded, feeling nowhere near ready to enter Raven's mind. Tovin moved to hover his hands. He dragged his hands upward, and as soon as Raven's eyelids fluttered, he pressed down again. Eyes black as tar pits looked up at Briony. Though he wasn't fully there, though he wasn't leering at her, she still felt his eyes on her naked body, his hand between her thighs. "I'm with you. Begin," Serena instructed kindly. Briony took hold of the thread in the middle of her eyes and connected it to Raven. She slid down, falling deep into his eyes. His consciousness was oily and suffocating. Briony wanted to pull out and ask if they could just kill him too. Images flooded up, moments that she recognized. Her naked body, the auction, herself in a slip in the spotlight. A hand landed on her shoulder, and Serena pulled her close, leading her away from Raven's older memories and into the scene they needed to adjust. That morning unfurled from a different angle, and it took Briony a moment to grasp it. "Don't," Tovin said. "She's my property. Don't I get a say here?" From Raven's point of view, Briony saw Tovin swallow. "Why, Hurst? You want pups?" Raven chuckled, from right next to her. And Briony began. She stitched over the scene. She threaded through the moments that needed to be forgotten. And if she was ever sloppy, Serena was there with an extra eye, pointing out an extra stitch. She thanked her broken heart for staying away from her head. She didn't know if she would have been able to work like this if she hadn't buried everything that had happened after she lay on that exam table deep inside her bookshelves. Serena made her wind through the scene again, examining it from every angle. Something shivered outside of their consciousness. Serena nudged her to refocus, but Briony was just about done. They slid backward on that thread, up, Up, the oil of Raven's mind dripped off her.
Excitement, crushing doubt, fierce independence, vulnerable surrender, and joyful surrender. When Bryony arrived back inside her own consciousness again, she stared down at Raven, his eyes open and on her Tovin, put him back under again. "Well," said a slick voice from behind them, "it seems like my family has been quite busy this morning." She twisted around slowly. Orion Hurst stood in the middle of his drawing room, staring down at her, looking murderous. Chapter 44. Orion towered over the scene, 3 bodies laid out in his drawing room, 2 loved ones exhausted from earlier heart magic, and 1 problem in the shape of Bryony Rosewood. Serena came to her feet, reaching for her albatross, who'd come back with Orion. The bird landed on her arm and nuzzled her cheek. "It's almost done," Serena said. Orion looked between Raven and Cole. "Tell me." "Cole is dead." Serena's voice was tired but firm. Orion lifted a brow, his mind seeming to run through several scenarios at once. "So, he attempted to abscond with Miss Rosewood, I presume," Orion said, and Bryony was shocked how quickly he chose the same path as Serena. "He tortured Tovin," Serena said, "and I killed him." Orion still stared down at Cole's body as he nodded slowly. Bryony looked up at Tovin. He was swaying on his feet, clearly needing rest. He'd been using heart magic to subdue Raven and the nurse, depleting himself further. "And Raven?" Orion asked, turning his attention to the other man. "He was knocked out early on," Serena said. "And the nurse?" "She saw it all, and then was knocked out." Orion lowered himself next to Raven. "You should have waited for me. If she recognizes your needle—" "It was Bryony," Serena said. "I guided her." Orion closed his eyes in exasperation and then opened them on Bryony. His mouth was set in a grim line. "Well then, Miss Rosewood," Orion said silkily, "show me your work." Like he was one of the tutors at school. Bryony swallowed and then nodded to Tovin to bring Raven back up from unconsciousness. Sliding back inside Raven's mind was even less appealing the second time. She stumbled through several terrible images and memories she didn't wish to see before Orion firmly guided her, much less gently than Serena had. Orion stood at her shoulder as they watched the scene. He made her go over every second, positioning them in different places in the room. His technique wasn't with a thread, but with a pen, rewriting instead of sewing over. Where Serena was a needle sliding past minuscule holes in fabric, Orion was a knife sliding through butter, meeting no resistance. When he pulled them out, he stared at Bryony with displeasure. Sloppy, but serviceable. "Take her upstairs, Tovin." Bryony narrowed her eyes at him. Her bookshelves shook with the first emotion that threatened to break her walls, irritation. "Well, need a dead body, too," she said. "I let the second nurse go." She stood and turned her back on Orion Hurst, walking away before he could say another word to her that wasn't "thank you." A pair of footsteps followed her up the stairs. She didn't say a word to him all the way up to her room. When he followed her inside, she turned to face him. Tovin quietly shut the door behind him, his eyes carefully on her the entire time. "I'm fine," she said. He slid his hands into his pockets and rocked back on his heels. He watched her, waiting for something. "I won't release my mind barriers until after Mallow has come and gone, if that's what you're worried about. There would be too much too suddenly. It could take too long to build up her mental defenses again, and there was no telling how long they had until Mallow arrived." "I'm worried about the opposite, actually," Tovin said. She stared at him blankly. "You should let go. You're holding back too much. Maintaining this level of barrier for this level of circumstances won't help you in the long run." He spoke as if he knew. He spoke as if he knew this level of barrier intimately. "How," she stuttered, "how long have you been practicing mind barriers?" she asked. His face was impassive as he said,
a long time. She nodded slowly. It explained so much that she'd suspected. "And your parents?" she said. "All three of the Hursts are talented mind magicians?" He betrayed nothing. He moved forward toward her. "You need to release, rest, and replenish. Mallow could be here any moment. You've erected shields in stressful circumstances before. You can do it again." He stood before her. "You need to deal with Cole so that he can live in the library of your mind undisturbed." The book named Cole slid forward inside her mind. She swallowed thickly. "I don't want to." "Bryony," he whispered, and she swayed toward him like the tide. "Your heart was ripped today. Let your mind heal it." A tremor whispered across her skin. His eyes were unguarded on her, and she forced herself to meet them. There was a body in the grass, and her hand was in a fist. The book named Cole dropped to the floor, and a wind shushed the pages open. The cold emptiness rushed up, the howl of death surrounded her, and the piece of her heart that had ripped open cawed like a moon-black raven. Her lips parted, and the final sigh of innocence slithered out of her. He blurred in her vision. "I killed someone," she said, voice trembling in a way she hadn't let it in hours. Tovin nodded. "You took a life. It was your first?" Her chest shook, and she slapped a palm over her mouth. "What did I do?" Her eyes were wide and bright and full of unshed tears. He stepped forward and placed his hands on her arms. "You did what was necessary to protect yourself." She leaned into his weight, and at last her tears spilled over, streaming down her cheeks. "To protect you." Her throat clicked as she hurried to add, "Your mother, all of us." There was a body in the grass, and her hand was in a fist. She had squeezed the life out of him with his back turned. He hadn't seen her coming. Bryony gasped soundlessly on a sob, trying to draw air into her lungs, but failing. She was in Tovin's arms, her forehead pressed against his collar. His shirt was wet with her grief. "My heart will never be the same," she whispered, voice reedy. "You did what was necessary," he rumbled, words she felt as much as heard. "You did what I didn't have the power to do." She let his voice wash over her. She remembered that day in the Troll dungeon, how she had Raven's heart in her palm for one moment. She could have finished him then, and maybe escaped with Katrina. She hadn't had the strength that day, but today was different, and she couldn't help but think that having Tovin's life in the balance was the difference. Her legs gave out as her heart beat a rhythm over and over, killer, killer, killer. Tovin lifted her in his arms, and as she sobbed and gulped for air, she wished she wasn't so weak about this. She wished she had never let her emotions rise past her throat and into her mind. She laid her on her bed, and she curled into herself, bawling in pain. The missing piece of her heart ached. And it wasn't just the act of killing Cole. It was the oil on her skin from Raven's mind, his memories of her naked body. It was the nameless nurse who'd given the chance she couldn't have, the way her heart needed to hope that he could find Sammy. It was Phoebek, knowing that she'd lost a child she couldn't have wanted, and her chance at one she did, all in the same day. It was Cordelia, husked. The note about the dragon that Bryony nished had been from her, so that she knew Cordelia was still in there, still fighting. And it was Rory. Rory, whom she hadn't said goodbye to because she was so confident in a prophecy that was nothing but nursery rhymes. Rory, who marched into battle over and over because Bryony knew it was right. She knew he was the one. And he believed her, the fool. Bryony's throat was raw, and she realized she'd been howling through the pain inside her heart. Her face was hot with tears, and her muscles were sore with shaking. And 2 arms were still around her. She sucked in a shaking breath as she came back into her body.
Excitement, crushing doubt, fierce independence, vulnerable surrender, and joyful. Tovin was wrapped around her, holding her back against his chest. His thighs were flush with the backs of hers, and she could finally recognize the breath on her neck, disturbing her hair. Brioni's eyes dropped, and she found a muscular hand wrapped around her fist, the black gem ring winking at her. As her grief and panic and sorrow ebbed away with each shaky breath, she grounded herself with the feeling of his chest pressed to her back. His heartbeat thumped against her spine, slow and steady. She breathed in deeply, finding comfort in the press of her ribs into his. As her tears dried up and her breathing returned to normal, she waited for him to pull away, for him to excuse himself, for his duty to be complete. It didn't come. Brioni watched the sun inch down the sky and traced the veins in Tovin's hands with her eyes. If he wasn't worried about what could be happening downstairs, then she wasn't either. Mallow herself could burst into the room, her dragon could breathe fire on all of Hurst Hall, and Brioni would still hold on to this moment for a second longer. Quietly, half hoping he was sleeping, she said, "Did it feel like this after your first kill?" For a moment, she wondered if he wouldn't respond, but then his voice rumbled into her chest, his air puffing across her neck. Yes. She used to hold him in a separate box in her heart after she'd seen him kill that Everson family. He was a murderer, and what business did he have inside her chest, where her yearning and care resided? She belonged in that same box now. "Did someone hold you like this when your heart ripped?" she asked. Her pulse seemed to hang on a cliff, waiting. Someone helped, yes. His voice was far away. A pang of jealousy flared hot in her. She wished she could have been that person for him. She shifted, turning in his embrace, and his arms readjusted around her back as her knees tangled with his. His eyes were a soft gray. She wanted to run her fingers over his skin, through his hair, under her shirt. She held her fists against her chest, keeping her hands to herself, but she couldn't help herself. She reached up and brushed the fine hairs that had fallen over his eyes. She ran her fingers down his cheekbone, carving the path to his jaw. "Why did you buy me, Tovin?" she whispered against him. His eyes flickered between hers. "I can't answer that." She blinked at him, and though he was erecting a boundary, she didn't feel him pulling away. It was as if he was inching closer, his eyes softening, his mind opening. She feathered her fingers over his lips, and she moved forward. Tovin's head shifted back, just slightly, out of reach. His eyes closed and his brows furrowed. Brioni ran her fingers over his chin. "Ah, yes," she whispered, "your no-kissing rule." His eyes fluttered open and one eyebrow lifted. "I don't have a no-kissing rule." The corners of her mouth curved upward. She trailed her fingers down his throat, and he swallowed. "A no-kissing-me rule, then," she teased. His lips parted, and his tongue was quick to wet them. "Exactly," he breathed. Her eyes flicked back up to his, and then he was kissing her. Brioni's breath caught. He'd stolen it, locked it away inside his chest. Her mouth grew soft against his, and her eyelashes fluttered closed. He moved his lips luxuriously, slowly, so gently that Brioni thought he might pull away at any second, but he just kept kissing her. She gulped in air against his lips and curled her fist around his collar. One of his hands splayed across her back, pulling her closer until her breasts pushed against his warm chest, but still his mouth was soft and unhurried. Her heart pounded so fast, pulsing life and want into every inch of her body. She wanted his hands on her skin. She wanted his tongue. She wanted her hips against his. But Tovin Hurst took his time. She'd seen him kiss Larissa Gaines plenty of times. She'd seen his hands rove over her. She'd never seen him like this. She'd never felt anything like this. When his lips finally parted and she felt the smooth glide of his tongue, a moan poured from the back of her throat. She clenched her thighs and she brought her hips closer to him. That was when Tovin finally rolled her onto her back, slotting his body between her open legs. Her arms wrapped around his neck, pulling him closer, and her right knee moved up to his waist. His lips were still slow and languid, like she was something to handle with care. But as his tongue brushed against hers, and as she learned to open her mouth the way he wanted her to, she didn't want to be touched like glass. She wanted the weight of him. She wanted his sweat. She wanted him groaning for her. He shifted and pushed his hips against hers. She could feel everything. Brioni's mouth fell open in a sigh, her eyes fluttering in pleasure. "Tovin, please," she murmured into his mouth. His lips were firm on hers as the kiss started again. She arched against him, trying to feel more of him. As he kissed her more deeply, his tongue hotter, his lips more direct, Brioni slid her fingers around his neck to the place where his fine hair ended at the base of his skull. Her fingers drifted in soft movements, finding a raised scar where she'd sewn his skin back together all those years ago. His chest rumbled, finally, a moan pouring into her mouth. His hips snapped forward, pinning her into the mattress, and his hand grabbed for her other leg, tucking her knee up to his waist until her hips cradled his. She gasped at the feeling of him pressing against her. Her eyes flew open as his hips rolled over and over. She could feel him right where she needed him. He was unspeakably hard against her softness, and his mouth attached to her jaw, her neck, her pulse, as he groaned into her skin. She kept running her fingers through his hair softly, and his pace became frenzied. She memorized every gasp, every moan, every sigh. She prayed he was leaving marks on her as his mouth sucked. It felt decadent, indulgent. There was an ocean inside of her, the waves gathering. And then he shifted his hips just a bit lower, and through all their fabric, Brioni felt his cock press against her center. Her breath caught, and her mind went white. She whimpered, feeling closer to something than she'd ever felt before. He lifted his lips to the shell of her ear, and as he rocked against her again, he moaned her name. Brioni. Her eyes rolled back in bliss. It sounded exactly like it had before. Inside his mind, in the fabricated fantasy where she'd put her mouth on him. If she could hear one sound for the rest of her life, she wanted it to be Tovin Hurst moaning her name. A knock rapped on her door, shocking her system. They froze. The pleasure drained rapidly from her body. Tovin's gaze was black as he pulled back to look down at her, his cheeks pink, his hair falling forward in a ness, and his lips red from her kisses. He sprang back, and Brioni felt the absence of his body like a fire doused. She bit her lip, wishing the knock had come either 2 minutes earlier or 20 minutes later. She sat up and watched as Tovin pushed a hand through his hair, adjusted his trousers, and breathed deep. Like a reptilian blink, he was composed again. His shields were up. When he answered the door, Serena's voice whispered, "How is she?" "Better." Brioni pulled herself off the bed and quickly tugged at the bedsheets to straighten them. Raven and the nurse were sent off. "Your father's hawk has returned from Mallow. She will be here after nightfall." Cold ice trailed down Brioni's spine. She glanced out the window. The sun would set in a few hours. At least she had time to build her barriers again. "And is everything going smoothly?" Tovin asked. "To the best of our knowledge," Serena said. "We won't know for sure until she's here. Your father would like to see you." Tovin nodded. He glanced at Brioni once, and she found those familiar cold eyes again, as if he hadn't just been cradled between her hips or inside her mouth. He left, leaving the door open.
Excitement, crushing doubt, fierce independence, vulnerable surrender, and joyful laugh. Brioni took a deep breath. "Come in, Serena." Serena moved through the door and closed it behind her, folding her hands in front of her. Brioni stepped away from the bed, taking the memories of Tovin's hands and tongue and lips, and closed them away in a book as she faced his mother. "Thank you for what you did today," Brioni said. Serena tilted her head. "I was about to say the same." She glanced down. "You've had a very hard 24 hours, and I know that taking a life twists your heart, but I want you to know that you have never been more brave to me than now." Brioni nodded her head, forcing herself to believe it. "Please know that I wasn't hiding my ability to bear children from you." "I understand. It wasn't my business to know," she said simply. Brioni steeled herself and broached the topic on her mind. "You said Mallow searches your mind often. Why?" Serena lifted her chin and gazed past Brioni's shoulder. She thought the woman might not answer her until Serena spoke. "I've been gifted 3 visions in my life, each very difficult to untangle," she said.
Bryony blinked at her. I used to report my dreams weekly, but she has become suspicious of everyone around her and even doubts that I understand my own subconscious. Now, I report daily to Mallow for inspection of my mind. Bryony's brows drew together as she struggled to understand. You're a seer, Bryony said. It's a generational trait in my family. It appears every 100 years or so. The gift of visions was rarer and rarer these days. The only seers Bryony knew of were from over half a millennium ago, the ones who had foreseen the heir twice over. Most seers wouldn't flaunt their gift. It was too easy to become a target. Bryony shifted on her feet, thinking, "Why does Mallow even know about it?" she asked. Serena looked at Bryony. "I saw her coming," she said simply. "I saw her on the seat, and Orion and I acted quickly to become favored." Bryony remembered how the Hearsts had been the ones to introduce Mallow into society the first time Bryony had met her. "You'll forgive me if I've been absent." "Cold," Serena said with a rare smile. "Until you'd begun learning mind barriers, I couldn't risk much conversation with you, and there is already so much I cut out and set aside in my own memories." Bryony tried to imagine Mallow in her mind every day, digging into dreams of her subconscious that she had no control over. "There is a meditation chamber downstairs," Bryony said. "It's yours?" Serena nodded once. "As you progress with mind barriers, you are welcome to it." Bryony wanted to ask Serena about her visions. She wanted to know the future so badly. She wanted to know the things that Serena had seen that she'd given over to Mallow. But she also knew that it wasn't hers to know. Most seers lived in isolation to avoid these types of conversations with friends and family. "I won't ask you about your dreams, but when you stopped them today..." Bryony paused and rephrased, finding the words that had echoed in her mind since she'd let the nurse go. "I have reason to believe that the heir twice over could still exist." "When you saved the Rosewood line today," she sighed, diving in, "do you have reason to believe your son will one day father that heir?" Serena's brows lifted clear off her head. Oh, I see." Her thumb tapped against her opposite wrist. "No, my intention today was only to give you a choice in your future." Bryony felt the weight of those words cascading down on her. "You're a seer," Bryony said with a small smile. "You speak as if all futures are possible when you already know certain outcomes." Serena nodded. "I have not yet seen the future that I most wish for, but I am hopeful. I think a world where we both have choice again is possible." Bryony swallowed around a lump in her throat. Her heart beat fast, and with the knowledge that Serena Hurst was under this roof with her, she felt suddenly less alone. Serena inclined her head in goodbye. "Take care, Bryony. I'm sorry for giving you another conversation to tuck away as you prepare your mind." She excused herself, and Bryony was alone again. Chapter 45. Mallow didn't come at nightfall. Bryony stood at the window that faced the front gates, watching the horizon for the sizzle of a portal, but it never came. The Hearsts didn't come up to check on her either. Bryony focused her energy on her mind barriers, pulling together everything she needed to hide from Mallow and finding a place for it all on her mental shelves. She went over everything with a needle and thread, just as Serena had done inside the female nurse's mind, until Bryony wasn't even sure if Cole hadn't tried to take her that morning. She wrote over her own memories of her fist squeezing, threading over them with the image of a paler, more delicate wrist until it was Serena whose hand had contracted in heartstop. If she concentrated, she could find the truth in her mind, but it was also easy to think of that morning and have the fabricated scenario pull forward. At 4 in the morning, there was a thunder of wings in the sky. Bryony looked up just in time to see the belly of the last dragon in the world skating over Hearst Hall, wings long and spindly. Bryony narrowed her eyes at the beast. So the dragon was not dead. "No, dragon, don't worry."
She puzzled over the words again as the dragon fluttered, almost elegantly, over the forest where Vesper lived, settling gently in the field next to it. In the beginnings of the dawn sun, Bryony could just make out a rider sliding off its wing, her long black hair shimmering down her back. Deep inside Bryony's mind, beneath the shields and behind the bookshelves, she wondered at the necessity of bringing the dragon, much less riding it. Surely a portal was quicker. The figure glided through the gates and down the lane. Once Mallow disappeared inside the front door, Bryony returned to her chair to wait. Either the plan had worked, or it hadn't. 20 minutes later, her door opened and Tovin stepped inside. "Mistress Mallow wishes to see you." His face betrayed nothing. She could be walking into anything. Bryony followed him down the stairs and into the drawing room. Her memories shivered on the bookshelves in her mind, but she was pleased to note they were the fabricated ones. Mallow stood near the fireplace, the glow illuminating her silhouette, with Orion and Serena at her side. Though Bryony had only seen her 2 nights ago at Biltmore Palace, it felt like it had been months. When she turned, Bryony noted that her eyes were exhausted. Again, she wondered what Mallow's true age was. Cole's body lay in between the couches, like a coffee table. "Bryony," Mallow hummed with a soft smile, "I hear you had a little procedure yesterday morning." Bryony said nothing. Tovin stood just off to her left. Mallow slid forward, her long dress moving around her like oil. "Did you know all along that you could still have children?" Mallow asked. Bryony hadn't prepared her memories of the nurses who severed her first fallopian tube, so there was no reason to lie. "I suspected it." "You will address her as Mistress," Orion said firmly. Her eyes flicked to him. Bryony added, "Mistress." Mallow's lips curled. "What else are you hiding, Bryony?" Her heart skipped, but her mind remained focused. "What do you mean, Mistress?" Mallow stood in front of her, her gaze black, and her mind brushing up against Bryony's. "Your country is Nevermore," Mallow said. "Your people have lost, but still you find ways to rebel against my authority, don't you?" Bryony's mind shook. Every volume she'd tucked away threatened to fall to her feet. Collars and notes and grapes. She focused on Mallow's gaze. "You must tell me what you know, Bryony," Mallow said. And then the knives were in her mind. Bryony gasped as her memories were flayed. Mallow's technique was blunt. Where Serena endeavored to get in and out without notice, Mallow wanted to be felt for days later. She prepared herself to fight the knives, but Mallow swirled around a familiar scene.
Excitement, crushing doubt, fierce independence, vulnerable surrender, and joyful. General Mears was standing in her father's study. "I really must object to so many ears in a confidential meeting. You're a fool if you think Bryony's ears to be the least useful of the 5 of us here," Rory said. Bryony waited as Mallow slithered through the scene like a serrated blade, leaving her mark everywhere. There was little she could do to hide anything. She had no idea what to hide. Mallow flew through her mind, circling memories of Rory like a serpent. She spent ages in family gatherings from 15 years ago with aunts and uncles who had been dead for years. She slithered through any memories Bryony had of her father, winding around the difficult lessons he would dole out and the requests he made that Bryony be less of who she was, so Rory could be more. Her body shook, knees weak. Mallow held her upright in the center of the room. Her mind could just barely recognize the scene, the shape of Mallow in front of her with wild black eyes and the pale gray of Orion out of focus 20 feet back. She had no idea what Mallow was after. Bryony kept from hyperventilating even through the pain, knowing that she needed the secrets she had to remain secret. At odd moments, she felt another presence in her own memories. Where Mallow was cutting and opening with wrenching slices, there was also another knife, sliding through her like butter, careful to remain hidden.
After what felt like hours, Bryony simply followed Mallow through her own mind like a guest, alongside the second mind. Mallow was determined and laser-focused in her quest, leaving Bryony suspicious of what exactly Mallow was looking for. The pain exhausted her, making Bryony reckless. An idea slithered into her head while Mallow was elsewhere. If Bryony could only know precisely what Mallow wanted. The knives in her mind were attached to Mallow's thread of mind magic. And just as she had slid down the thread into Tovin's mind weeks ago, just as she had joined Serena on a single thread that morning into the nurse's mind, Bryony waited until Mallow was focused on a memory with Rory and Sammy Mears, and then she walked that thread like a spider, sliding down, 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 and into Veronica Mallow's mind. She balanced on a needle, like Serena had taught her, careful not to disturb anything. But she needn't look long. There was a question tattooed on the back of Mallow's eyelids, living at the front of her mind without any barriers to fight it. Where is he? Bryony felt her consciousness floating, her heart hung suspended. And before she could fully process what she'd found, she climbed up the thread, surfacing out of Mallow's mind, a mind that Mallow didn't bother to barricade. Arrogance or stupidity? As Bryony latched back onto the path Mallow was taking through her memories, she focused on maintaining her heartbeat, unwilling to feel anything other than confusion and pain. Because there was one he Mallow was examining in her mind. Something's not right with her. The male nurse said Bryony would be killed if she could conceive. And the only thing Bryony could focus on while her mind was flayed was the dragon outside the gates, the unnecessary shows of power, the exhaustion in Mallow's face. No, dragon, don't worry. The dragon that had refused to bond to any magician for 600 years, until Mallow, a magician with a dragon familiar, wouldn't bother with any mortal problems. They would be all-powerful, unless the dragon wasn't her familiar. No dragon. Bryony felt herself outside her body. She could see the scene in the drawing room, Orion and Serena at the fireplaces, having prepared to be interrogated over Cole's body, Tovin standing to her left, waiting for his heartspring to be returned to him, and Mallow not caring at all about the dynamics of the 10 or the death of her second-in-command. Mallow not concerned with the way things happened yesterday, only caring to search Bryony's mind for something she was missing again. Perhaps the nurse was close to the truth, but not quite. Mallow was concerned about an heir to the Rosewood line who would stand to defeat her, the heir twice over. Only it was the same one she'd been battling with for 4 years, since their father's death. Don't worry, Bryony thought. It was strange she didn't feel it when her brother died, and maybe that was because he hadn't. The color didn't work on Bryony because she had given her hard magic away to her brother. What if she still was giving it? Magic freely given couldn't be taken. The room was silent except for her gasps of pain, but she was separate from herself now, in a world where Rory might still live. Her mind was elsewhere as Mallow flew through her memories. The sun was up, and Bryony had work to do. She reached inside herself, finding a moment, fabricating it quickly, sewing over it the way Serena would, then inking it clean like Orion. She and Rory sitting on the cliffside at Biltmore. Bryony asked him what he would do if he wasn't father's heir. I don't know, Rory said. Maybe I'd be a sailor. I've always loved the harbors at Doward. Bryony took the moment, the fabrication, and slipped it inside a box in her mind. When Mallow was ready to move on from a Solisters gathering from years ago, Bryony dropped it in her path, like a stolen bracelet, fallen out of her dress. Mallow was quick to grab it up. The box opened for her, and sooner than Bryony expected, she was alone in her mind, and her body was dropped on the floor of the Hearst drawing room. She was barely conscious as Mallow turned and moved to the window over the grounds, the window that faced the dragon in the field. Bryony thought to hold on to the present. Bryony's heart raced, and she finally gave over to the dark. Bryony woke up the next day. Her mind still felt sluggish.
There was a pot of tea waiting for her on her side table, and she dragged herself up to fix a cup. There was too much to do. She reached into the jewelry box on her table and pulled out the note. "No dragon, don't worry." She traced the shape of the A, the curve of the R's. Could it be Rory? Her chest ached with the certainty that she felt. Her brother, her piece of herself, wasn't lost after all. Her eyes pricked with tears. The simplest explanation was likely correct. Mallow certainly thought Rory was alive. That much Briony had gathered. So somehow, Rory had found a line to the Barlow girls at the Biltmore. Briony ran her fingers over the note. Rory had touched this. She was closer to him than ever in the last 2 months, but still so far away. Looking around her room, Briony felt the weight of it on her. It was a nice cage, but it was still a cage. She needed to find a way around the tattoos, not just for herself, but for Cordelia and Phoebe and Katrina. And, after that, she supposed it was time to look into how to kill Mallow. Now that Briony was questioning whether the dragon would fully bond to her, Mallow didn't seem so terribly powerful. She was just a clever, enigmatic liar. Briony chuckled to herself as she remembered how feared Mallow was because the dragon's bond gave her the ability to read minds. It wasn't a dragon. It was a poor study at mind magic, sloppy and painful. Briony thought of Finola and how Mallow had searched for her in Briony's head. Maybe that had nothing to do with her strategies and connections. Maybe it was because she was a Rosewood woman that hadn't been sterilized. There was a knock on her door. "Come in," she said. Tovin slipped inside, and Briony's heart skipped at the sight of him. His face was set, distant. "What is it?" she said. "I wanted to see how you are." His voice was clipped. "Fine. Why do you look so strange?" "Strange," he said. "Cold. You look cold." He pressed his lips together. "Once you are healed, we will do the bonding ceremony. I will make sure the collar doesn't take away your ability to harness your magic." "But you will have access to it," Briony said. He nodded. Her breath was tight, thinking of giving a part of herself to Tovin with nothing in return. She didn't know what other options there were. They'd gotten around this heartspring bond for this long. They were quiet for a moment. His fingers played with the black ring as he looked around the room. "Father doesn't know how Mallow could tell I wasn't using you as a heartspring, but she will expect me to remedy that soon." Briony nodded. "And your father?" "He's left again. Tomorrow. I don't know where to." Briony did. To the port at Doward first, then to the home of every sailor in town. "But once we are bonded," he said slowly, not looking at her. He seemed to rephrase his words. "There is something to be said for sacral magic and its effects." Briony lifted her brows as a blush rose on her cheeks. "Yes?" "So nothing like the other night will happen again?" He looked meaningfully at her bed. "It shouldn't have happened in the first place. It was inappropriate." "Inappropriate," she repeated, narrowing her eyes. "You were emotionally very raw," he said. "It never would have happened had you been yourself." Briony felt a sharp sting, as if she'd been slapped. Did he consider it her fault? Did he not remember leaning in first? "Is your habit to tend to emotionally raw women by lying in bed with them?" she bit back. His jaw twitched. "I'm just here to inform you that nothing of the sort will happen again. And I've been informed." Her tone was acidic. "Is there anything else?" His exterior cracked. "What has crawled up your skirt, Rosewood?" he hissed. "I said I was sorry." "You did?" She laughed. "I didn't hear it." "Yes, I'm sorry. It won't happen again." "And why is that?" She stepped closer to him, crossing her arms. "When plenty other Bomardi are happy to take what they own, what moral superiority does Tovin Hurst have?" He gaped at her. "Am I hearing you correctly? You're asking why I haven't had my way with you?" "Yes," she said simply. "Why is it that I'm here? Why am I so well taken care of at Hurst Hall? I get to keep my virginity and my fertility. My goodness, what hospitality." He pressed his eyes closed and paced away from her. "You are so infuriating. You know, I was on that stage, Tovin. I was there when you bit on me.
I didn't just fall into your lap. You gave Raven something to get me, and I want to know what it is." He spun back to her, advancing on her. "You don't get to know, Rosewood. You are not entitled to know these things, contrary to what you believe." "Ah, finally!" She threw her arms wide. "Finally, I'm treated like a second-class citizen in this house." "Is that what you want?" he said, arching a brow. His voice dropped an octave. "Is that what you want? Are you so starved for righteous indignation that you'd like for me to take away your magic and your books and your privacy?" "I want to know why I have those things," she said. His face was so close to hers, she could feel his harsh breath. "I want to know the Hearst endgame. Is it because I am the Princess of Evermore?" His eyes flashed at her. His breath hitched, as if the words were ready to tumble out of him. And then he said simply, "Yes." Briani watched his face harden. She felt it in her heart, when he failed to say what she wanted to her, that she wasn't special, but that she was special to him. But instead, she was a gold-blooded bargaining chip to him and his family. She nodded, swallowing back her emotions. "That makes sense," she said weakly. "Your family is clearly prepared to play both sides." He said nothing, just watched her. She tilted up her chin, preparing herself to play both sides as well. "Are you ready to begin the game against Mallow, Tovin? Or are you content to stand on the sidelines while your father does all the work?" He narrowed his eyes at her. "What does that mean?" She licked her lips, and when his eyes dropped to her mouth, she pushed back the hope that he would ever kiss her again. This wasn't a love story. "It means," she said, "that I am more certain every day that my brother is alive." She watched his eyes slowly widen. "And I'm wondering if you're going to help me or stand in my way." Epilogue. The dragon landed on the turret of the castle that had belonged to her first human. The woman who lived here now slid down her wing and into the window, and the dragon resisted the urge to shake her off. The black-haired demon turned to her. "When I call you, you come. That's how this works." The dragon turned her snout toward the magician who had made her too many promises to count. She huffed hot air at the woman, but she didn't budge. The woman, Mallow, tilted her head at the dragon and met her stare. "You doubt me, but I'll be rid of this prophecy soon. I am close to eliminating the heir. Then you'll complete the bond with me." "Maybe," the dragon thought. "Maybe I just don't like you that much." Mallow narrowed her black eyes. "I can only complete my promise to you if you bond with me. You're the one prohibiting that." The dragon huffed again, sending a harsh wind into Mallow's chamber, disturbing papers and blowing paintings off the walls. Mallow just stared her down. The dragon pushed off from the tower, flying away. She hated humans. She beat her wings against the air and coasted around the mountains to the rocky terrain on the other side of the cliff, to the nest where that demon had found her in the first place. For over 500 years, she'd lived in peace, unless she was disturbed by a human. Humans had a way of mucking things up for her. Case in point. The dragon landed lightly on the ledge of her cave, smelling more humans than she liked to have around. The man with the rust hair and the woman missing half an arm were back. The dragon snarled.
Excitement, crushing doubt, fierce independence, vulnerable surrender, and joyful surrender. The man turned and held his hands up in peace, bowing deeply. The woman followed. "We just need a moment, and if you won't allow anything else, well, leave." Humans had a habit of multiplying that the dragon hated. She folded her wings and settled herself on the ledge, staring them down. The rusty-haired man nodded in thanks. He was nicer than his father, at least. From the back of the cave, her boy came into the light. He hugged the other two, and the dragon listened as the rust-haired one showed him a slip of caper too small to see. "So you've made contact?" her boy said. He was excited. And the dragon knew what came next. She sighed, staring at the lonely mountainside. She knew she couldn't keep him. He wasn't hers in the way a dragon child could be. But something about him had called to her, begging her to save him. But saving him meant dealing with all his friends. She snarled at the word. "Dragon," her boy called anxiously. "It's time. If you'll allow me to go, I need to. The dragon huffed, refusing to look at him. When these two had come for him the last time, they'd all decided that it was safer for her boy to stay here. Foolishly, the dragon thought he'd chosen her that day, that he would have preferred to stay. She wished she'd never taken him with her 2 months ago. That day near the lake, as the dust billowed up into a cloud and the battles sizzled under her talons, she'd grown fond of him, and now he wanted to go. "Thank you for healing me and keeping me safe," he said, "but I have to get to my sister. I know you had one once, and I hope you remember what that bond means." Bond, the dragon thought derisively. She thought she'd known a bond again, when the demon woman climbed up this mountain and promised to make her a dragon mate. The dragon had agreed to a bond. But from the moment she opened her magic up to the demon, she'd known it wasn't right. She'd felt Mallow's power and had mistaken that for the right partner. But the boy had more of what the dragon yearned for in his blood than Mallow could begin to dream of. And now he wanted to leave. Fine. The dragon turned her snout back to him, pressed her nose to his side, and moved her tail out of his path. "Thank you. I hope we meet again," the boy said. "I want to introduce you to my sister. If anyone can figure out how a magician can make a dragon's mate, it's her." The dragon rolled her eyes, sick of hearing about this sister already. "Come on, Rory," the woman with one arm said. "We'll get you caught up." Rory reached his hand out for the dragon's snout, and she huffed, pushing him back. She took off into the sky, determined to forget about the Rose Prince and the itch she had to belong to him. Acknowledgements. If I truly took the space to list all the people who had a profound impact on the journey of this book, the acknowledgements would be as long as the book itself, and she's thick. If I could, I would list every AO3 username who left comments and kudos, every person on Discord and Facebook who interacted with me while writing, and every fan artist and not-for-profit bookbinder who made something beautiful out of my words. To Mar and Kat, who were my rock for 18 months, committing to a project with me before and during a pandemic, thank you to my BBs for getting me to where I am today. They are still the girls whose hands I clutch under the table when the world gets too rough. To my coach, Anna, who champions me through anything and talks out all kinds of nonsensical ideas, thank you for pushing me. Claire, you looked at this first, and you yammered about climate and building materials and historical context, and I really probably took none of it, but I just gazed lovingly at you. Thank you for having such a pretty face. Gaia Banks, you are the greatest agent in the world, and I'm so lucky to have you in my corner. Thank you for the, what feels like, hourly phone calls and endless support of my mental health. Thank you to my editors who worked tirelessly on this book and encouraged me to stretch myself with it. Junessa Valoria at Forever and Martha Ashby and Rachel Winterbottom at HarperCollins UK, all three of you are amazing and took a wonderful chance on this. Thank you to the entire team at Forever, especially Mama Estelle, Cousin Dan, Caroline Green, Leah Holtenschmidt, and Sabrina Fleming. Thank you to the entire team at HarperCollins UK. I want to thank my foreign editors and publishers who at the time of writing this include Maria Rung at Goldman, Elena Paganelli at Newton Compton, and Sonia Mennuer at Bragelone. Thank you to my parents who hardly saw me for 11 months. Thank you to my dog, Charlie, because why not? My writer friends, my vampire coven, my group chats, thank you. Especially to Christina and Lauren, Susan Lee, and Ollie Hazelwood, who experienced Throws Glitter, the joy of this book with me. Thank you, Kate Goldbeck, Kate Golden, Margaret Wiggins, Amanda Jewell, and Thea Guanzon. Thank you, Lauren Goldgrub, Shay Lefkowitz, and Tatiana for your enthusiasm and endless emotional support. Thank you, Nikita Jobson, for the art you've bestowed upon me over the years. I was unworthy of the Golden Girl, and I remain unworthy of this gorgeous cover. And most importantly, thank you to my readers who follow me across genres, to my longtime readers and my new readers, to the content creators and the book reviewers, to the meme makers and the sock enthusiasts. You are why I do this. About the author.
Julie Soto is a USA Today bestselling author, playwright, and actress originally from Sacramento, California. Her musical, Generation Me, won the 2017 New York Musical Festival's Best Musical Award as well as Best Book for her script. She is a musical theater geek, fandom nerd, and the author of many spicy fanfictions. Julie now lives in Fort Bragg, California, with her dog, Charlie. She is probably drinking coffee as you read this. Find out more at juliesotowrites.com, facebook.com Julie Soto Writes, X Julie Soto Writes, Instagram Julie Soto Writes, TikTok Julie Soto Writes.